Oh, Coconut is being a real butthead today. Good day to you as well. Hello, hello, good day, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. In case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Could you imagine finding out that you were like Truman in the Truman Show? Like the betrayal to your privacy? Damn. I'd be upset. I'd get over it, but I'd be upset. Thinking that every time you were talking to yourself or doing whatever it is that you want to do, whether that's lewd or not. I wasn't implying lewd, but I know people are going to. And just finding out that like none of it was private, you know? Because I think I go through a lot of my thoughts privately, like speaking out loud, you know, to myself or something as I pace back and forth a lot of time if I really need to think. I made that comment because the good afternoon, good evening, and good night is a quote from Truman Show with Jim Carrey. I mean, having a profile on what ads I might be susceptible to is not the same thing as having 80,000 cameras on me constantly at all times. That is not the same thing. I don't really give a fuck what, like, you know, all the advertisers have on me. I don't really give a shit about that. Who cares? Oh no, they've built a profile on me based on my Google searches. Big fucking deal. That doesn't bother me. Watching my day in, day out, intimate life, that's my private life, that's a big deal. Although to be fair, there are some really scary rumors about bio-tracking, like bio-tracking chips being like required. And plausible, I might add. Yeah, so the thing about that, Zyfreak, actually, what was it? Facebook caught massive fire for, so not every app can just like activate your microphone and your camera, okay? I mean, they can, but not legally. And Facebook caught massive fire for their terms of service being updated, saying that anytime you're using the Facebook app, they could just activate the camera and the microphone and record everything if they wanted to, which I imagine they have, because it's in the terms of service. You're basically saying, okay, and eliminating that right, but otherwise it would be horribly illegal and a massive infringement on personal privacy. So I doubt many other companies have really done that. Not to mention I'm 1 in 11 billion. Like, what do I, you know, if some company has a recording of me through my phone's camera to try and like advertise to me, I'm not implicating myself in anything, so it doesn't really matter that much. But if it's like publicly broadcast, that's a much different story. And that's what I'm talking about. What's up, Zayo? Speaking of what's up, everybody? Let's get some hellos out. We got Weapon, what's up? Zyfreak, hello. Berserk now. Mecha, Ryu Power, Sydney, Play Nastic, hello. Jazzy. Mr. J, Hitokiri, no name. Slaying Asher, hello. You don't say that kind of shit? What? Like what kind of shit? That I don't care if some random corporation has a video of me? I mean, what are they gonna do with it? Who cares if people 500,000 miles away are... Oh, what I mean by that is like, if they were, I'm not, anything I say, I don't implicate myself in anything because I don't break the law. What I'm getting at is like, if they were gonna pick like a dot out of, or like a mark out of the billions of people, I mean, first off, I'm not a very good mark, plain and simple. I'm not very susceptible to persuasion and influence and everything like that. I know the things that I like and I want to get them. The end. Second, the likelihood of me being in that choice is so insignificantly low. So I don't agree that it's a good thing. I don't lose sleep over it. You know, if that like, I don't lose sleep over the possibility that somebody might illegally access my phone's camera or microphone to record. Hopefully that was fast enough so people don't lose their streaks, because that would be really annoying. But I got that dumb stream key bug again, so I had to close OBS and change the location of the server I was streaming to and everything, so hopefully that's good. It's fast enough according to uptime. It's usually 30 seconds, but it might have been up to a minute, maybe? Hopefully. Let's see what the recordings say. Because if there's a separate recording, that's what determines it. So let me refresh my recordings. All right, no separate recording. We're good. Good. I don't know what I was saying or where it got disconnected, but either way, I don't really care if like if a app developer like illegally accesses my microphone or whatever that much. I mean, I care because it's fucking awful, but like I'm not gonna lose sleep over it, and they should get punished for it, obviously, because that's a terrible thing to do. And just because I'm not sitting around dancing naked with my phone in clear view doesn't mean that other people aren't. You know, it's a huge invasion of privacy. So anyway, Trails to Azure Day 2. It's been an interesting ride. I mean, it's about as typical of a ride as you can expect from a Trails game, Kiseki game, Legend of Heroes game, whatever. I'm pretty sure these first 5 games are just all going to basically be the same exact friggin' game. And I mean, I've come to terms with that, and it's like Cold Steel is really like the point. And then I know I said this after before I got done with Sky, that I was hoping that Crossbell was going to be better too. But with Crossbell, it was more like a hope, but the expectation was probably not really there. Like with Cold Steel, I expect it to get better. And if it doesn't have like a new aesthetic or new designs and new systems, I'm going to be really disappointed in the series overall, because it's basically, it's worse than Dragon Quest in terms of like the same shit. But don't tell me anything I don't want to know. Let me be surprised. We'll get to it when we get to it. Probably after Azure, we'll take a break from Legend of Heroes games and play a new release of some kind, or just a game that I want to play, you know? Maybe God of War, maybe we'll do Dragon Quest 9, maybe Dragon Quest 9. I might save Dragon Quest 9 for next year, because like that's also a very long-winded type RPG, you know? And doing those back-to-back could be pretty rough, so we'll see. Yeah. We actually got decently far. I mean, we did complete the prologue, which was actually somewhat reasonable. It was about 3 hours. And so that gave us almost a full day of chapter 1. And according to the notebook, there's about the same amount of chapters as the previous game. So that means you have prologue, chapter 1 through 4, and then a finale, because there's about like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more entries available there. You know what? These do look a little smaller. No, I would say 6 entries. There's like, you can see some lines in the texturing, and it makes it feel like those are each of the slots for the bar, but I think they're smaller. So I think there's enough for 6 entries, which would be 2, 3, 4, finale, and then there's one more list thing, like help manual thing. Velacord, thank you for 39 months. All right, I just finished some jobs, and I was getting ready to turn them in. And I think I can just turn this one in. I think I'm good with that. And the reason I stopped there was, I mean, we were out of time, but mostly because, like, the game is going to start giving me a long-winded story after this, more than likely. Apparently I haven't done it. Oh, I gotta go to the back alley. No, never mind. So what do I do with that information? This one is really obnoxious for tracking. It doesn't make any sense. I gotta find the previous resident, but like, whereabouts unknown. Oh. The redheaded girl? The one that groped... What's her name? I mean, it's probably RPGs, Ayo. You know, I kind of like everything, but I definitely have a tendency to go towards RPGs. But I will say that the state of RPGs is pretty bad. Most of the shit we get is really generic. And it's very, very few RPGs out there that actually really has like a good production value with some good effort put into it. Obviously Final Fantasy, Xenoblade, and now Expedition 33 are pretty much the only series of games you can get where there's actually some effort put into it, some real unique concepts, storytelling, effort put into the to the storytelling and cutscenes, etc. You know, production value. And like, you really just can't get anything else. So, I like RPGs a lot, but I tend to find Metroidvanias a really good comfort genre because you know exactly what you're getting at with a Metroidvania, you know? And so you're just good with it. My guess is that there's, well, I mean, Takahashi already said like he's working on a new project, right? Like he's got something going on. But their firm is also really busy with things like Mario Kart World and a lot of other Nintendo stuff, and they're probably at work with updating the first 3 Xenoblade games to work on Switch 2 at 60 FPS. So Xenoblade Chronicles 3 was about, what, 3 or 4 years ago now? I would say we're pretty close to an announcement, maybe this year, maybe next year, for a new Takahashi project. If there's like a Switch Direct coming out like anytime soon, I would say that there's a good chance that we're gonna see a new Takahashi project, whether that's a Xenoblade or something else. Yep, that's what I figured too, VG. Honestly, it's about time. Like Nintendo has had its time for the Switch 2 to kind of bake a little bit. It's time for them to start going, okay, time to announce our next major projects for the Switch 2. I would wager something along the lines of like after the DK game came out. Yeah, but they need reasons for people to buy the Switch 2. So they need to have good exclusives. But if they're cross-gen, then there's not a reason. I don't care. It's a shame I didn't get to keep any of my old stuff. I mean, you're not wrong, VG, but like, yeah. Yeah, this is so far away from actually, like, no, oh. These aren't, okay. Wow. These aren't, quartz necessarily. Like, Headsman Noodles is not quartz. I see. So it's a quartz, some U material, and then an item. Okay. The trade-in shop was always a better thought than it was. Execution just requires too much. Yeah, good luck with me getting the materials I need. I'll check back every chapter or so. I could have just told this to you, but I'm going to repeat everything anyway.
私の想像がもし最悪のケースだった場合、あんたらの手に負える相手じゃないのは間違いないだろうね。
そこまで。やはり両兵かテロリストあたりですか？
It's quite the assumption you're making, lady.
さてね、もしその男だった場合、一応こちらも付き合いがある。ペラペラ喋るわけにはいかないさ。
でも
両兵ならともかく、テロリストならいくらクロスベルとはいえ、テロ行為を罰する法律はあります。最低限の情報だけでも教えてもらうわけにはいきませんか？
ロイド。
悪くない。ガイの弟だったか。
アシュリーさん。
今じゃダドリーあたりもたまに顔を見せるが、当時旧市街組んだりまで足を運んでくる酔狂な捜査官は面白い男を亡くしたもんだよ。あのバカに免じてこれだけは答えてやろう。私の最悪の心当たりはテロリストってわけじゃない。ただ人食い虎みたいな危険な男ではあるけどね。
人食い虎。
やれやれ、最悪な相手じゃないか。
まあその男かどうかはまだ決まったわけじゃない。あんたたちが見た男ってのは一人きりだったんだろ？奴なら大抵部下か連れが同行しているはずだからね。
そうなんですか？
となるとやはり軍隊関係者ですか？
ここまでだ。これ以上は自分たちの力で迫ってみるんだね。
わかりました。
情報
わかりました。
しとしと言ってんな。
Yes.
そうだママ、昨日届いた物荷ほどきしなくていいのか？
ああ、この天気だし急ぐことはないだろう。それよりジンゴ、あんた昨日町に出た時
変なやつ？そんなのいっぱいいたぞ。バカンスルックの若造とか、パンを山ほど買ってたシスターの姉ちゃんとか、あのワジも変なやつだしな。
そっか。まあ気にしすぎか。もし奴が来たんだとしたら娘も連れているだろうからね。
Talking about the girl, the red hair, obviously.
交換やナインバリ、さすがの迫力でしたけどはぐらかされてしまいましたね。
まあ、ああいう業界には独自の仁義があるはずだから、あそこまで教えてくれただけでも感謝しましょう。
そうだな。
It's a lot of experience.
それにして
He's
も
probably at least level 5.
人食い虎みたいな男か。
Average Dragon Quest XP
両
requirements.
兵の可能性が高そうだけど。
まあ、両兵の場合、一人ってのはちょっと不自然だけどね。そのあたりも含めて課長さんに報告しておけば。
ああ、そうしよう。両兵関係ならランディが何か知っていそうだけど、まあいい。今は残っている支援要請を片付けよう。
Don't I have to do these requests though? Oh. But I'm pretty sure these are required. Well, basically don't sell weapons now. So I can use you materials to upgrade them. Crossfire! Oh, I need the Ash Peter. Thoughts on the Oblivion remaster? I didn't like Oblivion to begin with, so... It's not letting me fast travel, which means we're about to get story, which means I may have lost the opportunity to finish this quest. Honestly, it just reinforces the idea that what's their fucking company name? Dipshits Incorporated? I forget. Anyway, Losers Incorporated only know how to make one game, and that is Skyrim and variations of Skyrim.
サーベルバイパーというチームをまとめている人だけど。
バルド、どうしたん
In
だ
like 30 years, they haven't made a game outside of like Morrowind that's any different.
あんまりチームの方にも顔を出してないそうじゃないか。
うるせえ、俺のことはどうだっていい。それよりもてめえ、殺の犬になりやがったらしいな。どういうつもりだ。
But I'm glad people are enjoying it. Whatever. Like I don't really care, you
ど
know.
ういうつもりも何も。テスタメンツのみんなは納得してくれたし、他の誰にも迷惑はかけていないけど。
てめえ、本気で
Why do they always refer to this guy named Timmy? I don't get it.
この俺様と。
They're always like Timmy.
決着つけずにチームを抜けようなんざ許されると思ってんのか。
バルド、待ってくれ。
その、これには事情が。
Oh, I bet, Zyfreak. I bet.
てめえがどんな狙いで殺に入ったのかは知らねえ。だがな。まさか5体満足でここから抜けられるとは思ってねえだろうな。
困ったわね。
Yeah. Not just Elder Scrolls games. What's the goddamn company? Bethesda. Bethesda's like the only game development company where they don't have to care about how good a game is because they know fans will just finish it for them. Crazy.
バルド。いいから任せて。ねえ、バルド。ひどく当たり前のことさ。テスタメンツにしろ、ずっといられる場所じゃないのは、君にも分かっているんだろ。
何？
僕がテスタメンツを結成したのは、ここで好き勝手をしていた君たちへの抑止力になったが、最初はひ弱だったテスタメンツのみんなも成長した。僕一人が抜けたって、君たちに対抗できるくらいにね。僕の役目はもう終わってるのさ。
てめえ。
そして、いつかきっと
There he is again. Who's this Timmy? Who is the mysterious Timmy?
モラトリアムの季節を卒業して、自分だけの道を見つけていく。僕はそう信じている。
ワジ？
ワジ君。
Wajikun.
君たちサーベルバイパーも同じだ。乱暴者は多いけど、
I just find the game's boring, to be honest. It's just like, it's first-person action game without like guns or shooting of some kind is just really hard to make interesting because it doesn't matter what weapon you have, you can't really tell like where your attack is landing. So every attack just kind of happens to be just like, I'm attacking, you know? And then the magic just kind of goes forward or whatever, and it's just a different spell effect, and that's it. It just seems very shallow, and I don't really think it lends itself very well to being first person. If it was like more third person, where a weapon choice might matter, and there was a lot more action to it and really neat attacks, then there might be something there.
だからバルド、きっと君も道を見つけられるはずだ。
I don't really know, Zyfreak. I'm fairly certain that I didn't encounter any game-breaking bugs, but there were definitely bugs. Because I did all the side quests as well.
まさかてめえがそんな甘っちょろいことを抜かすとはな。もういい。てめえはこの聖域を怪我した。絶対に許すわけにはいかねえ。
そうかい。
It's just a very shallow gameplay style with a lot of,
フロイド、手出し無用だ。
I don't know. It's just not my cup, I
この
guess.
怠慢は
I know for some people, Skyrim and everything are like huge games for them and everything. I'm not trying to bring them down. It just,
そのく
I
らい
don't care
は
for
分か
them.
ってるみてえだな。
I did like, I played Skyrim and I did all the side arcs and everything, just about every single quest in the game. I did not beat the game, and I got to the very end, and I was like, I'm just about ready to beat the boss. And I just kind of sat there and it's just like, I'm not interested in this. I'm doing this because I feel like I have to, not because I want to. And I just shut it off and never beat it. To this day. I don't know if I have, like, if they have cloud saving for that save file or not. But I just realized that I was not enjoying myself and I was just going through the motions because I felt like I had to because everybody else said Skyrim was so good. And it isn't good. It's very boring, very stiff, bad VA, like 5 voice actors do like 80,000 different roles for the game. You know, it's just, I don't know. This isn't a very interesting game for me. And then I tried to play Starfield thinking, hey, this is so many years later, Bethesda's got to have gotten their act together and made something really special here. Hell yeah, I want to play Starfield. This is going to be rad. And it was just after I had finally decided I wanted to play that outer space exploration game that was a flop at first, but it's really good now. I forget the name of it, but I had played that and I was kind of hyped for Starfield after that. You know, I was like, man, this was really good. I want to play Starfield now. No Man's Sky. And Starfield, I managed to get it for free because it was at the time where I upgraded my computer and my video card happened to come with a free code for Starfield, which, by the way, getting that code was a pain in the ass. Like, fuck all the people behind that. They could have just given you a code and been done with it. But man, it was like jumping through 80 million loops. They really did not want you to redeem that free game. Really, really annoying on that end. So I was already kind of peeved. And then when I started playing Starfield and I realized it was just literally Skyrim in space, and I'm not being like, what's the word? I'm being serious. Like, it's not an exaggeration. It is Skyrim in space. Straight up, all the same pitfalls, all the same designs, all the same mechanics, all the same everything. Skyrim in space. So I was just disappointed and turned it off after a couple hours.
Huh?
Oh, he's gonna go Super Saiyan.
これは
バルト、本気で行くよ。
てめえ、一体。
I always find it funny when a game like this tries to have a short and sweet moment where they just say something really simple and short and just immediately break into combat or something like that, because it's always prefaced by like 8 hours of dialogue. It's like you aren't doing the short and sweet, like, impactful thing that you think you are. You're doing 8 hours of dialogue and then you're pretending to do the short and sweet thing.
行くよ。
てめえ、上等だ。
甘いね。僕の
All right.
ありえねえ。
Yeah, it really, like, Mayra nailed it. It's not like it doesn't come with the good parts about Skyrim in space. It's just the annoying surface level. Well, not even surface level. Like the whole game is basically like all the like obnoxious and simple things that Skyrim is, and just put it in space. Like, really, it's just a tile set change.
まさか今までずっと手を抜いて。
ランディじゃないけど、今のはちょっとした反則技さ。でも 今日の君にはこれが僕が見せられる最後の誠意さ。この2年結構楽しかったよ。
ふざけろ。絶対に認めねえぞ。てめえ一人抜けるなんて認めてたま
Well, he's already gone, bro.
わじ
I love you, Azio.
ワジ、
ワジ君、
みっともないところを見せたね。ちょっと僕らしくもなく熱くなっちゃったかな。
いや、なんていうか男なんてそんなもんだろ。
男の子の気持ちはちょっとわからないけど、あなたが彼に
God, what's that
誠
word
意を持って向き合った
I've
の
been
は
trying to
分かっ
think
たわ。
of? It's like you're not over exaggerating. A word that means like you're not over exaggerating. You're not being like sarcastic or anything. There's a word for that. Damn it.
いつかきっと彼にも分かってもらえる
It's like right on the tip of my tongue.
そうだといいけどね。時間を取らせた。残りの支援要請を片付けよう。
Okay, well, there's facetious. That's basically being sarcastic is being facetious. It's when you're not being facetious. Well, no, hold on. No. It's used in the same way as that, just a slightly different meaning. Because you'd be, I'm not being this, I'm being serious or whatever. And I was right on the tip of my tongue. I was like, and it just got taken from me. Well, I'm gonna go here. Okay, it looks like I can still finish the job and turn it in.
さすが皆さんです。では
Nice streaking. Maybe I go to City Hall and talk around. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this quest. Like, I had to go find the current and previous residents of an apartment, but like specifically they say we don't know who the previous resident was. Geithner. Oh, he moved to the Republic of Calvard. So that's done, right? Like, that's done. And that's done. First game they played, it was some Intellivision game. I don't remember it. I do remember my first time with Metroid, though, sort of. Specifically, I remember that top area with the green and trying to navigate around there. A 286, damn. My first computer ever was a 486. And you were already playing games. Wasn't Adventure for the Intellivision? I guess it could have been for both on. Oh, I'm sure, I'm sure. You still were introduced to PCs very young. Oh, this quest is dumb. And I'm pretty sure it's required because it's one of those urgent ones. Maybe it's the Imperial Fisherman's Fishing Club that I haven't done yet? Maybe that's what it is. I've only talked to the fisherman from the previous, but I haven't done... I haven't talked to them. I remember playing that Indiana Jones game where you had to like rescue the captive children and everything with the conveyor belts and the lava and everything. My god, that game was awful. I guess I haven't seen the High Bloods. Didn't they say we didn't need to check it though? Oh, here we go. You can't just enter a private residence without due cause or whatever it's called. Ugh, man, words are just like flying out of my head. I can't remember half of my vocabulary. What's up, Nikki? Probable cause, that's the one. They wanted to get some real world experience and bought a mansion to hang out in a city as a place of residence. Yeah, you're gonna get some real world experience living in a mansion, that's for sure. Yeah, somehow I wouldn't mind if I found those kids wrapped around a telephone pole, you know, in their crashed car. I'd just be like, aw, shucks. That'd be some real world experience, yeah. Jenny, thank you for the 41 months. I mean, it's only the second day with this game, so, you know, it hasn't overstayed its welcome.
Ah, フランか。どうしたんだ？緊急要請でも入ったか？
I don't know. I mean, if the chapter pace is anything to go by so far, I'd say we probably only got about 6 or 8 days of this.
もちろん。 ひょっとして鉱山町で何かあったのか？
それが鉱山に魔獣が現れたらしくって。あ、と言っても町から少し
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people did.
急行
They knew that it was gonna falter on the back half.
そ
If
ん
the
な場所は
spoiler channel is anything to
魔
go
獣が
by.
現れてもおかしくはないと思うけど。
はい、行員の方たちが被害に遭ったわけじゃなさそうです。ただ、内部がどうもおかしなことになっちゃっているみたいで、念のため調べてもらえないかということでした。
おかしなこと？
The most unique
ちょっ
plot
と要領を得ないな。
of any video game ever.
わかった。
Monsters in the
市
mines
内の緊急要請は片付
or
けたし、
monsters in the
こ
sewer.
れからマインツに向かうよ。
ついでにお伝えしますが、先ほどマインツ参道方面に余裕があったら対応してみてください。
そうか。
それとクロスベル市と違って参道方面は晴れているみたいです。せっかくだから動力車で行ってみたらどうですか？
そうなのか。ありがとうクラン。何かあったらまた連絡してくれ。
はい、それでは失礼します。フランからみたいですね。
マインツ
Yep.
方面で
Clearly
何か
only
あっ
this
たり
game
とか
has, so there's your complete list.
ああ、旧鉱山というところで妙なことが起きたらしい。市内の支援要請も片付けたし、準備ができたら行ってみよう。な、山道方面は晴れているそうだから、車で行ってもいいかもしれないな。
It's like the one meme, like, oh, you think you know this thing? Then name 10 of that thing. It's like, oh, you think you know video games? Then name 10 different RPG dungeons. You're just like monsters in a mine. That's on me. Made it too easy.
了解リーダー。
もし車で鉱山町に行くなら支援課の裏口に行きましょう。
Just got added to it. We didn't even have to accept it. Cool.
皆さん、それでは、はい、お疲れ様でした。では。
I don't want to take the car because I want to walk it and kill monsters and loot treasures. You know, I was actually I was having these conversations about fitness the other day, and there's actually some really interesting information about like muscle building versus cardio. And cardio is actually like the worst kind of exercise you can do because it only affects heart health and that's it. Whereas like strength building affects heart health, muscle mass, and all parts of your body depending on what part you're working on. Like cardio is like people equate cardio to like actual fitness, but like weightlifting and strength training still causes you to strengthen your heart. Like it affects your heart and your body health and everything on top of everything else, and cardio only helps your heart. Really interesting. Oh, sure. I mean, walking and cardio are really good for like joint health and stuff, just because like, you know, it gets things going. And really when you want like to minimize the amount of exercise you do, you just want to be active, then like taking walks is one of the better things you can do. Both are, like, at the end of the day, technically both are important, but if you had to choose between strength training and cardio, always choose strength training. Like, it's not even close how much better that is than cardio.
行くよ。
俺のバット。
任せてや。よーは皆さんお疲れ様でした。
I wasn't trying to like go actually on you there. I was just being like, oh, you know, that reminds me of a really interesting thing I was reading. Well, discussions and essays and whatnot that I was looking into more than
チャンスだ。
an article. But yeah,
行くよ。なんだ。その
strength training is just resistance. So like, strength training doesn't mean that you have to like be bench pressing 500 pounds or anything. It just means that you are applying resistance and pushing against that resistance in your muscle groups. So you can still do lightweight strength training without having to like hurt yourself, you know?
戦闘終了。警戒態勢に戻ります。
No, that's not necessarily true, Zyfreak. Like, obviously you need protein in order to build muscle mass, but like the Activate, as long as you have the energy, it's fine.
一気に。
But like you need protein for any exercising, period.
まあまあだったね。
It's recommended that
僕の番。
before any exercise you take a small handful of nuts or almonds or something to eat in order to help encourage muscle building.
私そっか。よかった。やあ。
Swimming can be both. It depends if you have like resistance paddles or something. Like there are these paddles you can get that are like flat paddles that you swim with, and they provide resistance, which can build
ここなら
strength.
釣れそうだな。それ。
It's both, more or less.
それ。
I mean, if it's weight loss you're concerned about, weight loss is like 80% diet. You're not gonna lose weight from exercise. You'll get more fit from exercise, but you're not gonna lose excess fat weight. Excess fat weight is lost through careful management of diet,
こんなもん。
and no other way for the most part. I mean, not in any noticeable way anyway. If you swim regularly, then you're good. I mean, at the end of the day, like, you don't need to do strength training or cardio over the other. And if you have a preference, then as long as you're exercising, like, you're fine. I'm just talking about, like, what's the most effective, you know? Any doctor will just say, look, as long as you're out there, you're doing something, you're getting your heart moving, that's fine. Nobody needs to be, like, in perfect health. But if you had to pick one that you just had to do over the other, and you didn't care which one it
こ
was,
んなもんかな。
always pick strength training over cardio 100% of the time.
まずかな。それ。 こんなもんかな。
You know, that's a totally, completely valid strategy, Chrono Crash. I don't think anybody's gonna chastise you for that one. At the end of the day, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? You know? What's up, Tiger?
私やあ。えや。
行くよ。
行くぞ。
えや。はいはあ。皆さんお疲れ様でした。はあ。
But yeah, the whole strength training versus cardio thing is one of those things that people just like automatically assume. Oh, it's cardio is the better one, and it's not. It's like not even, and it's not even close. One of those things where it's like everybody is so certain because that's just what like they've been told to believe and everything for so long,
よー。
and it's the complete opposite. And it's kind of weird how like that's never been like really debunked so aggressively. Just, people kind of just like accept it and just whatever. Oh, there's our monster. Yeah, the Wii Sports stuff was fun.
警戒態勢に戻ります。やー
Did you know chests are natural born boxers? It's no surprise really, we're always squared up. I mean, you already made the box joke with that joke, so it was already there. Boxers.
みんなチャンスよ。
エニグマ
いや
駆動。
よーし。
Oh, they're resistant. I figured. I didn't figure they would be resistant to a particular element, but now seeing that they're resistant to yellow, being yellow slimes, yeah, that makes sense now.
任せてくれと。行くよ。
よーそこ。これがみんなの力ですね。
What up, Motzi? What's going on?
なんだその程度かい
I got a seal. Any reference to that other big Falcom series would be a great Easter egg. The series in question is East. Wouldn't that give her the AoE? Oh, 4 wind, 1 water. Gotcha. They're pretty shallow overall and kind of long-winded, but as far as long-winded, sort of generic-y type RPGs go, SMT and Persona are better, in my opinion, than Legend of Heroes. They're definitely very, very long games and can overstay their welcome sometimes. And there isn't a whole lot of effort put into them. The stories are usually pretty decent, I would say. There's not a whole lot of, like, overly generic stuff going on. They're still a little tropey. I find Personas to be better than SMTs, but I've only played SMT 5, and I've only played Persona 4 and 5. So I don't know all of them, obviously. I don't really care to play Persona 3 at all. I've played enough of Persona 3 to know that I don't want to play. I played like 40 hours of it, and I said I don't think so. As far as SMT goes, I've only played 5, but a few of them are on viewer choice. And you can't even really play 1 and 2 without a fan translation, so that's not going to happen. But 3 and 4 are available on viewer choice, if I'm not mistaken, so we'll get to them. If they're on viewer choice, it means I have an interest. But yeah, I don't dislike them, I just think they're okay, you know. Oh, they did not die.
よーし。
行くよ。面倒だな。
負けられない。
Oh, Earthshaker hits everything, period? I thought it was a more concentrated area of effect.
エニグマ負けられない。エニグマ負けるか。
Imagine if I didn't kill them so quickly. Like, I would have just died to all the AoE. They would have just started the fight and I would have died. Nice and fair. Enemies like this are why I don't want to do hard mode. I know they're they have the whole if you AoE them then they AoE you back, but that last one was still AoEing me. And I was just single targeting it. But also keep in mind that, like, even if I was adhering to their particular mechanic, there was like 8 of them. It was gonna be a rough fight if I did it the intended way. Either way, I won, so I don't really care. Oh man. Oh. I just realized something. You know how when I got the phone call they said, "Hey, it's not raining in the northeast side of everything, or northwest side, and you can take your car because there's no rain on the Mains Mountain Road." I just realized why. The reasoning is so they didn't have to create a unique sky for this, which isn't even all that much work or effort. They straight up just like have such a low effort of development for these games. It's so insulting. It's just extremely low development budget, quality, etc. And like they what's weird is they put so much effort into some things and then just like don't even allow for a separate like cloudy sky setting because they wanted you to have this mountain pass without having to change up the sky. They made such a big huff about it, and there was a reason for that. It wasn't because they just decided to go a different direction and not be rainy or whatever. I don't remember any cloudy sky asset for Crossbell, any of the Crossbell games. Maybe they just wanted the player to have this outlook again. Like they wanted to reinforce that in the second game, even though they already did this outlook scene in the first one, you know? So maybe that's the case. Either way, meh. It's still kind of a whole like reusing the same vista kind of style, so I still don't like it. But also keep in mind that every time you come up here, the screen has to, this camera shows up on this, like this camera pans up to the sky, which means it might have been additional effort to program in a dynamic screen based on weather, you know? So they could have still chosen that because effort, right? So it could be both, honestly. It's definitely one of them. It's definitely one of them, but maybe both of them. I don't think it's none of them. That's my take anyway. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I really have any interest in playing SMT1. Like, Persona 1 was just such a dated game. I can't imagine SMT1 is that much more digestible.
俺の番みんな大丈夫か
He's coming. Oh, he's gonna get me. He's coming. Oh, he's gonna get me. He tried.
これがみんなの力ですね。
The story was definitely decent in Persona 4. I thought it was alright. Oh man, they're no good flies. Strike a heaven! Oh dear. That's a lot of actions before I get to go again.
私の番ね。
Thankfully, their move was like virtually zero. Ooh, attack 2. The chest is a content respawn rate of 0%. Oh man. I haven't played SMT 3 or 4. I mean, they're on the viewer choice. I'm interested in playing them. We'll get to them, you know. But yeah, overall, I find SMT Persona games to be pretty decent. They're all right. The biggest problem that I have with SMT Persona games is they're the same fucking game. It's the same game. It's the problem that I have with Legend of Heroes games. It's the same fucking game with very little changes. It's one of the reasons I didn't particularly care for Metaphor as well. It's the same fucking game. And the biggest issue I have with Atlas right now is that after the popularity of Persona 5, all they do is make Persona 5 now. They're Bethesda with Skyrim. They only make Persona 5. Like the Persona 3 remake, it was just Persona 5 with Persona 3 characters. The Persona 4 remake, Metaphor, Persona 5 with all of their abilities shifted into classes. You know, like it's the same calculations for stats, the same coefficients, the same concepts, the same monster types, the same models, the same fucking everything. And it just okay, I have SMT3. I think what it is like if I played SMT3 and I liked it, then I would consider SMT4 was where my mind was at then. You gotta vote for 3 before you can vote for 4 anyway, so, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's a PS4 game still, which it's because it just came out very recently. But yeah, like that's the biggest problem I have, and the production value of the games are relatively low, which is fine. I will say that Persona 5 did a great job of like making Persona / SMT more approachable and digestible. But like the success of Persona 5 came mostly because of the OST and the style of the game, like the visual style, not the visual fidelity. Graphics and cutscenes and animations are still pretty poor in Persona 5, but that menu design and just the style and the fashion, the menus, just the way that the menus move and the UX design is so flashy and cool. It just makes you feel cool when you play the game, you know? So excellent character design and all of that good stuff. That's really what made Persona 5 shine and become so popular. It wasn't the game itself overall. And you can see that as their new projects go in, that they're basically trying to find additional ways of presenting that without having to actually change the core of their game. The UI design is what makes you not want to play Persona 5? Maybe it's just because you're an SMT fan and they had pretty basic menus and UI designs, and so like that extra level of flashiness is just kind of like not your cup because it's not the SMT you grew up with or something, perhaps? For me, Persona 5 was probably my first major SMT experience. I had played Persona 3 and I thought, don't like it. Mostly because it's just exceedingly boring. Like, you don't have control of your party members, so you're just watching the AI play the battles, and there's only one dungeon. So you're just going through a procedurally generated dungeon forever and ever and ever and ever. It's very boring. I don't think it's terrible at all. I think each menu is its own style, but it has the same kind of consistency in it being that like urban sort of like spray paint kind of vibe to it, which gives it its life, and it's utilized across multiple different menus in different ways, but they're all intuitively designed. I think with the movement of that information though is like what makes it intuitive. Like it has the menu has movement, you know, and I think that's good. I never had a problem with it personally. I said Persona 1 is dated, but doesn't mean bad. It's like an old school first person dungeon crawler with like very hard to read and interpret directions kind of thing, and very complex. And so it's just really difficult to play. I put it down after like a couple hours because my brain was about to melt. And I was lost and dying and running out of materials. Yeah, Strange Journey is 3. That's SMT 3. Wait, no, Strange Journey is the DS one. Strange Journey is a different one. It's Nocturne, that's 3. But yeah, that's my take on SMT. I know it's probably a little controversial for a lot of folk. I think most people that will like praise Atlas and Persona really only like Persona 5 for the most part, or they like barely branched out. But there are some like Atlas stands out there, and they just like all of the Atlas stuff, and that's cool. Like, we all have our different tastes and preferences, you know. I mean, all those SMT games are on the viewer choice list because I want to play them, not because I just stuck them there for the lulz, you know.
景色も綺麗だったし、
そうですね。ちょっと残念。
Soul Hackers 2 is on my short list of wanting to play off stream. Every time I go to think about a game to play, I always forget about it, and then I end up playing something else.
ところであっちにも道が続いてるけど、何があるんだい？
I feel like SMT and Persona games are the perfect game for when you don't really want to care about your game too much and you just kind of want to vibe with an RPG, and you like this general vibe and aesthetic that Persona and SMT provides, and you're just gonna get that, like, you know, traditional RPG experience for the most part.
ちょっと曰く付きの人形師がいらっしゃるんだけど。
You're not really looking for anything beyond just like, here's a game and here's a reason to play it kind of thing.
あの知る人ぞ知る人形工房か。そういえば例のオークションで本当は出品される予定だったっけ？
ああ、そんなこともあったな。結局あれが誰の仕業か未だ明らかになっていない。もうレンはいないけど、ちょっと様子を見に。
I thought SMT was pretty alright. It gave me the exact experience that I was kind of looking for. Was just like, here's an okay a traditional styled RPG, got a neat aesthetic, the end. And I think SMT and Persona is one of those things that, despite the fact that every SMT game is the same game, that's actually almost what a lot of SMT fans are looking for. It's almost like you seek comfort in that familiarity, and so it's almost like a nice cozy blanket that you know, it's like when you get into bed. You know, when you get into your bed, you have your blankets and your pillows the way you want it, you know, and you know you're gonna be comfortable. And playing a different game is like going to a hotel.
For real?
You don't know if it's gonna be comfortable or not. It's gonna have the firmness that you want or whatever. And so you kind of take comfort in that familiarity. And I think that's what a lot of SMT fans look for. Thank you, Played Isaac, with 144 bits. 3 times.
For real?
Yeah, for real. Speaking of SMT.
Cool.
Cool. Thank you for the 123 bits, Played Aztec. Oh, Katamari. Interesting.
For real?
For real. Yep. For real Katamari. Oh.
Cool.
Cool. Thank you, Donate, for the 144 bits and Played Aztec. Thank you for the 123 bits. Let's go to the doll maker's house. Why? It wouldn't pick up the thing, and it wouldn't turn around. And why did he sense me when he had his back turned to me? I don't have scent or anything. And I have to put in effort. I have to put in sardines. Thank you, Donate, for the 100 bits. Why is he getting like one turn to one of my actions? Like he's just lapping all of my characters repeatedly. The actual difference in like how fast battles go between an ambush and not an ambush is crazy. Yeah, I think I have Strange Journey on 3DS as well. I think it was VG that sent it my way, so. I thought the 3DS version was its original release, and only release. I got worse boots. Oh, there we go. The country gears are for... I see. Gender-specific gear is so dumb. Not only just from a gameplay perspective, it's dumb, but just like from like a reality perspective, it's dumb. I can understand character-specific gear because like it's particularly enhancing their core abilities and stats, but yeah. Oh look, it's what's his name? From Sky. Campanella, thank you.
あれはナンバー15の所有物。しかしマイスター、データは一通り渡してもらうよ。それがあのお方のご意志でもあるのだからね。
I wonder if this guy is bad with all the evil type dialogue that he has. Mwahaha! Give me the data, please.
本当に仲が悪いな。博士も嫌われていると分かってて、わざわざ尋ねなきゃいいのに。
何を言ってるのかね。私とマイスターは旧知の仲。特に人形作りに関しては固い師弟の絆で結ばれているんだからね。
ざれ言はやめるがいい。所詮わしの技術など結社にしてみれば古臭いもの。
Meister George is obviously just being coerced into doing something he doesn't want to do. He has integrity in his craft and they're just using it for bad. You can tell because he's got a nice friendly face and he has unfriendly face.
こと人形の調整にかけてマイスターの右に出る人間なんてこの世に存在しないさ。ああ、でもパテルマテルにつけたあの回路だけはいただけないね。あれじゃせっかくの殲滅天使のポテンシャルが無駄になってしまうじゃないか。
Meister, yeah. Meister. The abandoned joke! Sumimasen!
あれ？お客さんみたいだね。
Sumimasen the thuggin!
カンパネルラ、要件は済んだだろう。その不快な男を連れてとっとと立ち去るがいい。
了解。ほらほら博士、さっさと次に行かないと今日中に用を済ませてラボに戻るんだろ。
もちろんだとも。
These people are part of the society, which is the major antagonist of Trails in the Sky. We fought like 6 of their enforcers, which are like the super duper powered up leaders of it. Ren is Enforcer 15, if I'm not mistaken.
何をほうけている。
すみません。はじめまして。
Oh, I know.
クロスベル警察。
I was just explaining who they were for people that may not know if they weren't part of watching the Trails in the Sky playthroughs we did.
レンから多少話は聞いておるようだな。レンはリベールに
That was such bullshit.
ここに何の用だ。
The Ren fight in Sky 2 starts with her doing a group-wide death on attack, 100% chance to inflict death on attack. So you start the fight, if you don't have death protection, you just game over. Period.
いえ、近くに来たので挨拶に伺っただけなんです。
その来客中に失礼しました。
招かれざる客だ。そのことは気にしておらん。
Yep. It's like that was the major failing of Sky, I thought, was that they did not understand game design in Sky 1 through 3 like at all. They had a system that worked and they did their best to undermine it.
何か要件ができたら改めて尋ねてくるがいい。レンに免じて。
I tried it like 3 times and everybody died every single time, so it's at least a very high percentage. From what I remember anyway. Still, trying to recover at that point is not gonna happen, even if somebody lives. I remember only the people that had death protection actually lived through it. That's how I remember it, but who can say?
レンに聞いた通り、単なる人形工房じゃなさそうだ。それに、さっきの来客も気になるな。
ええ、招かれざる客って言ってたけど、なんていうか、その怪しげな感じだったわね。
Oh, it's only 90%. Oh, okay. Well, in that case. Totally fair.
危険そうには見えませんでしたけど。
危険そうには見えないか。
I just put on death-resistant trinkets or accessories or whatever. I think I had 3, and so I just rezzed the 4th person, if I recall correctly. But she does it more than once, so it's not like you can just do like a one-time res thing and just be fine for the rest of the fight.
行くよ。
This track is in the last game, right? It feels really familiar. It is a good one, but still.
その程度かい。
Picking it as the battle theme is an interesting choice. I'm pretty sure it's like the hero's charge kind of track in Zero. Like the heroes, you know, are down and out, but then they get the whole "we can do it" kind of thing. It's the hero's charge.
僕の番。やれやれ。時間の無駄だったな。
I think my favorite hero's charge track is Counterattack. The track is absolute god tier.
行くぞ。
僕の。
任せてくれ。任せてくれ。はいは。
僕の。
俺の。任せてくれ。よかった。やあ。は。行くぞ。今だわみんな行くわ。
I think so too, Berserk. I mean, Wild Arms 2 in the final dungeon had enemies that just cast AoE death. Like that was just part of their kit and they cast it half the time and you fought them a lot and it worked a lot. It was like 50% chance. So I mean, that's pretty awful design by itself too, you know, and you're fighting it multiple times. Wild Arms 2 also had like a remarkably awful, oh, here we go. I think the passive is still the same, but the stats went up quite a bit. And then I got more elements out of it. Cool. QXP, huh? And if the first level was 1100 and I only need 300 more? Now it's 3 turns, okay. Wow. Look at those stat increases. This got to be about 30-40 defense and magic defense. Some magic power. Pretty much everything went up. Oh, you can tell where they either cap out or where their next level will be. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. I want you guys to pay close attention here. Okay, let's do this. So if you see right here, you can see that it's kind of green versus the black right there. You can see another bar right here. And then right there. Oh, that's off the sheet. Anyway, you can see that that like dark green back there. I'm not sure if it's visible on your screen, but it should be. It's visible on OBS, so you guys should have it visible. Anyway, what that means is that's likely where the cap is at the max level. I would say cap at based on the blue bar, I would say that's the cap at the max level, which I think was 4 or 5. So that's about that. That's actually like, I don't think that's intended to be visible. It's one of those things where with a lot of like older games, you have like you're trying to hide it from the player, and with like a grainier resolution or more muddied colors, it's just kind of meld into the background and you won't notice it. And then when a game gets like an upscaling or a remastering or something, it becomes visible, and it's not really meant to be visible. But what's nice about it is, from my perspective, it lets me plan ahead of time and go, oh, okay. I mean, it's pretty obvious that this is the defensive one, so I want whoever to have this to be very defensive. So it's not really like a big secret. But it lets me know exactly how much speed and stats I'm actually going to get at the end of it. So if I want to like balance out who uses what, I can change things up. I mean, I want her to be more like damage dealy physical, but the game really wants her to be defensive, I guess, for some reason. So I'm going to get other versions of these master quartzes, so I can change it out as I need to. This actually feels like one I'd really like to give to Ellie. Her name is Ellie, right? Because as a healer, I want my healers to be 2 things: fast and tanky. And she definitely, her ornament really leans into healing, especially AoE healing, a lot more. They do. Oh wow, that caps up all the way on strength. It's just full on strength. That didn't even give you all that much HP. But yeah, the reason I want healers to be fast and tanky is because, let's say, like, if you have a CTB system like this game does, where, you know, I'm not actually positive it has it. I think it does. Anyway, or Final Fantasy X, if you're on your healer's turn and you don't have any healing to do and you just do nothing, or maybe you just do a buff or whatever, it doesn't matter. You have no healing to do, and then the enemies go and do a lot of damage. You need that turn to come up as fast as possible. Same goes for like if it's like pure turn-based like Dragon Quest, you want your healer to go first. So you can rely on them healing when you are doing the healing, as opposed to hoping they go first, and if they're not fast enough, then they get screwed, right? 2, dead healers don't heal. Plain and simple. Your healer is often going to have your reses as well, so if everybody else is getting murdered by everything, but your healer's still alive, you have a chance to recover. Whereas dead healer means you're burning consumables or items or things like that. And in some games like Dragon Quest, resing consumables are extremely rare to come by. So you definitely want a tanky healer in order to live through everything. So healers always get priority on defensive items and stuff like that, and speed items in my style of playing. Everybody has their own way. Not every game allows for you to customize your stats as well. So like wanting a tanky healer and getting a tanky healer, not always gonna work out. So you don't always get the choice. But I will say I prefer speed over tankiness on my healer, because first and foremost your healer needs to heal, and generally speaking you're gonna have enough gear for them to usually live through most stuff. Like otherwise the game's design and balance are gonna be pretty poor at that point. But, you know, healers tend to be cloth users, which are squishy, so, you know, having some particularly defensive options for them can help. Oh, I saw another one over here. What's up, Northrex? I turned the last guy who kept opening me into a EP charge you took earlier, so go ahead, try me. I'm trying you. We're having trout. Wow. Where's my trout? Actually, wife is gonna reheat leftovers from yesterday, so we're gonna have a pretty nice lunch. Wow, their armaments are like way lower. Their master quartz, rather. I thought they would just be right behind them, but nope. Wait, what's in the mail? You're getting trout in the mail? Male trout. It's Der Ziegel again.
ノエルさん、ワチ君、
心配ご無用です。
僕も大丈夫だけど、支援課ってほんと水郷だね。素直に車とかバスを使えばいいのに。
トレーニングにもなるし、一石二鳥でいいだろ。
It gets us treasure. Stop complaining. We'll take the bus next time, you losers.
エリーは本当に体力ついたよな。最初は街道を少し歩いただけで。
誰かさんたちのおかげで鍛えられましたから。それでどうするの？早速町長さんを訪ねてみる？
ああ、そうしよう。町長の家は町に入ってまっすぐ行った突き当たりになるな。
When asked what path we were gonna take, he said socio. He wants to go the socio path. We should be concerned. Hey, barging in. Don't worry about me.
いやあ、君たちわざわざすまなかったね。
よう、しばらくぶりだな。
皆さんご無沙汰しています。
ガンツさんの方は体の調子はどうですか？
ああ、特に後遺症とかもなく元気でやってるよ。本当にありがとう。
Yeah, nobody cares about your well-being, Guns. Get out of here.
元気そうでね。
Shouldn't you be in the mines? Don't you yearn for the mines? Come on, that black lung isn't gonna manifest itself. Get to it.
というところで魔獣が発生したとか。
ああ、町の近くにある数十年前に廃校になった大昔の坑道なんだが。
まあ立ち話もなんですし、そちらに座ってくださいな。今お茶を入れますから。
封鎖されていた入り口の扉が破壊されていた。
ああ、数十年前のものだが、とても頑丈な扉だった。それが何者かに壊されているのを町の人間が発見してね。
2日前には異常がなかったから、多分壊されたのは昨日。まったくふざけたことをしでかす野郎がいたもんだぜ。
気になります。
Who do you think you are, Mr. Big Shot?
中を覗いてみると魔獣が徘徊していたと。
でもまあ昔の行動跡とかなら魔獣がいてもおかしく
Oh, I asked where my trout was. Oh, right.
いや、そうじゃないんだ。
Yeah, it'll probably go bad pretty fast.
あのは行動そのものでね。
Although to be fair, you can get smoked trout in the mail. That lasts pretty much like forever.
なんつうかぼーっと光ってるんだよ。
Smoked trout is really damn good, or smoked salmon specifically. But yeah, smoked salmon's so super fucking good.
それは確かに不気味ですね。
I was doing some research on smoked salmon and like what's the best to get, like for cost effectiveness. And there's a lot of packages that'll be like bits and ends and stuff like that, which apparently is like super cheaper and it's just as good.
何が原因で光っているのか確かに気になりますね。
ああ、町に実害はないんだが、さすがにちょっと気になってね。
お忙しいかとは思ったんだけど。
事情はわかりました。
I hope you don't mind us asking you to do your job. I hope that's not too much to ask. No, actually, I'm super pissed about you giving me my job value by requesting the service.
様子を見てこよう。
ええ、わかったわ。
It's one of those things that like always confused me, where a lot of people get bothered by, like, okay, I understand if you're just like working at a corner store, you don't really want customers to come in and just want to vibe and chill or whatever, right? Because you don't really care about the success. And this is mostly only true for like a chain or something like that, because they're like a huge corporation. They're not really going to fire you for not being able to make customers come in. But if you work for a particular company or service or like mom and pop shop or whatever, like you should be, I think, at least not upset at people requesting the service, because without that requesting service, you don't have a job. You know what I mean? Now that being said, you shouldn't be like bowing down and slaving for your corporate overlords or anything like that. I just mean like more from like a practical perspective. Like, let's say you're like a delivery guy, and like oh no, the fucking delivery, this is bullshit, you know, after you're chilling for 20 minutes and it's like, well, that delivery is probably keeping you in a job, you know. Yeah, that's basically what I'm getting at, is something like that, where you go to the post office and like super pissed that you exist, you know, and you have to request their service. And that's like obviously different, because like government job, you're not beholden to some kind of corporation or whatever, so it should be like, whew, kept at a job. Job security is like patronizing businesses is job security. So obviously, like I said, there's a fine line there between bowing down to corporate overlords and just like being thankful that there's a demand for your job.
ガンツ、皆さんのために道を開けておいてくれ。
ああ、わかったぜ。
The real problem isn't that we have to work, it's that wages aren't high enough and services are too expensive.
そんじゃあ先に行ってるから、準備が済んだら来てくれよな。
よかった本当に元気そうですね
ああ君たちのおかげさただまあギャンブル好きは全然変わっていなくてね
Still addicted to gambling.
そうなんですか
Idiot.
ま
I always find it funny when people are addicted to gambling because I grew up in legal gambling areas, so it's like I know all about the pitfalls of gambling. So when I hear about people going to like Yahoo, let's go gamble money and I'll win big or whatever, because that's like one of our major industries. You know, we don't have state taxes here because gambling is legal. People that come here to gamble pay my state taxes basically, but it's just like the house always wins. That's a very well-known saying, and there's a reason for that. I get like poker though, because poker you're playing against other players. You're not playing against the house. If you're playing against the house, you're playing to lose. You know.
そうだ急鉱山というのは町を出てすぐのところなんですよね
There's an old mine?
少し下ってから北西に登った先にあるわ
何が原因かわからないくれぐれも気をつけてくれ
Well, counting cards isn't as easy as you think it is, and it only goes so far. You can't just be like, well, gonna go count cards and be done with it. Blackjack tables have they have more than one deck in their deck, right? And you never really know how many decks there are. On top of that, like, if a casino thinks that you're counting cards, you're gonna find yourself on your ass pretty soon.
行くよ
行くぞストップ僕のチップ行くぞえって
私任せた上陸かしら
I think this is new. I don't think this was here before.
よう来たな
ええ
What up, gangsta?
これが破壊された扉か
確かに何かで断ち切られていますね
ああ正直人間の力でできるとは思えないんだがでここが急鉱山の入り口だ
Oh, that doesn't look foreboding at all. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Over an infinite timeline, you will lose. Obviously, people win, and casinos love to tell you about people that won, because they know that they made way more money before that person actually won. But they go, look, this person won $10,000. You can do it too. Every time you go up like a escalator or you go down a hallway or something, it's always lined with pictures of those that won big.
どうするロイド場合によっては警備隊の方に連絡してもいいと思うけど
そうですね捜索の手も増やせますし
いやまずは俺たちで内部の様子を調べてみよう手に負えそうになかったら警備隊に応援を要請する
分かったわ
了解しました
まあそれなら準備は万全にした方が良さそうだね
That item's used, as in it used to be mine before you took it. Yeah, what are you gonna do about it? Huh, cool. Neat. Oh, he's dead. Sorry. Oh, it's basically saying finish up anything. Okay. Let's go turn this in then. We're all just piling into the bed in one giant cuddle puddle. Rank up, rank up. Yeah. Oh, information quartz. Nice. Oops, I upgraded her. Whoops. Alright, there's all my slots opened. I don't need to worry about upgrading for a while. Oh, there we go. There, nothing needs to be upgraded for a while. Debating if I really want to spend these points. I think I'm fine, actually. I'll get more quartz that'll fill in the slots. They're not really going to net me very much. I have healing. I have some spells. Actually, I'm actually kind of curious what he has now. What does he actually need with his space in order to get spells, out of curiosity? Looks like water and time, but mostly just space. He needs 7 space to get an AoE. Should be pretty close to that. His main thing is not space, that's why. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He would have 7. Maybe hit, Eagle Eye, and EP cut. Okay. If I had an actual space master quartz, then I'd be able to get that AoE dark matter. Interact with the car, then choose the destination on the map to travel there. You can return to the car. Return the car to the garage by pressing triangle. Deck out your ride by adding recovery functions and changing its appearance. Various options can be acquired in shops or by reading magazines. Neat.
Yosh, iku ka. Yosh, yaru ka. Doko ni ikou ka na? Sa, iku zo.
Yo, what's up, Mr. J? Coming in with the raid. What are you up to today? What's going on? How are you? What were you up to? What were you streaming? Obviously, you're raiding me. Oh. Upgrading all those slots gave me a lot of EP. You know what? It's fine. I'm not really worried about it. Well, welcome in, everybody. I'm BGG. I've been streaming for almost 10 years and play kind of everything. But right now, we have a goal of getting through the Legend of Heroes games. We're on game 5, which is Trails to Azure. So I played Sky 1, 2, and 3, and 0. And we're on this one now. So almost on Cold Steel. Megami Tensei 2. Interesting. We were just talking about the difficulty of the old SMT games and stuff.
それじゃあガンツさん、ちょっと調べてくるので、ここで待っていてください。
Well, thank you for raiding everybody, and thank you for coming in. Let's give you a shout out. I'm so bad at this. So Mr. J plays all sorts of RPGs. He's super chill place to hang out. I like hanging out there. Drop him a follow. Go hang out with him. He has this goal of playing all the SNES RPGs, so definitely some interesting things there. But again, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Kick your feet up and relax. Legend of Heroes games are definitely a vibe. Bow, 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 bow. My bias is I try not to have any bias, but my favorites tend to be Final Fantasy and Xenoblade.
これは確かにちょっと普通じゃないですね。
地面や壁面がぼーっと光っているみたいだけど。それに何かしらこのよどんだ空気は。
正気の類かもしれないね。これは上位属性が働いているかもしれないな。
Oh, that's what's going on. Wazzy is taking over Tio with her like I know everything deal to explain away everything.
あの子ほどじゃないけど結構霊感はある方でね。どうする？このまま奥を調べるのは結構ヤバそうな気がするけど。そうだな。
何かしら。
この音。
いけない。皆さん。
Well, somebody's trying to trap us in here. Interesting. Maybe it's Gantz. Maybe he's still. Well, maybe not.
一体何が。おーい、あんたら聞こえたら返事してくれ。ダメだ。
I don't know about you, but like if that mine were to start exploding, I would probably jump the other way where it's not towards the like putting the entrance in direct line of sight to me, you know, but hey. And then a monster jumps down. Rip. Hey, they actually covered the entrance instead of it just being like rocks that you could very easily climb over. It always bothers me when the game will do like a cave in, but it's like you could clearly just climb over some of the rocks, you know? A lot of games going back as far as the NES and Game Boy. Yeah, SMT is one of the OGs. In fact, there are 4 OGs of RPGs that are still around today. There are more OGs of RPGs, but they're not around today. And it's Square, Final Fantasy, Enix, Dragon Quest, which is now Square Enix, so they're under the same umbrella now. Falcom, which is who made this, and Atlas, who makes SMT and Persona and everything. And they've been around since the NES era making RPGs. Obviously, like Final Fantasy is the juggernaut with Dragon Quest right behind them. Breath of Fire games aren't coming out anymore. They stopped doing Breath of Fire games in the PS2. I mean the PS1. Technically, there's a Breath of Fire 6 that came out like about 10 years ago on mobiles. Yes, I said OGs that are still around today, specifically. Because like I said, there are a lot of other OGs of RPGs like Ultima, the Ultima series, who I forget made those, they're not around anymore and they're not making Ultimas anymore. Not really anyway. But anyway, not a lot of people know that Atlas and Falcom have been around for so long. What I consider Mother and OG? I mean, yeah, but it's not really like, there's only 3 Mother games and they're not really being made anymore. So, I mean, yeah, definitely. any like franchise that started in or around the NES or prior, absolutely. But what I'm getting at is Atlas and Falcom, I think, have actually been around longer than Square, so they were making some of their games before the bigger ones came out. And it's actually an interesting thing because, I mean, obviously Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest are the big ones. And the others, they're not really that popular at all. They don't really sell that well, and they're relatively unheard of amongst most folks. And it's weird because, like, is it because they never adapted and never changed and never evolved? Or is it because they were just first in, and when somebody else decided to come in and like take some concepts of RPGs and flesh them out and polish them out, that's how they got like so much acclaim and just kept that? Who can say? I think it's because they refused to update and change. If you think about it, the three OG RPG developers that have been around forever, that are the least popular, have changed the least as well. Like, every SMT game is basically the same. Every Legend of Heroes game that I played, and that's 5 of them, is basically the same. Dragon Quest games, while they are mostly the same, they still change it up a little bit each time. It's not the same number crunching, it's not the same mechanics, it's not the same exact video game. Everything's just a little bit different here and there to kind of liven it up and everything. But then you look at Final Fantasy, and every game is vastly different from the previous one, and that's the most successful one. Makes you think that kind of just re-releasing the same game with a different name doesn't exactly do too well. People pick up on that, and they don't particularly care for that. Yeah, Dragon Slayer was Falcom's original trilogy of games. That includes Legacy of the Wizard, which you may be able to see right up there. Legacy of the Wizard. I forgot the other two. Ah, dang, they're right on the tip of my tongue. Faxanadu, that's one. And one other one. But yeah, those are Falcom games that are part of the Dragon Slayer trilogy, which is technically in the same universe as the Legend of Heroes games. But like... I think it's mostly just because Falcom is a small developer. They don't have a budget to really change things. So it's like one of those, if it ain't broke, don't fix it things, because they can't afford to try and shake things up. I think that's really the issue there. Plus, they never localized to the West until much, much later, which means that they didn't have an opportunity to hit the major market growth, which was the Western market, especially in the 90s and early 2000s. If these games were part of our childhood as like the other RPGs on the SNES and PlayStation and stuff that we got access to, like we'd have similar memories about them as we do like Breath of Fire or something, you know? Yep. Like I said, Falcom's been around longer than Square. One second, I just need to get up for like half a second. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna get some water while I'm up. So BRB, just a minute. right. Yeah. No, that's true, Jay. Like, not a lot of Atlas stuff was localized. What's really funny is like their like flagship series was SMT, yet tons of other Atlas stuff was localized, and SMT wasn't. For most of it, anyway. It's very, very curious, honestly, why they wouldn't localize their flagship series over other stuff. I think Dragon Quest did a decent job of cracking the Western market first. Final Fantasy 3 wasn't until, or Final Fantasy 1 wasn't until Dragon Quest 3. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, Mr. J. SMT has a lot of like, it's not like religious influence specifically. It's all sorts of religions and mythologies and everything all combined. Like if there's a ghost or goblin or ghoul or god that you can think of, SMT does it. The whole SMT universe is that all these faiths and religions and mythologies, they're all true. And all the gods and demons and everything basically exist in an alternate parallel world to humanity and have influenced them since the beginning of time. That's like the whole like premise of Shin Megami Tensei and Persona games. So like Thor exists, but so does Satan, you know, and so does like all these other like different demons and ghosts from different mythologies. And they're not as godly as they're portrayed. They're just powerful, but not godly. Dick Chariot, yeah. I mean, you know, it's actually kind of funny, Motzi. Like, even though there's a tremendous amount of like sexual phallic design in a lot of the enemies in SMT, it's actually kind of part of the mythology. Because sex and phallic imagery like basically dictates of the vast majority of art and creation theories and all sorts of stuff, you know. I mean, only recently, Kamen Rider, because that's exactly the point that I was getting at, is that they never localized their flagship series, SMT, Shin Megami Tensei. And the thing is that like there were tons of Atlas games that we got throughout the like SNES and PlayStation era, like Ogre Battle. Pretty sure that was Atlas anyway. Anyway, point is that there's tons of Atlas RPGs out there on those older platforms, and if it wasn't for Persona 5's popularity, no one would think of Atlas this day and age. Almost no one. Ogre Battle was Enix? Yeah, that's why I second guessed it, because it was like Tactics Ogre is Enix, and those are in the same universe. So I was like, wait a second, Ogre Battle isn't Atlas.
そういや、どうして君は崩落するのが分かったんだい？
かすかに火薬の匂いを感じて危険だと思ったんだけど。
But yeah, I mean, the only reason we think of SMT and Persona when we hear Atlas is only because of Persona 5. Like, literally, nobody thought of SMT when they said Atlas before then. Not really, anyway. Not like as by a large chunk of the population, maybe, you know, intermittently here and there. Persona 4 was just another random RPG kind of thing.
いや、いくらなんでもこんな場所に残っていないだろう。多分爆薬を使ったトラップが発動したんだと思う。
トラップ でも確かにそうとしか思えないかも。
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's what I mean by some people would still think of it.
なるほど、そうか。ジジジというのは仕掛けの火花の。
What are some Atlas RPGs that came out during the SNES and PlayStation era then? There's Hoshigami, I want to say was it Atlas? Oh, all my PlayStation games are behind me. I'm like looking over there at my other games. And, yeah.
おそらく誰かが中に入ってから退路を断つための仕掛けだろう。ひょっとしたら近くに潜んで遠隔操作で爆破した。
Etrian Odyssey is Atlas, yeah. Although I'm not sure we really got that until much later. DS.
誰がそんなことを。
They published it but didn't develop it. Got it.
まさか入り口の扉を破壊した。
It's funny because I remember that like PlayStation Atlas logo, you know, where it's like the camera's going around the letters and everything, and then it pulls back to see Atlas. And yeah, I can't think of a single Atlas game on the PS2, or sorry, the PS1 or SNES. Odin Sphere was PS2.
ああ、その可能性は高そうだ。何者かは知らないけど、完全にはめられたみたいだ。
そんな。大丈夫ですよ。
They're mostly a publisher in the 90s. Gotcha.
こういう時のために。
I guess that makes more sense than why we got a lot of weird, eclectic collection of games from Atlas and not like their actual developed games or any like cohesive series or anything. That makes a lot more sense.
これって多分動力波が届いていないアラートかも。密閉された場所だと届きにくいってマニュアルに書いてあったわ。そうなんですか。
やれやれ、そう都合よくはいかないか。
仕方ない。こうなったら先へ進もう。もしかしたら別の出口が見つかるかもしれないし、下手にここに残っていたらまた爆破されるかもしれない。
そうですね。遠隔操作の可能性もありますし。
外にいたガンツさんが助けを呼んでくれているとは思うけれど。
Yeah, that's a wild assumption to make. See, my first assumption would be that Gantz was the one that sealed us in here because he was the only one present when we went in. So her assumption about Gantz going to get help when we know that we were trapped in here is really fucking dumb. Like, it's idiotic. This isn't Ellie being super smart and wise or anything like that, which is what the game is trying to portray her as here. It's actually very dumb because it's actually quite, like, reasonable to assume that Gantz was the one that set off the mine trap and locked us in here. But, you know, the game showed us that Gantz wasn't doing anything and went to go and get help, so clearly Ellie is just super smart, apparently. It's an example of bad writing, I'm sorry. They do this a lot, where they make these broad, sweeping assumptions that don't actually make sense or aren't logical based on the situation. They just happen to be correct because the writers are trying to force the player into agreeing with whatever the characters do based on what the writer knows and not what the characters know. So there's this, the reason I'm so like able to read this kind of stuff is because in D&D, I played a lot of D&D, and there's the concept of how to play D&D, and that concept is do not play the game based on the player's knowledge, play the game based on the character's knowledge. So like if you know a particular monster is only weak against a certain thing because you read it in the dungeon or the monster manual, you don't play the game based on that. It's about role playing. It's about playing your character and your character's knowledge in the world. Okay? Yeah, for real. You should know best. I played lots of D&D. Thank you, Tiger, for the 144 bits. And a lot of the time, the game is written from the writer's knowledge perspective and not the character's knowledge perspective. And it's such a slap to my senses because I've been conditioned for so long playing D&D for like my entire life that you play based on the character's knowledge, not your knowledge. Never heard of Jack Bros. She may just not assume that the random miner decided to bomb them, but it's the only safe assumption to make. Not to mention, remember that he was hooked on that drug. What's to say that he's still not hooked on the drug? It actually, the safest assumption to make is that Gauntz did not actually get clean from that drug, and he was still in his aggressive state and being controlled by the cult. That's actually the safest assumption to make, is that he was still on the drug. He came over here to trap us in the mine. He caused the explosion of the door, etc., etc., etc. That's an actual very safe assumption to make. As far as their perspective goes, that's the assumption to make. She even mentions the cultists. She even mentions the cultists.
その減らず口、今は心強いよ。補給はできない。とにかく力を合わせて。
ええ、了解です。
You can now use burst in battle. Burst can be activated when the burst gauge is full. All 4 party members can act. The effects last until the gauge depletes. The gauge increases when attacking and decreases when attacked. Oh. Furthermore, a full gauge. I don't like that. Oh, it increases when attacked or decreases when attacked? It should increase when attacked. Furthermore, a full gauge will eventually drop a level if left unused. To activate burst, highlight the attack command and press left on the D-pad, I think. Effects. Act instantly, no cast time, recover all ailments, interrupt enemy arts and crafts. Cool. I like how they're called arts and crafts. Each chapter features climactic story events in which you will be able to use burst. Ah, okay. When the burst gauge at the top right of the battle screen is full, you can select the burst command. Your party will then dominate the turn order until the gauge has been depleted. During this time, all allies will be cured of status elements, receive a 20% boost to their attack power, and generate crap points automatically. Furthermore, arts that would normally take time to cast will activate immediately. Cool. Additionally, the burst gauge is a reflection of your party's collective morale. It increases each time an ally attacks and fills more quickly when attacking consecutively via Team Rush. Conversely, the gauge will decrease when attacked by an enemy, goes down by 1 level if burst goes unused for multiple turns despite the gauge being at its maximum. Lastly, be aware that burst cannot be activated while 1 or more party members are knocked out. Okay. So that's one of those things where you want to like grind it before a boss and just go ham with it. And then just use it on cooldown otherwise. Successive attacks will fill the burst gauge. When it's full, using the burst command from the menu will activate burst for a set number of turns. Seems to go up pretty slowly. You can select burst under attack in the battle menu when the burst gauge is full. When activated, allies are cured of abnormal statuses and actions can be performed continuously until the burst gauge is depleted. Burst grants 20% attack. However, burst can only be activated with a party of 4 characters. All of them must be able to act. Oh, it's right on the D-pad. It's kind of a bummer that you can't use it like as an interruption like this thing can be, the S-break. Because, like, what if you're attacking to build it up and then the enemy just hits you and then you lose it and then you just gotta like build it back up again? I don't know, just I feel like you should be able to interrupt. Wow, that's cool.
Adios.
Oh, I see. It's 90 times 1.45. Okay. We're all the same level. Chance des! We'll see how far it goes down each time I'm attacked. Or not. Oh, they were summoning allies. It probably goes down about half the rate as it increases, so that's kind of alright. Oh, it doesn't go down if you've already maxed it out. That's good to know. How does a scorpion call for help, by the way? Just want to know, like, what does a scorpion sound like? This is roar! Roar, I'm a scorpion! Roar. Ooh, you're afraid of the scorpion. I'm gonna get ya. Rawr. Or his little catty is like, meow. Scorpion here, I'm gonna sting you. Polka dot dress. It's the romance novel thing. Okay, left or right? I'm gonna say left is the treasure way. Oh, that was right. Level 85. Oh. At least the treasure is at the front of the dungeon instead of in the last game, that treasure was like near the end of the dungeon and it was really high level. So you had to come back to it and go all the way through the dungeon if you wanted to try and open it. Not bad. Oh, it looks like it interrupts your current turn order, so if you had extra turns in queue, then you still get those extra turns. So like, if you have your 4 turns coming next, and you use 2 of them, and then you go into burst mode, you'll still have that last turn after the burst mode ends. So it just basically puts the burst right in there, and just doesn't move the CT gauge at all during that. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how they framed it. So, I mean, I just wanted to make sure that's exactly how it worked. Because saying you get like a burst mode doesn't necessarily mean that those turns are going to count as free turns, you know? They might say it does, and then like it resets the turn order as soon as it's over, kind of thing, which is what a lot of games would do. But there's a clear separation there. Yep, that's why it's probably only specific moments in the story that allow you to do the burst mode. It's making these much more meaty, tanky enemies just as easy, but just take a little bit more time to mash through. You have to be thorough to open all of my buddies in this game. You know what they say, there's no chest for the weary. Ha, like no rest. Friends petrifying. Yosh! Ikimasu! I'm fluent in weeb. Weeb is basically knowing like the things that you hear every now and again in anime repeatedly. And that's it. And they'd be like, I actually know Japanese. No man, you know weeb. Every time I'm about to get my burst, fucking get hit again, or I miss or something. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. That sucks. Mash the button! Mashing the button! Dungeons feel too long for you? You know, I'm pretty sensitive to that kind of thing. And while I do agree that there are definitely some dungeons, especially like End of Sky 2, that were just way too long, I'd say overall, they're usually a pretty good length. Hoppy, thank you for the raid. What's going on? Welcome in. Welcome in. We're in our Legend of Heroes journey to get through all the Legend of Heroes games, so if that is your particular interest, we'll be doing that a lot going forward here. What are we up to today? What's going on in the land of Hoppies? Boy, they're really slowly leveling up their master orbaments. They have so much more XP. Well, Ellie's definitely going to be the major spellcaster there. This only has speed. Like, it has virtually nothing else. It's just speed. Oh, Dark Chronicle, yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I enjoyed Dark Claw too. They had some really ahead of their time tutorials in that game. I think the Master Quartz system is decent, but it feels a little like they took mechanics that already existed and then just like changed them up and gave them a new name. You know, it almost feels like they didn't really develop a new mechanic, they just called it something else slightly. There is definitely more to it than that, but I can't help if it's just because that it's a continuation of the previous game, so the game starts you off at a high level, so they needed something to like inflate the stats. But the problem is that like I don't feel like my stats have been inflated. I feel like I'm just kind of still hitting for beginning of the game levels of damage, you know? I really enjoyed Dark Cloud 1 and 2, yeah. I would say that I had my issues with Dark Cloud 1. Mostly like the durability of your gear and everything was just such a drag. And a lot of the designs were a little bit shallow, but overall I enjoyed myself. Dark Cloud 2 especially I thought was really fun. I mean, if we get a Dark Cloud 2 remaster, it's just Dark Cloud, you know? But a Dark Cloud like HD remaster, or, you know, or like a soft remake could really help liven up the series and give it some new balancing and polish out the mechanics and stuff. Like as a remaster, like just remaster, like not HD remaster, it's pretty much just like the same game, you know, just thrown onto a new, more current console. I really want to play that Fantasy Life thing. I'm just waiting for it to go on sale, I think. That's the one everybody's been talking about in Discord, right? I always dreamed of being plundered by the pirate Shermer. Why did I have to put in a mine? Why did I have to be put in a mine in a landlocked state? It's not soda nah, it's soda nah. What's it mean? A little rusty on that, but it's kind of like, isn't that so kind of thing. Is that right? Don't you agree? That kind of thing. If anything ends with nah, like N-E, nah, just the word N-E, nah, right? Not something that ends with the pronunciation nah, but like comma, nah, basically means don't you agree? Do you not agree? That's essentially what that means. Ikimasu means let's go. Yeah, it's kind of like saying right. You know, if you said like, I think that's cool, right? This is cool, isn't it? You know. I guess you could just say that like sugoi nah would be exactly that. You know, sugoi means awesome or rad or cool, and then nah at the end of that would just be like, right? Sugoi nah would just be like, isn't this cool? I like the Master Chord system, yeah. I think there's a lot of opportunity there for some really unique mechanics. But we're still so early in it that I can't really make a judgment just yet. My name is Inigo Chestoya. You opened my father. Prepare to die. Oh, I love it. Princess Bride is my favorite movie of all time, so any kind of reference to Princess Bride is gonna make me happy. But yeah, I'm just waiting for that Master Chord system to sort of grow a little bit so I can really make a judgment call on it, because the idea seems really cool, but it also feels like it might be like pigeonholing characters into specific builds. But it really depends on how many other Master Quartzes there are that provide alternative and unique builds. because if it's just the 4 and then maybe 1 or 2 more that I get with the other 2 characters when Randy and Tio come back to the party, more than likely, there's not a whole lot there, you know? Especially considering that most of them have very, very, very strong directions in what the build is. It doesn't mean that there's like a lot of opportunities to like kind of go a different balance. It's like, do you want attack? Do you want defense? Or do you want magic? The end, you know? I mean, everybody's got like a different level of like their nerdness, you know? For me, my priority of nerdiness goes video games, movies, anime, like that. For some people, it's like computers, video games, anime, movies. For some people, it's movies, period, you know, and then stamps, who knows, you know what I mean? So like, yeah, whatever. You know, everyone's got their different level of like how much they like a particular nerd subject.
コケにキノコが多いみたいだけど。どう考えてもただの鉱山跡とは思えないような場所ですよね。
光る苔というのはどこかで聞いたことがあるわ。ゼムリアゴケという名前で薬にも使われるそうだけど。
へえ、そんなものがあるのか。
Bioluminescence, bitch!
聞いていた色とは全然違うのよね。別の種類かもしれないわ。
いや、ゼムリアゴケで合ってるよ。
え？
本来ゼムリアゴケは金色の光を放つんだけど、たまに七葉脈の影響を受けて色を変化させることがあるんだ。
そうだったの。
ちなみにキノコの方はホタルダケって種類だね。こちらは本来緑色の光を放つし、ここまで巨大化することはない。どうやら七葉脈の流れに
Damn, VG. I mean, you really just don't care for movies.
七葉脈の流れの異常。
ということはトラップを仕掛けた犯人とは。
To be fair, I don't think my wife has seen very many Star Wars movies, like maybe like half of one kind of thing, you know, she doesn't like Star Wars though.
一日やそこらでこんな風に大量に繁殖するとは。
まあ、そうだね。
でもワジ君、すごく博識だね。
I've seen most of the Bond movies. They're fun. They're fun action movies. They're all right. There's some kind of questionable content here and there, and sometimes they can be a bit hokey, like especially Casino Royale. And I'm talking about the old Casino Royale, not the one with Daniel Craig and Mads Mikkelsen. But yeah, they can be fun.
どこで仕入れた知識なの？
ああ、最近知り合った客に薬草とか詳しい人がいてさ、店で刺しつ刺されつしてる時にいろいろ。
I personally like Daniel Craig over Connery or Pierce Brosnan.
聞くんじゃなかった。
そんなことだろうと思ったよ。
Spaceballs, one of your favorite movies. How do you get half of the jokes? If you've never seen Star Wars.
人聞きが悪いな。あくまでノンアルコールのカクテルなんだけど。
本当かよ。
Using Burst. Burst can only be activated at specific times in the story, but using it effectively when available, it can greatly turn the tides of battle. Why are we redoing this? Yes. Sends Burst boosts attack bar by 20% and automatically regenerates craft points. Crafts become even easier to perform. In addition to curing allied ailments, activating Burst will also cancel all enemy arts and because even the highest level arts can be activated immediately, you can wipe out entire hordes of enemies if you have enough EP to spare. Seize the opportunity to best exploit your enemy's weakness by casting arts during burst mode. Finally, don't forget to take full advantage of the burst during tough boss fights, monster chests, and so on. Have fun. Why did they give me 3 tutorials on burst mode, all repeating the same thing? Am I dumb? Or you just think I'm dumb? Quartz fragment. Quartz fragment? Can be used to restore a certain memory quartz. Memory quartz. I wonder if that is like an item that's not a quartz for your orbiment or something. I'd be interested I'm going to be interested in trying to figure out how to make that. Because if it's like a high level quartz that, you know, you need to find the broken part and then fix it, then that'd be really cool. If it's just some random item, then whatever. Yeah, you know, like, you don't have to treat me like a complete moron, though. You know, give me a simple and clean tutorial. The first one was perfectly fine. That's it. We're done, you know? I think the best part about it was, like, they gave me a battle tutorial, so, like, they gave me an opportunity to use it, and that's all that was needed. That's it. I will say I enjoy the fact that burst builds up very quickly. And I think that's really a solid design of burst. So it's like, it makes you feel cool during this really dangerous time. I enjoy Doctor Who. I would classify any of that into like books or TV shows kind of thing, you know? I guess Doctor Who is big enough that you could just say one of your big nerd things is Doctor Who, period, and not just TV shows in general. So yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't like have like, I mean, I definitely have a preference for Final Fantasy, obviously, but I think for me, my taste in video games is so broad that my nerd thing is just all games, period, you know? Why do they call the Enigma 2 an orbiment? The quartz are square, the frame is square, they should call it the squarement. That's Galdia, Jerry, Galdia. Yep, they sure, well, they're rectangular, not square. All squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. But the joke doesn't work with rectanglement. I think when you have, what is his name? Oh, God. Oh, man. I gotta get the names. Hold on. Yeah, when you have David Tennant and Matt Smith, every doctor is just gonna feel worse. Honestly, I'm sure there are some doctors who can stand up to that, but it's really hard to beat that. I find it really interesting that David Tennant grew up wanting to be the Doctor, and then he got to do exactly that, which is pretty rad. And he's also lauded as the best Doctor ever. Although I will say, I think I stopped watching around season 8, so I don't really know a lot of the more recent Doctors, so I can't really make that judgment call. I will say there was no Doctor that I didn't enjoy. That's cool. To be fair, I mean, it almost feels like every place is 10 minutes away from any other place in Scotland. Not a dig on Scotland, it's just a pretty small country. Upon closer inspection, you notice this chest is made of grimwood. Don't panic, but you've just robbed the relatives of a lawyer. What? I guess technically we're in a mine, so this is private property. So this would be robbing or stealing. At this point, finally, they actually get a stealing joke right. Yeah, I mean, I may live in a big country and even then a big state in a bigger country, but like it's too big. I wouldn't mind if things were a little closer, because outside of my city, there's quite a bit of distance before you get to civilization again. I wonder if you can carry a burst into a different battle. I think you'd have to level it up like right as you get to the end though for that to happen. You can walk to a grocery store in the US. No, that's a complete fabrication. There are plenty of cities. In fact, especially in New York City, you pretty much always walk to a grocery store. Any major like big city, you're probably going to be walking to your grocery store. But people choose to drive a lot of the time. I will say in New York, having a car is not really an option for the most part. It's not a city built for everybody having a car in mind. Now, in most little cities or small towns or something, you're probably going to be driving to your grocery store because they tend to be pretty sparsely spread out. They're not really dense. But yeah, most bigger cities have walkable, like they're walkable cities. You know, you can just go walk down the street, go shopping, get a few things, come back. I definitely do not live in one of those cities. You need a vehicle, like need a vehicle where I live. There's not an option. But there's also like pretty decent public transportation in most cities, I would say. It's not the best, and it definitely needs work. But it's not as bad as a lot of people make it out to be. You admire the chest's curves and luscious locks. Oh, instead of like locks of hair, just like actual physical locks. Ha. Chests don't really have curves though. I mean, some chests have curves. Yeah, I've definitely grown up with grocery stores in very, very walkable distances. Oops, I lost my chance to do my thing. Not a lot of like branching pathways in this dungeon. Everything's pretty much just a very linear path. Damn. I just used it. Oh well. Dark Souls 1 has the best chest in the game. It's definitely a pretty amazing chest.
さあかかってこい俺の番だな行くよ
私のは
I don't get
行くよ
points for doing crafts. It's only basic attacks then. That makes it worse. Substantially worse.
任せて
It's not just actions.
悪いな先に行かせてもらうよ
If this place has been deserted since before the Orbital Revolution, how did I have a quartz inside me? Chew on that one. Bad storytelling. Or, you know, somebody put something in the chest in the vast amounts of time between those two periods and now, you know? It's not a large stretch there. Considering I'm over here looting the chest, that means people are liable to be here and interact with it.
アディオスいい夢を
It's not like it was sealed away.
行くよ
行きは任せてや
僕出直してきなよ行くぞみんなあ
さてと
行くよ僕の
Damn, VG.
さてと
任せて
行きます
俺の番だ出直してきなよ
What's the difference between an RPG protagonist and a rare metal collector? One treasures your steel, and the other steals your treasure. Steel is not a rare metal. I get, like, okay, look, I understand what the joke is trying to say, but, like, they said rare metal collector. Steel is not rare. So, like, if you're gonna make that joke, you know, make it make sense. Maybe just a metal collector. Steel's also not a natural occurring metal, that's true.
みんな行くぞ
私の番ね
Steel is a combination of iron and
私の
iron and tin, I think.
僕の番俺の番僕の番かよしストップ
やろは
僕の番かパーティーの始まりだ
I'm only doing this to cleanse my status ailments because I'm getting a lot of damage against me here.
行くぞやって
私の番ですね
行くぞストップよしもう大丈夫だ
Iron and carbon? I don't know why I got tin from that then. By the way, yeah, it is not a naturally occurring metal. Right, I mean, it's still being combined through the process of multiple metals existing and heat being applied to them. It's an open boss arena, obviously. Hello, have you never seen this before?
For real?
Yeah, I mean, you can see it clearly, can't you? You play it as with 144 bids.
そうだな、危険かもしれないけど、入り口に引き返すしかなさそうだ。行動内を調べた限り、他にトラップはなさそうだし。
しかし消せないね。結局、入り口を破壊してトラップを仕掛けた犯人。
Stopping us from interfering in something and potentially kill
こ
us.
の異常な内部についても直接関係はしてなさそうだし。ひょっとして人形
I'm guessing Kia's in danger. I'm guessing Kia's in danger. Oh no, that's a wild assumption.
確かにかなり怪しげな連中だったよね。
That's a hell of a wild assumption. That's completely idiotic from her perspective. But the player's gonna be like, oh yeah, it's totally them because they know that they're part of the society.
いや、犯人は頑丈な扉を破壊したり、そういう荒事をしそうなタイプには見えなくなかったか。
そうね。一体何者の仕業なんでしょう。
仕掛けられたのが昨日で、支援課に連絡があったのが今日。まるで俺たちを直接狙ったようなタイミングだけど、さすがに考えすぎか。
ロイド、どうしたの？
大丈夫ですか？
いや、とにかく一旦引き返そう。ひょっとしたらガンツさんが応援を呼んだかもしれないし。
Nah, a rescue effort to uncover a cave-in like that would take a lot of time because you need heavy equipment to move very, very heavy stones, or at the very least, equipment to break down the stone. It would take all day, at best, with a very fast mobilization. What? I never would have expected that there'd be a boss here. Whoa. That's a cool looking dragon.
普通の魔獣じゃない。とにかく。なんだ、力が、この振動が力を奪っているのか。まずいね。くそ、エリーとノエルだけでも。
バカなことを言わないでちょうだい。そうですよ。みんなで切り抜けないと。
Can't wait for someone to come out of nowhere and rescue us again. Oh yeah. I mean, I haven't played Pirate Yakuza, but I played Infinite Wealth. Yeah, there's no way he'd be this close behind us. Like, no way he'd be this close behind us. Maybe in like a day's time? Sure. Wolf.
サイトもすごいタイミングじゃない。
話は後だ。このデカブツを撃破する。
Let's sniff this thing.
俺たちの全力を。
わかった。
任せて。目標を
デカブツだ。気抜くなよ。
了解です。
任せてくれ。みんな、
私の番ね。
Accelerate? Oh. Well, that's quite good then.
おっしゃ。
Those team attacks are not doing the good that they did before. Like 2000 now is really not that big of a deal for 2 attacks. It's basically breaking even.
任せてくれ。
That was 1800 just by itself.
任せてくれ。エニグマ、
任せろ。
駆動。
私の番ね。
I thought I had like a defense. Oh, that was Dudley that had the defense down 1. Yeah, burst is basically worthless when it's only... It's not worthless. It's not worthwhile on bosses unless it's already charged, because basic attacks on a boss kind of feels like a waste, doesn't it? That feels like it's weak against, yep, Mirage. Wonder how it stacks up against space. Ugh, that's sad. I'm trying to do some regular attacks to see if it's worth... Oh, okay, that actually did build it up. That gave a lot of it, actually. So magic arts do increase it as well. Okay. Whoops. Aw, damn. Well, that sucks. I'm sealed. I can't do a team rush, and I lose my team rush. If I had known that, I would have cured it when I had the turns. Oh well. The thing is, you don't really get to choose when your burst happens, you know? And if you're having to do a boss fight where there's a lot of back and forth, buffing and recovering and stuff, you're not building up your burst gauge at that point, and so it just goes very slowly. Like, you saw that. It started fresh, and I didn't even get it until the very end of the fight. Why are there things going so slow?
やれやれ、大した戦闘力だね。
本当に助かったよ。
でも一体どうして？
いや、リハビリ訓練が完了してようやくお役御免になったから、そしたらお前らがマインズに向かったって聞いてな。せっかくだから追いかけたらちょうど騒ぎになってたってわけだ。
そうだったのか。
But then how did he get in the mine?
それじゃあひょっとして崩落していた入り口も？
ああ、マインズの行員が総出で撤去してくれたぜ。それで俺だけ先行してお前らを探そうとしたら、ひょっこりこいつまで現れてここまで連れてきてくれるな。お
そうか。
やれやれ、相変わらずとんでもないね。
ザイト、ありがとう。これはお礼にお肉でも買ってこないと。
Alert! Don't worry. Yes, bring the monsters over here.
ガンさん、皆さんも。
おう、お疲れさん。
よかった。無事だったみてえだな。
おかげさまでね。
急いで駆けつけてくださってありがとうございました。
It's gonna be those situations where it's like, I wonder what this is going on right here, and Zai will be like, woof, and then Teal will translate this super complex information about the place that nobody could possibly know, and you could never ever pick that up on some kind of subtle context of a dog woofing. That sounds about on brand for this game.
しかしまさか急鉱山がこんなことになっていたとは。俺たちのヒージーさんあたりが掘っていた坑道だよな。こんな風になっているなんて聞いたことなかった。
Take it easy, Hoppy. Have a good night, dude. Thanks for bringing the friends over. Appreciate the raid. And yeah, we'll be playing this all week, so I'm enjoying myself with the game. And we want to get through all the Legend of Heroes games by the end of the year. So all week we'll be playing this until Saturday, and then if we don't finish it, we keep going on the next week.
そもそもどうしていきなり入り口が崩落したんだ。
とりあえず一旦町に戻りましょう。
You know what's funny though, Motzi? If like the dog actually did woof and then like explain this really complex thing, and it was Earthbound, it would be amazing. Because Earthbound doesn't take itself seriously. It's just a big joke. It's super fun and whimsical and carefree, and it's about the humor of it and less anything else. But this game super takes itself seriously. It's so stuffy in that regard. And I think that's where it loses me from a storytelling perspective, when things are just ridiculously unbelievable. They try to take themselves so seriously and yet don't deliver on a serious plot. After returning to Mainz, Lloyd and the others explained what had happened to Mayor Bixen and the miners. In the end, there was no conclusive evidence pointing to who could have destroyed the gate or laid the trap at the entrance. The surrounding area was searched once again after confirming the absence of any suspicious individuals. The Guardian Force was contacted and additional patrols were requested. Meanwhile, the SS made their way back up to Crossbell City. Unnecessary over elaboration. They could have just told that in what they're actually portraying right now.
いやー、しかしいい車だよな。こんな車を自分で持てたらナンパし放題じゃねえか。
あのな、足に頼るようじゃ。
Oh shit!
まだまだなんじゃないの?
Why is he laying down the law on him?
後輩のくせに生意気な。
Get right, Randy.
さすがに分が悪いわね。
No, he does, yeah. Why has he absolutely destroyed Randy
ラ
there?
ンディ先輩のモテ自慢もワジ君にかかれば型なしですね。
There's no auto advance option. That's why it doesn't do anything like that.
すみません。
I'd really like some auto advance. Thankfully, I'm pretty sure Cold Steel does have auto advance on dialogue. He jumped off. He jumped off and is like running ahead, basically.
一体何者の仕業だったんだろうな。
目的がはっきりしないのが余計に不気味な気がするわね。
I do appreciate that they don't put Lloyd in the front every single time, you know?
爆薬もどこで調達したんでしょう。警備隊でも
If you heard the little kind of sound effect, that was Zeit fucking off.
大方、旧鉱山に残っていた葉っぱを使ったとかじゃないの？ま、僕も火薬についてはあんまり詳しくないけどさ。
いや、違うな。
There's not auto advance in the PS4 version. For whatever reason, the PS4 version got the shaft and never got updated with auto advance or the graphical improvements.
何か知っているの？
The graphical improvements are mostly just higher resolution textures instead of the fuzzy textures that you get here and there, which is typically what a modern release of an old game does. It's not a remaster. It just smooths out textures. It's not really much of a remastering. It's just a, hey, we made the texture not grainy. It's easy to do with 3D because what matters is the fidelity of the polygons, triangles. And as long as you keep that intact, then you're not remastering it or anything like that. You're just providing a smoothed out edge on a polygon in order to fit the resolution of the newer release, you know? It's basically what they do in a port.
火薬を使った重火器は完全に廃れたわけじゃない。正規軍じゃめったに使われないが、未だに好んで使う物好きもいる。特にイエーガーあたり。
まさか。
それって。
まあ、あくまで可能性の話さ。
Yeah, it just doesn't exist in the PS4 version, and that's what I have. So it's actually kind of funny because when I got these games, I specifically got the PS4 versions because I thought that would be the better, more reliable, more stable version over any other versions. Like PC has its own PC issues. Switch, you know, just in case if it's not like crafted very well for the Switch hardware, it could have some frame rate issues. Even though the Switch is more than capable of playing this without any issues, you know, if the craftsmanship is not well, what's the word, organized or whatever. The files aren't organized well. There's a word for it. then it could have performance issues, you know. So I thought PS4 would be the most reliable, most stable. It's not about that. It's about PC just having PC issues all the time, because PC just has issues, because a developer can never account for every single PC build. So there's almost always going to be issues intermittently with some people on PC versions of games, period. That's just the way it goes. So whenever somebody complains about a PC port of a video game, it's like, yeah, that's par for the course. That's just how it goes. Because a developer cannot account for every combination of hardware and software and setting and configuration and whatever. So sometimes intermittently there'll be like an entire like line of video cards that have particular issues, and that's a bummer. But like developers typically, you know, they fix those over time. But still, like, you may have experienced zero issue on PC, but that does not mean that everybody experienced zero issue on PC. Whereas a PS4 or PS5, there is only one hardware configuration, and so it's much easier to develop for. That's why I prefer console in general. Unless it's like an FPS, then I want mouse and keyboard, you know? Although the Trails in the Sky games 1, 2, and 3 are pretty garbage on PC. But they're only on PC, so. Sometimes Songbird, but not always. A lot of games do not allow that. In fact, I was playing the Middle Earth games, the Shadows of Mordor games. Originally, I was gonna play them on. Wait, what was I gonna play them on originally? Wasn't I gonna play them on console? And I couldn't? And I had to get them on PC? Wait. How did that go? Because they were viewer choice games, so they should have been the console versions of them. Which means they should have had PlayStation glyphs, right? But they didn't? How did that problem go? Does anybody remember? Because they were viewer choice games, which means I should have played them on console. And I'm looking at them on my PS4. They're right up there on the shelf. But I remember having to switch it up because they didn't have the right glyphs and they didn't allow for people to switch them either. But if I played the PS4 first, because it's viewer choice, I always play console, then how did they not have the PS glyphs? That's what it was. They didn't have inverted controls. Thank you. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. The Shadows of Mordor, Shadows of War games didn't have inverted control options, which is insane for a game on the PS4. It's insane for a game on the fucking PS2. But anyway, crazy, right? And so I could not play. I've tried like working around the non-inverted, but my brain don't work that way. My brain logical. And so I had to switch to the PC versions, which was very unusual for viewer choice. We always do console if we can. But then when I played the PC versions of the games, they didn't offer options for glyphs to be changed. You could only use the Xbox glyphs, which I don't play any Xbox games. I have like no Xbox games. I only have a 360, you know, and that I didn't even buy. It was given to me by a friend. So like, I can't work with that. And so I had to basically use like a little controller guide. Yeah, it was a mess. And those games were not nearly as good as people suggested they were. Like the Nemesis mechanic was basically completely and utterly pointless. It had no value. You could just ignore it completely. And so the games were all right. They were fun. Don't get me wrong, but they're revered as like masterpieces, and they're really not that great. They're good. They're very solid games. But the fact that they had like no inverted and no like glyph changing or anything like that was just like remarkably low grade in that regard. I mean that's a very like that's a huge no-no. Like it's unbelievable is what it is. But then I'm reminded of Bethesda, and Bethesda intentionally doesn't put inverted options in their games because they don't like people who use inverted and think it's dumb and think they're dumb, and so they intentionally take it out. In fact, so much that on the PS4 there's actually a built-in inverted option where you can invert the controls regardless of what the game offers, and they went to extra measures to make sure that that wouldn't apply to their PS4 games, like the Doom PS4 game and everything like that. So yeah, fuck Bethesda with a rusty spoon, honestly, because they suck. But you know, I don't think that Warner Brothers is that shitty, but still, well, I mean, they're shitty in their own way, but like not from a development perspective. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the games. They were really, really interesting games. I just feel like the Nemesis system wasn't nearly as good as people led me to believe it was. But yeah, there are some like massive faux pas in game design, and not allowing inverted options is definitely one of them. And nowadays, not allowing glyph options, and glyphs are like the buttons that pop up on screen that say press X or something, or press A. Those are glyphs. And so not having options for like PlayStation glyphs was really, really annoying. Ellie explained the details of their encounter with this Imperial Security Lecter Arundel. What a surprise. A politician that's aggressively in favor of a different country that is questionable by its people. Actually a spy for them? What? I'm so surprised by this turn of events.
通商会議を前にして情報収集をしているだけかもしれないけど、どうも一緒にいた赤毛の子が気になるんだよな。
あの子ね。
君にとってはトラウマになったみたいだね。
They're still making casual jokes about it like it's no big deal.
なんだまさか。
Now I'll explain what happened with the red-headed girl that was with Lecter. Why? Why do we need to let Randy in on the joke? This is like a moment that is obviously causing Ellie stress, and it's not like some cute little fun joke. No, because Ilya doesn't molest Rixia.
すごい説得力だな。でも、いつの間にか
They should be like supporting their friend and consoling her, not making casual jokes about it. But you know, there's that casual 90s Wait, no, this game was made in 2012. Oh. Oh.
そういえば、西クロスベル街道で会った人も帝国方面から来たんですよね。
They're still doing it today, Demidot.
あの人も赤毛だったっけ？
ああ、言われてみれば。
レクター大尉とあの子は赤毛でも色合いが違ったけど、考えてみればあの子と赤眼の男はそっくりな色だったかもしれない。ほら。
ひょっとして。
つまり俺の赤毛もそいつらに似てるってわけ。
もしかしなくても心当たりがあるみた
I
い。
actually kind of like how they draw attention to Randy's odd hair color. Like it's unusual. So when they see other people with a similar hair color, it's also unusual, you know? And they like that's important because I mean if you're, especially if they're suspicious and they're trying to find the origin of somebody, which can help determine motive.
参ったな。そうきたかよ。
I will say, like, these things come from Japan, right? And so, like, as far as how progressive Japan is, it's definitely getting a lot better overall, but there's still a lot of that, like, questionable content coming from Japan, especially in anime. I would say with the way things are going, Japan is probably just a little bit behind the US, but the US is kind of going backwards, so they'll probably get ahead of us pretty soon. Shit, it's almost like China's more progressive than the US these days, so it's hard to say. There's a lot of like yes and no back and forth. So you're still gonna get a little bit of it, but we'll see how long that lasts.
ああ、ダドリーさん。出張と聞いていましたが、お戻りになったんですね。
ああ、昼過ぎにだ。エマ君から話は聞いた。世話になったようだな。
いえ、気にしないでください。それよりも何かあったんですか？
ああ、一応お前たちにも伝えておこうと思ってな。ルバーチェア土地の新たな所有者が決まった。
And it's gonna be, yeah. Crimson and I don't think that's what's the name? I think that might be the kid. I mean, it could be like a daughter company of Heiyu, but I think it's actually the Society. I'm guessing the Society.
帝国方面から。一体どういう会社なんですか？
Although there's very little subtlety in the storytelling of these games, when they say, oh, it's probably somebody from the Imperials or something like that, that's probably exactly what it is. There's very little, like, once again, it's that whole, the story is written from the perspective of the writer and not from the perspective of the characters. So there's very little of the, like, what would the characters think about this, not what the writer thinks about it. Because, like, from like a character's perspective, I guess they could, you know, they would probably assume like the Imperials or something like that. That actually kind of makes sense. But like, when I say it might be the Society as a player, like from the outside, you know, with more information than them, but they say the Imperials, it's probably exactly that, because they almost always guess and make assumptions that are like bang on every single time. Because the writer knows more than I do, so I can make an assumption, but the writer won't. Mr. Bloom is not here. Oh, that Orlando. Crimson and Co? Oh. Well, that's really on the nose. It's the guy with the crimson hair with his kid, the one that grew up Ellie. Boy, that's not subtle at all. Not subtle at all. But we don't know what their origins are, so.
ルバーチェの跡地を狙ったか。ノエル、町に着いたら歓楽街に寄ってくれねえか。裏通りの手前まで頼む。
それは構いませんけど。
ランディ、クリムゾン商会っていうのは。
ああ。高級クラブノイエブランを経営する。
What did I tell you? They said it's probably the Imperials, and it's literally the Imperials.
しかしその実態は両兵の赤い星座が持っている資金調達。
用事も済んだし、そろそ
Mwahahaha, we're done here. Shall we mwahahaha our way back? Mwahahaha.
急鉱山とやらに寄っておくか。
せいぜい気をつけて。僕の方はこのままお役目に入らせてもらうよ。
せいぜい頑張りたまえ。
What's his name again? Hippocampus? That's what it is. That's what it is now anyway.
今回の計画での我々の割り振りが決まったよ。 こちらの方は私とナナチュウが担当することになりそうだ。
へえ、あの人が来るのか。ま、今回はいろいろと面倒な連中も動きそうだし、いい判断かもしれないね。
そういうことさ。それとアストラルコードの運用レポートも頼んだよ。低レベルのネットワーク環境でどこまで進化を発揮できるか。
はいはい、暇な時にまとめておくよ。それでは大いなるマスターのために。
What? Wait, that sounds like a .hack random world name.
偉大なるマスターのために。
それじゃあ誰も見ていないけど。
Really? They're introducing convenient villain teleportation? I guess they already kind of had it, didn't they? Just kind of like stepped to the shadows before, so never mind. I hate convenient villain teleporting. It's way too OP, and they just treat it like it's just a exit stage left kind of thing, you know? And it's so You know, okay, there's one thing that bothers me about this story right now, and that is like, obviously there were a million loose ends by the end of the last game, you know, Tia or Kia or whatever the hell her name is, and a lot of the history and backstory of the characters, and there was all sorts of stuff. It really kind of focused on one thing and just had like one plot resolution, and there wasn't really anything connected. And this is supposed to be a continuation of that plot, but like, shouldn't it deal more with the cultist stuff and something that some loose end or something like that? And instead it's just like, now it's the society again. I mean, I guess if the society was responsible for the cult, then I suppose that could make sense. Oh, got it? Thank you. That could make sense, but like, I feel like that's one of those situations where, you know, you go through the whole game and then you finally track down the bad guy and he's like, "Mwahaha, you've fallen right into my plan. Everything was planned from the beginning. Everything that you did, down to the time you picked your nose and you were wiping your ass at 3:42 p.m. exactly. That was all part of my elaborate plan, perfectly executed," you know, kind of thing. And it's just like, it's one of those things that's like, it's written afterwards, you know, like they write the story, they don't care about the details, and they just write in, "Ha ha ha, it was all part of my plan," without actually caring about how elaborate that actually is. It's ridiculous, right? And so it's one of those afterthought write-ins where it makes it feel like the villain was super intelligent and they got you kind of thing. Yeah, like super omniscience or whatever. And that's what this feels like. It feels like they didn't originally plan for this. They just had like the concept of a plan. And they just sort of wrote in whatever they wanted to fill in the gap without actually having that sort of like in mind already. You know what I mean? We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
執行者ナンバー0道化師カンパネルラ。これよりマスターの代理として減塩計画の見届けを開始する。
I hate these declaration type things where they like give their full name and full title and their full position and their full everything, and like it's just so many name drops and expositions without actually having an organic like development of them, especially considering this is a meanwhile in the Fortress of Doom moment, and he's not talking to anybody. Who the fuck you talking to, bro? You're out here by yourself in the rain, idiot. You know? Yes, park in the middle of the road. Really solid job. Awesome.
ランディ、
追いかけましょう。
Aww. The burst gauge will be temporarily disabled after the climax of each chapter. However, it will become available again when the story approaches another climactic point. Once that happens, the burst gauge will reappear at the top right. Yes, we know. We already detailed that. You told us all about it. That makes me feel like it's end of chapter 1 pretty soon. Thank you for my acknowledging my full name and title. Oh look, that guy's there too. Uncle, huh?
久しぶりだね、ランディに。
2年ぶりか。変わってないようだな。
ランディ、
昨日の人たち。
怪しい連中が揃い踏みか。
やっぱり彼氏、このおっさんの身内だったか。そっくりな髪の色だったからまさかとは思ったけどよ。
レクター隊、
今回の買収について。
ああ、ちょいと裏工作。
The stupid thing is like they're trying to have like such a heavy moment here when like we know nothing about them. We were very friendly with the girl earlier, at least portrayed as friendly. And even with the guy, he's just like, hey man, what's up? Okay, bye. You know, like just because he's imposing doesn't mean like we have to automatically label him a bad guy. I mean, the game is framing them as bad guys without actually having them do bad things yet. Like you can do that heaviness once they actually start doing bad things and we realize, whoa, they're not our friends. We need to watch ourselves. You know what I mean?
いやー、なんとかヘイユへのメガネを出し抜けてよかったぜ。
楽しみだな。東方人外の時は撤退したけど、今度は思いっきり遊べそう。
東方人外。
去年カルバードでヘイユへとやらかした戦争なおじき。どうしてクロスベルに来た？
Randy's hesitance is the only thing that gives credibility to the heaviness of the scene here, I will say.
一体何をするつもりだ？
Because Randy knows better.
ビジネスに決まってるだろ。それよりもランドルフ、貴様に伝えておく。
Randolph, lol.
兄貴が言ったぞ。
Oh, would that be his dad?
半年ほど前だ。西風の頭と相打ちだった。
長年の宿敵同士である東進と両兵王の決着。もうほんとすごかったんだから。
I don't think he really cares though. His dad was known as like the butcher god or the war god or killing and butchering and killing.
最後まで戦いながら行ったってことかよ。満足そうだっただろ
うん、すっごく楽しそうだった。いいなあ、シャーリーもあんな相手が欲しいよ。
ま、兄貴も悔いはないだろう。どこぞで迷ってる不詳の息子のこと以外。
Can't say I remember Pokemon X and Y very much.
休暇は終わりだ、ランドル。いずれ話があるから体を開けておくがいい。
またね、ランディに。
そんじゃ、お疲れさん。
So that dude is like an imperial politician. He basically made it possible for them to acquire that building.
ランディ先輩。
あの二人、ランディの。
Turns out that somewhat friendly guy is actually not friendly at all.
赤い星座の副団長シグムント・オルランド、その娘で部隊長の一人。俺のおじきといとこで最強最悪の戦記どもだ。
Oh, now I know why it's raining. All so they could set up that lightning bolt.
大変でしたね。
Out of sight, out of mind. Ayo. The West Zemeria Trade Conference, proposed by Crossbell's newly elected mayor, Dieter Croy. The international summit was set to host a number of prominent heads of state. Additionally, the opening of the conference would double as the unveiling of Crossbell's new City Hall building. Oh, its name, Orcus Tower. That's why this old City Hall was converted into a civic building. At 40 stories and 250 yards tall, the structure marked the continent's first true skyscraper and was garnering attention all across Zemeria. One day remained before the international dignitaries arrived in Crossbell, as well as the unveiling of Orcus Tower. In light of this, the special sports section was called to police the headquarters to attend a meeting on security measures. This is giving me very Yakuza vibes where, like, everything's building up to have, like, epic climactic ending at the top of the tower, you know? But I don't think that's the case. I think maybe the end of a chapter. It actually almost feels as if the building will be a target for terrorists, and it'll come crumbling down, and that'll be the big disaster that happens. One of those two. It's a prominent focal point for the story on purpose, because either the culminating finale is going to happen on the top of the tower, or it'll be destroyed. But I'm leaning more towards the former, because it's Legend of Heroes. Nobody dies, you know? Wow, that would be really fucked up, because wasn't 9/11 like 2011? So this would be like the year after that was done.
こちらも会議終了までは総員で当たることになりそうだ。
なお警備対策本部は捜査一課で運営している状況です。考えられる限りの非常事態に対応できると自負していますが、
どんなに厳重な警備体制も決して完璧ではありえない。そこで
Oh, it's 2001, not 2011. Okay. I guess that felt a little bit more recent than I remember. I just exact numbers I get confused with, so the one was what was more important.
お伝えしているように、セルゲイ課長には障害担当として対策本部に詰めていただきます。
Still, I do think even if they did that, it would be a little insensitive even 10 years afterwards. There are very intermittent few deaths in Trails games. Which is weird because, like, in Japan, media that's geared towards kids and young adults, like teenagers and preteens, can still have death in it. Hell, even Disney has death in it, you know? So it's almost like sometimes it makes it feel like these games are written for like 5-year-olds and not 15-year-olds. You know, sometimes it makes me feel that way because they really have the kid gloves on everywhere, you know?
とにかくいろんなところに顔を突っ込んでるからな。それで資格をついたやり方で有利な捜査体制を確立。
絡めてのセルゲイの面目躍如ということだ。
Sergei the Scrotus? Oh, Scrutinous. Scrutinous.
よしてくださいよ。昔の話。
絡めてのセルゲイ。
Is that like the hero Testicles?
なるほどという呼ばれ方ですね。
He always goes balls in, you know? Balls to the wall. Testicles. He's always balls to the wall. That's why he's so famous.
それでこいつらに関してはいいんだな。
ええ、構いません。彼らにはしばらく友軍として動いてもらおうと思います。
友軍ということは
通常の支援活動を行いながら何かあればバックアップに回れるようにするんですね。
ああ、その通りだ。遊撃士協会と同じスタンスだが、彼らに頼り切るわけにも、それにあんな連中が入り込んできた以上、予想外の事態への保険は欲しい。
Those are yams? Oh, they look like potatoes almost. Oh, okay, cool. I'm about it. I'm about it. That's apparently a scorpion. It looks like the Big Dipper. I don't know what Scorpio's constellation looks like though.
現在多数の所属メンバーがクロスベル入りしていることがちなみに1年ほど前あのヘイユへと共和国方面で大規模な
物騒な連中だなってことはこの町でヘイユへと構想の続きをするつもりなのか
Hey you Pikachu
いえ基本的に両兵団はミラによって動く連中です
No, I mean, I guess they're a mercenary force, right? It just happened that the society used the Jaegers for their force. I think they hired the Jaeger forces, right? Jaegers aren't part of the society; they were just hired by them. I think. I mean, I guess that even if that were not the case, and they were part of society, at least that would probably be the perception of the Jaegers. For the police force is that they're motivated by money.
そうだな。俺まあな縄張りを重視するマフィアと違って両兵団にはミラと戦場が全てだ。昨日の敵は今日の味方。その逆も日常茶飯事にあり得る。
Lovely.
その意味で以前の構想を引っ張るというのはねえだろう。
そうなると一つの謎が浮上してくるわけだ。どうして赤い星座がクロスベル入りしたのかっていう
一家でも探ってはいるがその目的は未だ判明していないただ帝国政府の後押しを受けているのは確実なようだな
通商会議に関係することで何かを行おうとしているもしくは共和国系の兵ゆへの台頭を抑えるのが狙いでしょうか
Yeah, there's still a lot of muddy water on that, you know, not everything's so clear.
いずれにせよ、総称会議において無視できる要素じゃないってのは。
ええ、無論です。ちなみに赤い星座だが、クロスベル市の周辺にも何度か。
You know, I will say this, like, I may criticize this game series a lot, but I'm clearly paying attention, you know? Which means I'm interested in it. So, as much as I may criticize the series, I am still in it, you know what I mean? But, I mean, I've said many times, I don't think the series is bad. I just think the story is not as good as what people tend to say it is, you know?
もし各地を回ることがあれば、そのあたりの動向も探ってほしい。
了解しました。それでは、支援要請に対応しつつ、
何かありましたら各方面に応援に行きますのでいつでも連絡してください。
Well, at least you recognize it.
頼りにしてるぜ。遠慮なく頼らせてもらうぞ。
Chapter 2, the West America Trade Conference. The things that frustrate us leave more of an impression, I feel. Yeah, sort of. I would say the things that frustrate you and the things that really speak to you are both. You know what I mean? Like, when I think about playing a game that really just is absolutely amazing, my first thought goes to, like, Final Fantasy VII Remake or something like that. You know, and it did that joy that it gave me. Monster Extermination on Old Amarca Road. Stargazer Tower. Medical college. Training exercise at the Tangrel Gate. I would never do that intentionally. You know, I would never sit there and be like, "Oh, you like this? Let me tear it down." You know, I would always just say like, "Oh, you know, you find it interesting. I didn't." That's all there is to it. Of course, I don't find it uninteresting. There's a lot I like about these games, and oftentimes like the world building and the pieces coming together and everything are things that I'm interested in. Honestly, I would say the biggest flaw of the game's story isn't the story, it's the writing. Specifically the writing just feels very like childish and amateurish and not like creating logical situations and logical reactions. But the pieces and all the stuff coming together is very nice.
ああ、副司令になられる前は警察学校の教官をされていたんだ。
Of course.
基礎体力の向上から格闘訓練、トンファーによる制圧術なんかを
もともと警備隊のホープとして期待されていた方だったんです。でもあの前警備隊司令に疎まれて。
俺も演習で世話になったが凄まじくタフな兄さんだよな。戦闘力で言ったら多分。
なるほど、ずいぶんすごそうな方ね。でも警備隊との関係を考えると。
ああ、挨拶がてら行ってみよう。それとウルスラ病院に新たに赴任した
ヨアヒムに代わって薬学と神経科の両部門を引き継ぐ人物。まあどうしても警戒しちまうな。
That's a dumb assumption to make just because that's where Joachim was.
このセイランドっていうのはどこかで聞いたことがあるね。確かレミフェリアあたりで有名な。
It's gonna be that doctor guy we saw. Guaranteed. That's why Randy is already saying we better watch out for them because the game is like slapping you in the face with an assumption about whether or not we need to watch out for them.
太閤家ともゆかりのある名家だけど、その関係者の可能性はあるかも。
そうなるとそこまで怪しい人物。
It'd be nice to be proven wrong.
まあいい、例の薬についての話もあるみたいだし。
君の憧れのお姉さんもいるみたいだしね。ナース服が凄まじく似合ってる聖女様みたいな人なんだって。
いや、セシル姉は昔からお世話になっているだけで。っていうかワジ、面識ないのになんで知ってるんだよ。
悪い悪い、俺が話しちまった。
ランディ、お前な。
How dare you mention that I have a sister? Well, not even a blood sister, just more like a very close, almost sister-in-law.
ちょっと動揺しすぎだわ。
How dare you mention that she exists?
星みたいですね。確かに素敵な人だったからわかる気がしますけど。
まあそれはそれとして、その先生に会う前にセシル姉には話を聞いておき。ヨアヒムが残したダメージから病院が立ち直れているかもしん。
そうね。あ、でもしずくちゃんは今日は町に来ている。
How would we be privy to that knowledge?
キヤちゃんがギルドに遊びに行ってたし。
ああ、今日は一日しずくちゃんと遊ぶんだってギルドにいるだろうから、時間があったら行ってみよう。
Babysitter. It's that weird anime trope of like big sister, little brother, romantic tension thing that's so gross. And even though she's not like actual sister, they treat it like that, and it's just that's why. Anime is full of some really weird shit sometimes, and then so often it's treated just like a silly joke, like haha, knee slapper.
普段も会ったことがあるらしくて、すごく騒いでいましたよ。
なるほどね。
I mean, whenever I go out, I like to get a margarita because I love margaritas. But I mean, hot wings, like buffalo hot wings or something like that. Man, I love hot wings. Love them.
となると、今日は挨拶がてら赤い星座って連中の動向なんかも探りながら。
ワジ。
君ね。
ああ、いい。こいつのツッコミももっともだ。元身内が言うのもなんだが、あの連中は正直シャレにならねえ。多分急鉱山に爆薬を仕掛けたのも連中の可能性が高いだろうしな。
ランディ。
そんな風に決めつけなくてもいいんじゃ。
おじきとシャーリー、あの二人のことはよく知っている。断言はできない。支援家の力量を試したんだ。古巣を捨てた俺が流れ着いたのが
Oh, that actually makes sense. Randy's actually drawing a logical conclusion here. Yeah, but I mean, Estelle and Joshua are actually romantically involved, and like, their situation was not so like blatantly brother sister, you know? It was more like Joshua was a rescue, you know, that happened to be staying with them. They never really acted like brother and sister. Not to mention they're the same age. Actually, Joshua's older. A little bit. Which is pretty typical with those kinds of relationships where the guy is always older. There's a reason for that, and it's not a good one. Yeah, exactly. They were treated like more like childhood friends, yeah. But now they actually are romantically involved, as per the story canon.
あくまで特務支援家としてだ。俺たちにはランディが必要だし、ランディを一人にするつもりもない。ランディだって一人で動いてだったら勝手に動くなんて。
Can you stop talking so I can eat my food? Fuck's sake.
相変わらず大した口説き文句だね。
でもその通りですよ。こういう時に力を合わせるのが特務支援家なんですよね。
ええ、もうあの教団事件でも私たちは全員の力を合わせて立ちランディ、今回も同じではないの？
悪い、つまらないことを言いかけたみてえだ。
ああ、まったくだ。とにかく車もあることだし、今日は支援要請を片付けながら郊外を回ってみよう。ベルガード門やアルモリカ村にも足を伸ばしてもいいかもしれない。
そうね、久しぶり。そういえばソーニャ司令の方はベルガード門にいらっしゃるのよね。
ええ、そのはずです。通商会議に向けての対応で
ミレイユのやつもいるはずだし、そっちに顔を出してもいいかもな。
それじゃあ。
When there are 4 or more people in your party, any extra members would like to support members. Support members remain outside of the front lines. Same deal. Son of a bitch. Yeah, there's just way too much like slice of life kind of stuff. You know, small irrelevant conversations and then over elaborations on everything emotional.
それに段を抜けた時に俺何も感じないわけじゃねえが、ま、サバサバしたもんだぜ。
そっか。でも気が向いたらいろいろと聞かせてくれよな。一応リーダーとして相談に乗れることがあるかもしれないしさ。
My advice, mind your damn business.
違う違う。なんだかんだ言ってお前も成長してると思ってな。
Nah, it's a good friend of it's being a good friend as Lloyd. Lloyd is being a good friend here to be like, hey man, I'm here for you, bro.
ま、気が向いたら相談するかもしれない。その時はよろしく頼むぜ。
But at the end of the day, sometimes it's hard to forget that they're police officers and they're coworkers and they're not buddies, you know?
何してるの？
二人とも。
ごめん、すぐ行く。
そんじゃあ、ぼちぼちお仕事。
You know, access all of Crossbell via the Orbital car. Orbital car is parked in the rear entrance. Feel free to use it as you see fit. Alright, I just wanted to post up here where there's some actual movement on the screen. And then I'm going to turn off my camera and I'm going to eat my food. I tried eating as I was playing yesterday and it just ended up being confusing to both of those things as opposed to just focusing on it. I didn't really save any time either. I thought with a lot of dialogue I'd be able to, like, you know, have the story go without auto advance. Doesn't really work out. If I had auto advance, rip not getting the Switch version. I thought about getting the Switch version too because I thought these would be really good for the Switch as like little, you know, Because handheld, simple RPG without a lot of graphical fidelity, really good option for the Switch, you know? Like the Ryza games are really awesome for the Switch for the same reason. You know, games you don't really care about, like, because they're not going to be like really, really high fidelity or awesome cutscenes that you really want to watch in detail. That being said, the Switch is still a home console, so it's not like you can have it up on the big screen. I just tend to play it handheld. The voice is coming from inside the house! Might like these yams even more. No, it's not exclusive to the Switch version, but the PlayStation version does not have it at all. I don't think I'm going to get Auto Advance until the next game. Which is a bit of a bummer. It's not the end of the world, though. Well, I mean, I guess we'll find out if the end of the world is caused by a lack of auto advance. Maybe somebody gets so annoyed by not having auto advance on a game that they go on like this epic crusade to, you know, do bad stuff. Leads to the end of the world. I'll teach everyone not to have auto advance. Rawr. I mean, that's most auto advances, Kamen Rider, so I think it'll be fine. I've had that happen before. Hell, I skip massive amounts of dialogue with manual advance way more than I ever have with auto advance. But it's whatever, you know. Y'all got anything interesting for lunch or dinner? Just realized I'm missing something. There's supposed to be broccoli on this plate. Gonna have to give the chef a piece of my mind. Not really. Cats have been known to eat broccoli before. I want to say it's one of the few vegetables that are actually fine for cats. I think most green vegetables are okay. Always best to look it up first, though. I want to say most games of that era have like a log though that you can open up and go back and check the dialogue. I find when it auto advances and it's not voice acted and it goes too fast, I find that way more annoying than just like accidentally skipping something. I mean, I like the idea behind it, but I don't think it really does a super great job because it's mostly just kind of whatever dialogue about a bunch of characters you don't give a shit about. I like the way Lunar does it because not only do they offer like little tidbits of, you know, passage of time and how they feel about the particular thing that's happening, but there's a lot of humor behind it. And honestly, I feel like that's what this game is missing the most in the storytelling is levity. Their form of levity is generic offensive anime tropes, you know, which I've seen that joke 500 times. I don't need to hear that joke 500 more times. That's what I don't like about tropes, is they try to get away with a joke, but it's not even their joke. It's just a joke that, you know, everybody's seen 5 million times if they've watched one anime episode. What's up, Kim? And there's always a place for some tropes, and that's fine. And you could definitely make old tropes feel fresh. You know, it's not like a faux pas or anything. But when you rely on the exact same delivery and you try to force it in there all the time, you know, it's just... It gets a little boring. Get a little predictable, you know? Yeah. It's like watching the same movie 500 times and then laughing at the same joke as if it's the first time you heard it. So there just needs to be some growth there. And a lot of games handle games, anime, stories, whatever, handle those tropes really well. And they have a unique delivery, or there's a little bit of a twist to it or something, you know? Something. We don't need the same thing that's existed for decades, used 100 times over. Alright, I'll be back. I just need to take my plate in, and we'll get rolling again. All right. Food consumed. Stomach full, bladder empty. Let's get this back on. And I have a precious little kitty on my desk, hanging out with me now. And got a cup of tea. Alrighty then. I want to say these little bits are almost smaller. But I will say they're definitely bigger than those lines. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to say 5 more, which is 3, 4, finale. So maybe there's either 2 more chapters, so 6 chapters, with finale being 7 and the prologue being 8. Or there's going to be some more of these. Okay. So, Old Mark Road and the library. First things I want to do though is actually buy new weapons and then upgrade them. Crime Buster! Did I drink water today? I drink water every day. These are quite a bit more defense. I'm gonna want all 4. Let's go upgrade first. Big upgrade. I should probably get Ellie's new weapon, but I don't need to upgrade it. And there's no upgrading for the armor. But I wanted to do that first because now I know what I'm not going to have equipped. So I can sell that. Oh. Do I want to though? Kind of gave the impression that that exchange shop takes weapons as well, but I suppose I can rebuy them. So there shouldn't be a problem if I really want something. Crossfire! Oh yeah. Not enough to get 3 armors. Those are 100 each? I was able to get those like crazy. 12, 14 will give me enough. Yeah, it's like 50 defense. Much needed. Let's see if I can get level 2 ornaments or quartz as well. Not just level 2, but the additional status one as well. Okay. Interesting how the status ones are not, the second status one is not better than the second standard one. Usually those are better. That actually is helpful because I don't really care for most of these. So. Ooh, action 2 already. And cast 1. Confuse was totally different in the last game. It was like one of every color. Obviously not the case now. All right, so let's do some massive upgrading here. Do I probably want both of these. I want to try and get Holy Breath. I think when she gets the upgrade. I suppose I probably want to get him some healing. Art's effect range? I mean, I really only want it because of the space, but it only has 2, so... And I think I wanted... Yeah, I have Dark Matter, so we're good now. I don't really care at that point. We're not really going to get much better than that. I think Evade would be better on him because he already has a really strong Evade, so... Building off of that would make him a really good counter attacker. And since it's percentage based, this would be better on him. She only needs 1 for Holy Wind, I think, Holy Breath. So I can get rid of shield and give her action and then cast. Why can't I put action here? Same. Oh, he already has action 1 on. Ha! Didn't even see that. I was looking for it too. That doesn't actually give him the thing, so I'll give him shield 2. Should that be enough? No, it's wind that I need more of. That's fine. This will work for now. I want to see if there's like a... Oh, Calamity's Edge, really? Isn't that the AoE one? Can I not actually, like... There we go. Line in this one. It's a line in this one still. It's not bad. But he's got Dark Matter. Let's take a peek at what we can potentially get here, because I feel like there's an opportunity for Ellie to get an AoE spell. Looks like it's Death Spiral. Calamity's Edge is the line, which is... I find that enemies just get out of the line all the way, or you can only hit a couple of them. They're not very good unless they're really thick. So Death Spiral would be ideal. 2 space, 2 Mirage, and 7 time. Is that even really feasible? Well, she has 5 time. That's one more, so EP2 might be it. Let's see what EP2 actually gives. Don't have EP2 yet, okay. The only thing would be then Impede, and I don't have enough for it. Which would give her some wind, actually, which would help her get the Holy Breath healing still. With that being a forced wind slot, 3, that's 4 wind. I mean, that's plenty, and then that'll give her all the water that she needs. What do I need for Holy Wind exactly? Or Holy Breath. Oh, it's 10 wind. Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna get that for a while unless I really focus on it. 10. I might honestly need, by this, like the 3rd chapter, probably gonna need to work on that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9 when this levels up soon. And that just means like I just need like move 2 instead of blind. And then it would be fine. She'd have the 10 that she needs. Don't have move 2. I'm sure I'll find it. Okay. I think we're fine. I think we'll be okay. I'm just gonna need better other things in order to get the time that she needs in order to get Calamity's Edge, which a medium AoE is really not that big of a deal anyway. It's not that much of an upgrade from a line, because medium AoEs aren't that big, and Calamity's Edge is a target instead of a place on the field, so it doesn't really help. You can't really put it in between 2 enemies, you know, so it has to, they really have to be bunched up in order to make it useful with a medium AoE, so not really all that important. In fact, it would probably be better to prioritize Aerial on her since wind is such a focus. And that is 2 space and 5 wind. Which she only has 1 space. So really she just needs a space in order to get that. I wonder if like I could do this and then like I mean, that would be good. Still has Breath. And now she has Calamity's Edge. Wait. Is that the one I was thinking of? I was thinking of Death Spiral. But I was concerned more about Aerial 5 and 2. She doesn't have Aerial? There it is. No, that's Arrow Sickle. What is she missing? 5 and 2. Maybe it's 2 Earth and not 2 Space? It felt like Space and not Earth. It was Earth, apparently. Okay. I thought space was the more golden one and Earth was more brown and dull. That's fine. There, she has Ariel. He has... Dark Matter. What moment of gaming would you consider gave the most challenge? A roguelike Dungeons from Grim Dawn for you. Honestly, my first playthrough of Dark Souls was really challenging. It was really my first real experience with Soulsborne games. And obviously, like, I've learned so much since then, and it's not really all that difficult anymore to do a Soulsborne game, because, you know, I understand the designs of it, but I died 500 times in total getting through Dark Souls 1. So, quite an ordeal. And yeah, clip that grass enemy. What? The last time you opened me, it sort of awoke something. Oh. It's not. It's more sexual. It's like, oh yeah, clip that grass into me. Tinkle earring. Still haven't been told what this tower is for, so as far as I'm concerned, welcome to the Crossbell Chest Tower. Prevent sleep. But yeah, I remember struggling really quite a bit on some of the bosses in Dark Souls 1, first time I played it. But, there's definitely gotta be challenges beyond that, you know? By the way, 500 deaths in a single game is nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, I think that I agree with that. Those games are really good at making you feel like a badass Jedi without making it too easy on you. I definitely really enjoyed the Soulsborne Jedi games. Those are really fun. Those are Jedi, what are they called? Jedi something, and then... Honestly, they're games that I didn't 100% that I really want to go back. Fallen Order and, yeah, Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor, yeah. I really want to go back and, like, 100% those games. They were just so good. And they had some collectibles that I just didn't 100% on, you know? When I went back and played Bloodborne after being experienced with Soulsborne games, and Bloodborne was easy. Like, it's not a challenging game like a lot of the other Soulsborne games are. I didn't even use the gun parry thing at all. I never used it. I didn't think it was a good system. And I pretty much one-shot most bosses, including the final boss. In fact, there were like only 3 bosses that I actually lost a life on, you know? And most of those were because they had really cheesy mechanics. So I think Bloodborne in general is just not that difficult, especially considering that you can just grind up healing. Well, you have to actually have to grind up healing, which makes it really annoying, actually. It's funny because everybody talks so much good stuff about Bloodborne, but I think Bloodborne is severely lacking, honestly. It's too easy for a Soulsborne, and you have to grind your healing, which is just dumb. Cast 1. I'd love to cast 1 too, but the fishing spot is way over there. Ha ha ha! That's a good one. Okay. Yeah, I think most people that are like afraid of playing Dark Souls type games just need to play one and just get through it, you know, embrace the challenge, and none of the other ones will provide a challenge for you anymore. Like, they'll still be enjoyable and challenging, but they won't be that first Soulsborne, Souls-like challenge that you experienced, you know? And I definitely am of the mind where it's like when you're experiencing something and you play a new game and you find it easy, it's not because it's easy, it's because you're experienced. But I mean, I died plenty on Dark Souls 2 and 3. Bloodborne, I walked through that game. Like, it was just easy, you know? Well, I definitely didn't grind in order to win Dark Souls, or Bloodborne rather. Scratched in the bottom of the chest is a heart containing Anton Plus. The name on the right side has been written over so many times to read. Oh dear. Oh, Anton, that's that one guy. Dumpings. There was one point in Dark Souls 2 that was just complete and utter ass because of the way Estus is handled. You basically have to find like super rare, super hidden items in order to increase your Estus. And there's this like 2 stone golem warrior type boss that stumped me for a very long time because it's horribly designed, on top of I only had 1 Estus. 1 unlocked. So 1 heal and that was it. It's very frustrating. Everything after that was pretty much just super smooth. Yep, yeah, you start on a small ledge and you have to drop down and take damage in order to actually get into the fight. Oh yeah, the treasure one. Somebody treasure, something treasure. Another crab's treasure, I think is what it's called. I mean, I'm interested in it. I've heard it's very short though. Looks like U materials are now drops, which is kind of huge because those are my crafting materials. As long as they continue to be U material, then yeah. I forgot to get Ellie's weapon, although I'm completely broke, so that's probably a good idea that I didn't bother. I know I have Salt and Sanctuary, but I never really played it. I think I turned it on for a little bit and just didn't have enough time. Like, it's one of those things where you turn it on, check it out, and go, cool, neat, I'll play this later, and then never do. Looks like the Master Quartz XP gain is the same, like, kind of reverse scaling of XP, so I'm noticing big jumps in the XP on the Master Quartz, which means that eventually everybody will catch up, and it won't be such a huge gap. Sort of, maybe not actually. They're still way ahead. I like the aesthetic of it. It's really cool. I got a lot of games on my backlog. I'll eventually get to them all. Did he just run? Wow! Crimson & Co. is starting its own line of oil paints. Its flagship pigment is the Scarlet Ochre. Ochre is a very brown red, but it is a red. And Scarlet is obviously a tone of red as well. I mean, it really depends. Streaming for a living does help me catch up on my backlog, so there's that. But having a broad taste in video games also means that my backlog grows every time new games come out. But I will say that I'm somewhat picky about my games, not by genre, but by quality. So if I'm gonna put something on my backlog, or if I'm gonna purchase something, it's gonna be because I feel like it has some good production value, good effort put into the development of it, and it looks actually interesting and fun. Oh, that's Ellie's. Okay, so, yep, that's 2 more as expected. Just tons of speed. Now I just need 1 more wind? No, I need 10 wind and 3 blue. And it costs so much EP that it would just ruin. It would just completely take all my EP in one cast. So I don't think I'm gonna get Holy Wind this chapter. So I'm not gonna try to stress getting it. I would need to upgrade all of her slots to give her enough EP to actually like reasonably cast that, because she'd need to have like 800 EP plus, like 250 EP, man. Maybe we get way more EP because of our high level. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's because as a kid, you don't really care. You just want a game. Like, you don't really care what the game is. You just like, I want to play video games, you know? I feel like a lot of what you end up getting as a kid shapes your interests later on, though. Like, if you get all, I grew up with a lot of RPGs. I was wanting more RPGs. Yep, that's what I do, Demi. I stick any kind of game that looks interesting on a wish list, and then I wait for like an ultra sale to go up, and once it does, then I'll decide if I want to pick it up at that point. If only all Trails fans would stock up on battle scopes, then they could finally stop arguing about power levels. Okay. Increase the chance of escaping. Is 8 time gonna do anything for me? For that matter, is 2 wind gonna do anything for me? I would get Calamity Claw if I had 8 time, which is excellent. But if I go down to 4 or 3 wind, I still have breath as long as I have 4. I won't have aerial, but he's got the other one, so who cares? So... oh, he'd go down to 3. So I'd need something else with wind on it, like... Well, yeah, it would be this one, so we'd go down to... Yeah. Yeah, Calamity Claw. That's worth it for the lack of losing evasion. I'll take it. Calamity Claw is awesome. It's a very, very big radius, speed down. And speed is pretty much the king in this game. Like once, you know, once your stats are fine in other regard, speed is the great divider. At that point, getting really good speed versus your opponent gives you a lot of extra turns. It's also really important to know, Mr. J, that like game development these days is a really bloated industry. There are so many just slopped together nonsense games that just aren't very high effort at all. And so not purchasing those kinds of games means that developers get the message that they need to work harder at making better games. Ah, I didn't stun it. Didn't care for Tales of Symphonia when it came out. And I'm not really sure what I felt about Dahak when it first came out, because I know I played the first one a little bit. But I know later on when I played it, I wasn't really fond of the series. Dark Cloud and FF10 I really enjoyed, though, of course. Obviously. Cool necklace! Probably just prevents burn. That's exactly what it does. It's almost like I played a game or two. You ran away! Coward. Isn't there supposed to be a monster on this road? I mean, an elite monster. Obviously, there's plenty of monsters on the road. I don't care about fighting you. There he is. I found you. Let's make sure there's no status effect or something that he does. Doesn't say anything. Exterminate. Exterminate. Alright, so I want to do a team attack that does not include Wazzy. And then another team attack that does include Wazzy. I win! Tough battle. course, the first book is, yeah. So I'm noticing a habit, or not a habit, a pattern here where instead of the elite monsters like giving a cool gem, quartz, they give a team attack, and I'm kind of missing my quartz. Maybe there was a quartz drop and I just didn't see it. Nope. Yeah. Raises strength and HP, increases chance of critical strikes. The strength will be about half as much, but the HP is not all that much more than this one. It'll be about the same HP as this one. I want the Ultimate Master Quartz that just has a cap on all stats, and I want 4 of them. Thanks. Appreciate it. I can't fish. Huh? Can you not open chests when a monster is near it now? That's new. That's new if that's the case. Didn't used to be like that. You could sneak in, grab the treasure, and peace out. It's kind of a bummer, actually. Like, letting players do that just kind of... kind of give you the option of, like, you know, whether or not you wanted to fight. 70 years ago this week, us crossbow chests were finally freed from Imperial rule. Welcome to our anniversary chestival. Ha! I got a blue quartz. I didn't see which one it was, though. Freeze. I just realized this game doesn't have the, like, auto win mechanic that the last one had, where if you were significantly stronger than the enemy, they would just die if you hit them on the field. I will say it was kind of poorly handled in the last game because you didn't get XP, you only got the Sepith. We may not have loot boxes around here, but thanks to you, there's yet another looted box. Bottom test. But yeah, I mean, they could have taken that mechanic and improved on it instead of eliminating it. You know, it wasn't a good mechanic because they devised it to be not good. But it was, the concept, very good mechanic. They just needed to balance it better. And let you get all of the lootables. Oh no, but then the players could grind, heaven forbid. Doodling. Sword Breaker. Don't forget that you can return to the SS's car to the garage remotely. Just open the state map and press triangle. Really? Oh. Oh, you can't. Not from here anyway. Sword Breaker! 15% chance to lower enemy strength by 25%? That's good. It's very good. And it's for fire, which is also very decent. I don't really care about that one, and I don't care about the wind that I get from it, so let's just give that to him. Since he's already got some fire going on, that gives him the fort, so he doesn't have to use the combo points to do his attack up. And it gives him Magna Blaze. Actually, he already had that. He's got 11 fire, huh? Okay. 11 fire. What can we do with that? What can we do with 11 fire? Well, there's Impassion, which... Ooh. That's pretty cool. Just need some space and time. Space and Mirage. And Flare Butterfly with 3 wind. Okay. 3 wind. Let's try to do that. Okay, well that... I did it. Don't really care about the earth, obviously. The earth was there because I thought fire and earth might work well together for spells. Clearly it doesn't. So, well, okay, there is Magna Blaze. But at this point, that's not gonna happen. I'd prefer to have the Flare Butterfly, honestly. XP is starting to get to that curve point where it's not really worth fighting anything anymore. Well, I guess we'll be fighting these things so I can get the treasure. Thanks for wasting my time. That's the end of it, I think. Yep. Welcome to Amorica. Morica. Not Murica, Morica. I don't really think there's anything I care to do here. I don't have any jobs, and talking to NPC, like, one of the kind of the things that kind of bother me about this game, there's no reason to explore. Like, there kind of is, and that reason is hopefully you find a side quest on one of the NPCs, but I really don't want to talk to every NPC just to hope I find a side quest. Yeah, there might be some cool rewards there, but like, you know? I imagine some of the really cool quartz are things that are from side quests that you find out there in the field. I feel like the game needs to have little quest icons for NPCs that might have quests, and maybe even a quest tracking kind of thing that's a little bit more robust on that end. Maybe the next game will have that. Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like you really need a guide for it, you know? I guess it's kind of cool. I mean, it's nice that there's side content. Thank you, Tiger, for the 123 bits. Right, library, doctor. And then the Tangram Gate. Okay. Well, I mean, I would imagine that a good guide would cover everything, but yeah, it's really dumb that, like, when you hide things too well in your video games, people just aren't gonna find them. You know, the vast majority of people are just not gonna experience it. And to an extent, that's okay, but what's the point of developing content that no one's gonna see, right? So, a little bit more direction on that, a little bit more clarity really goes a long way. All right, so Stargazer Towers down towards the college, so we can do both of those. Was that an urgent quest though? Yeah, it is. I feel like this is more towards the main, so we'll do the training exercise first. And then we'll go down there. So let's go to Tangram Gate. Oh, it feels smaller than even last game, which is already a smaller version of Sky. Does he not have cast on? He does? That was it felt like such a long cast time. Oh well. Oh, I didn't check the level. I might be dead. I'm pretty sure I'm super duper dead. I am indeed super duper dead. Interestingly, it looks like only lightning damage. I wonder if you could just get lightning immunity in some way, you know? That's why I always say before those chests. Because of that. But yeah, it warned me. I just was thinking Masa level 100. Yup. I just wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about something else. I'm fine with that kind of stuff to an extent, but like it's not exactly the most engaging thing to just like throw a bunch of needles in a haystack and until the player figure it out, idiot. You know, we've worked past that. There are definitely games that lean into that. There's a better way to do it than just let's hide everything from the player and force them to figure it out, you know? Online games, MMOs and stuff like that are really good at building community, and those games really work well at allowing players to figure things out together. I played this game called Tibia a long time ago. It's like an old 16-bit isometric MMO. And every time they released like a major content patch, there was all these mysteries and secrets to be uncovered. The game was like super well hidden on all the things. And it was difficult to boot. Like even if you were super powerful, you couldn't just go anywhere and by yourself and be fine. Like you needed people. So, and lots of money to get stuff. Anyway, the way that you interacted with NPCs and stuff is you typed out hello, like in the common chat. Like there'd be like like an area chat where it'd be like your general vicinity, and then there'd be like a zone-wide chat, and then there'd be like server chat and so on and so forth, right? But anyway, you would have to say hello, and then you would have to trigger certain keywords to like get the dialogue going to learn things, and you'd pick up on these like vague hints and stuff, and you'd have to solve this like riddle or puzzle of like where to go, who to talk to, what to say, and eventually go somewhere and try to figure it out. And it was hard. It was really obtuse. So I mean, I've been through the ringer on about as obtuse as you can get in video game design. So like I get it. I remember going around with my friends like trying to uncover the secrets of all these new, you know, content patches and stuff that came out and everything. And it was fun to an extent until it became so obtuse that we just kind of like gave up on some of the things, you know what I mean? And that's really where the line is, right? Like if it can't be reasonable that you can actually discover the secrets of a game, what's the point? You know, you've lost your audience when you've made it too difficult, and then they end up just looking it up online. Wow, all of those missed.
Adios.
And game design, you know, as a whole has gone through this whole procedure of, you know, creating hidden things and hidden content for players and realizing that there is a too obtuse line. I swear, officer, I don't know how that got in there. Someone framed me and they used mahogany to do it. I guess the chest is supposed to be made out of, I don't know. It just feels a little weak. Anyway, point I'm getting at is, yeah, you know, we have a lot of fond memories of being younger and going through these like super obtuse games and having to talk to our friends at school in order to like, you know, solve everything. But I mean, are you going to school still? Do you have all your friends you can go and talk to? Are they all playing the same game and trying to discover it with you? Doubt it. You know? And like I said, there are some games that still sort of lean into that idea, but in a reasonable way where it's not so impossible to enjoy by yourself. Nostalgia's a hell of a drug. Nostalgia makes us very, very stupid. And what I mean by that is, when you look back and you remember the like good old times, air quote, about when you were younger, it's very easy to impress a kid, okay? I mean, like there's the whole like, like, oh, my thumb is over here or something like that, whatever trick that they do, and kids are just like, oh my god, my head is blown, you know, like, holy shit, right? Kids can be tricked very easily because the whole world is new to them. Everything is new to them. So having the most simple thing is like mind-blowing for a kid because they're discovering all this stuff for the first time. And you get this sense of like wonder and amazement as a kid. And what nostalgia does, it does not give you good feelings by itself because of the thing that you did. It gives you it reminds you of the feeling that you had when you did the thing. Like if your favorite game in the world is something you played as a kid and you go back and play it, it's a comfort that you get and it reminds you of what you felt, but you don't actually feel that thing again. And a lot of people get stuck in that loop of trying to chase that feeling again, and they're never gonna get it. And so they end up being resentful towards new things, or just like just angry in general at some whatever other bullshit. Point I'm getting at is that nostalgia itself hinders our ability to enjoy new things because we think that we're gonna get some kind of feeling that we got as a kid that we can't get. It's not possible without discovering new things and figuring out new stuff. So if you want that sense of wonder and enjoyment, the best place to find it is with an open mind and something new. A new game, a new hobby, a new interest, you know, discovering sciences or other kinds of different hobbies or whatever that blow your mind when you discover them, you know? Point I'm getting is that we think we look back at these like ultra hard obtuse games where we had to talk to our friends in the schoolyard to figure out, and we go, yeah, that was the way, that was when games were good, and they weren't. They were bad. You know, they were horribly obtuse, and we just were filled with wonder as a kid, and that's what drove us to you know, dig into them. Don't you dare think about oiling my hinges. Can't you see I'm the squeaker of the chest belt diet? Speaker of the crossbell diet. Boy, that sure was a stretch. There is also like the halfway point where like if you think retro games are the way, there are retro inspired games that will like have an aesthetic that might be familiar while giving you something new. Yeah. A lot of that though is just kind of like chasing the high still, where it's not going to ever live up to the one thing that you're obsessed with, you know. I mean, that's not true at all, Songbird. There are tons of guides out there for games. Like, you know, Master VG Guides? His name is not just Master VG Guides. Like, he literally writes guides for a living. It's actually Master V Guides, not VG Guides, but yeah. There's plenty enough hidden things in games to warrant guides. Ooh. And they're not so obnoxiously hidden that you can't just find them out on your own. You know? There's a good balance in modern games, I think, between hidden content and not so hidden that you're just never gonna find it unless you read a guide. You know? I mean, in fact, you'll commonly see me criticize games for being so obtuse that they require a guide, you know? Because I feel like that's a fair criticism. Just once again, another training exercise with the military. Like every game has these missions. There's usually multiples of them. Yeah, I won. I'm so good. And then there's gonna be another one, and there's gonna be one with the commander. I was like how you beat them up and then they just stand up like nothing ever happened. Oh, I'm not allowed to use crafts, I guess. Of course, he moves up just in time, so I don't hit him with anything. Cool, cool, cool. Such small amounts of EP, with the casting cost being so ridiculous in this game. Like, I get to cast one heal or one AoE spell and then I'm out. It's just kind of like, cool, cool. Alright, one more, right? With the commander, like I said. Looks like I can use crafts again though, so this should be easy. Well, except for... I guess that's fine. Da, da, da. Cleaner! Usually at the end of a quest like this, there might be some like vague story building, little backstory or something. They're talking about how Commander didn't like what's his name for all the things he was doing. Whoops, wrong chat. Oh, hello, in treasure chest. Actually, holy crap, is that a mother heckin' Garharv reference? What? I don't know what that is. An actual reason to explore? So weird. You know, I will say there's the books that have recipes and stuff, so I should take a peek around. The books are a really good addition. What they are is like they're clearly visible big books hidden throughout the world, and it's like really clear, and it's no longer this like hidden ambiguous thing in order to find a hidden recipe or something. They make them pretty clean. Oh, okay. Apparently we went this way again, and I appreciate that. That's much better. Instead of it like searching a random bookcase, like you have a reason to search every damn bookcase when there's normally nothing, right? So. Gargarv is a continent that Legend of Heroes games 3, 4, and 5 took place in. Trails in the Sky first chapter is game 6, right? Legend of Heroes franchise, right. Wait, wasn't there like the Legacy of the Dragon thing or whatever is 1, 2, and 3. And I know there's like these other PSP games that are just called Legend of Heroes, but I thought they were in a different universe. So is that where Gargamel is? Is in the Legend of Heroes 1, 2, 3 on PSP? Which, in my opinion, like, I mean, if they're different universe, the franchise is only in name only. Proto Trails. Promotion! Okay, so the tower and then the hospital. Team attack chance up. Hell yes. They're part of the Dragon, so Legacy of the Wizard and all that, they're part of that series. Okay, cool. Come here, Trash Pikachu. Kind of a slight disappointment that the entire world opens up and they're all the same level of enemy. So like, there's no world enemy that you can actually get progressive leveling on. It's all just the same level. I don't like the reverse scaling XP on these games. I think it's a really poor choice. It's a very anti-exploration concept. Yada yada.
その程度じゃ俺たちは止められない。よし、ストップ。迎撃完了。みんな、先に進もう。
My guess is that they reduced the rate of team attacks and then offered an accessory that would increase the rate of team attacks, basically to the point of where they were. Because it used to be like every preemptive you were more or less guaranteed a team attack. I would say like 80% chance. But it seems like it's more like 30% chance on this. Maybe even lower than that. Right, yeah. I can understand that. I mean, the ideas of those games are very interesting to me. Especially considering like Faxanadu and Legacy of the Wizard were actually really good. What was the third Dragon Slayer game on the NES? Faxanadu, Legacy of the Wizard, and then something else. But yeah, Faxanadu and Legacy of the Wizard were extremely competent NES games, some of the best on the platform. Healthy liquor. Boy, talk about an oxymoron. I ain't no oxymoron. It's like they're making you explore every inch of the entire world that you explored in the last game in the second chapter instead. Sure hope there are some new areas. Because, like, this is a lot to go through. And I suppose I could just avoid a lot of this. Still, though, you don't want to avoid all of it. You do want to kind of build up your bestiary for other reasons. You don't want to skip the levels. You're preventing me from reading the chest, son of a bitch. Now you die. You die like a dog. Level up. See my vest, made with real Gordian chest. That's not just an Aladdin reference, it's also a Simpsons reference. Wait. Hold on a second. Oh, wait, is that song from Aladdin? Wait, is it just a Simpsons reference? I'm trying to remember if it's a reference to something, that song. The See My Vest. And I feel like it's definitely a Disney reference at first, right? Oh, I'm so kind of, I don't remember it now. Where's my wife? She would know. Either way, there is a See My Vest song that Burns sings when he's wanting to adopt a bunch of puppies and turn them into a coat. Very Cruella de Vil reference. Well, the episode was definitely referencing Cruella de Vil, but there was a song he sings, See My Vest, See My Vest. See my vest, made from real gorilla chest, or something like that. Attached to the balm is a label that reads Best Before S115. Perhaps you shouldn't use this one. Yeah, it's expired. It's like I'm fairly certain it's a Disney song reference, but not Dalmatians, because the whole episode itself is a reference to 100 Dalmatians. Be Our Guest. That's the one. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the Beauty and the Beast one. So it's a Beauty and the Beast and a Simpsons reference. Or more like a Simpsons reference that references Beauty and the Beast. Oh no, not the intelligent banana. It's the quartz fragment. Got another one of those. I mean, I don't really use these, so I feel like I would want the single target one more. Definitely want that one. Aura Rain is way better. Chance da! Bum 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 bum. Think about the nostalgia talk made you think on rationalizing reasons on trying to beat every SNES RPG that is some form of English. Does not feel like chasing the nostalgia per se, but simply liking old games a lot. That's fine. No, that's totally fine. Where nostalgia really gets in the way of like enjoying things is not from enjoying old things. It's when new things come along and they're heavily criticized and tarnished because they're not like games used to be, kind of thing. And it's because nostalgia is playing this huge role in making you believe that that you would get some kind of feeling from it that you're not getting now, and it has nothing to do with the game. I mean, some new games are bad, sure, fine, whatever. That's on a per game basis. What it is it makes the person feel like the game isn't as good because it doesn't give them that same sense of wonder that the old game gave them, and they get bitter about it and overly critical of them. That's what I'm getting at. And often what happens is games that are like objectively better in the same genre don't get any attention because they're not looking for that game. They're looking for the specific game from their childhood that made them feel something, but they're never going to get that again because the thing that made them feel good about it was the feeling, and you can't get that feeling again. You know what I mean? So like the example is Pokemon versus Temtem or something like that. There are so many Pokemon clones out there that are way better than Pokemon, and they follow the exact same like gameplay loops and styles and everything, but they're just better design, better polish, better moving, better everything. And they don't get any acclaim or popularity, but then Pokemon, you know, with a half-assed garbage development cycle, will sell another 10 million, you know, farting out another game because of nostalgia. You know what I mean? That's what I'm getting at. And this is like studied, you know, it's not just me making random nonsense. This is like an actual studied subject. Oh, no monsters? All right, I'll take that. But yeah, being interested in retro, wanting to play those games because, you know, that you're interested in them and everything, that's not the same as what I'm talking about. It's an entirely different thing. Yeah, having interests and exploring those interests is just having an interest. you know, and of course not everybody is a victim of nostalgia and being overly critical of newer games because of nostalgia's effect on things, but it is a feature, a epidemic of sorts that does occur in gaming spaces at a quantity that warrants the subject's research and discussion. Whale. Someone's a very big reader. I feel like with such an endeavor of grabbing all of these books and moving them, that some would just inevitably be missed, stuck on a shelf, hidden in there, without like really picking it clean, you know? Not to mention, the distance you'd have to travel carrying those books is not small. So it would be a very large action. It would take dozens of people all day. They all get exclamation marks like they're surprised, and then he says, "I figured as much." Which one is it? You're surprised or you figured as much? I'm gonna turn this in.
はい、それ、はい、お疲れ様でした。報告では。
Well, it's just a side quest. That's why I was smashing through the dialogue. Because there wasn't really anything. It's just generic banter nonsense. I kind of slowed it down when it was something interesting. But side quests, I'm not really going to read a lot of the dialogue on because it's usually not worth reading. Any gif of Alga's getting punched is good on my book. Or in my book. Can't wait for people to unironically call Final Fantasy Tactics woke. As if they changed the dialogue.
出直してきなよ。
俺の番か。よし、もう大丈夫だ。
Where did he go? Oh, there he is.
一気に落とすよ。
今のはみんな上陸かしら。
People do be dumb.
もらった。はい、やー。そこ。なんとかなったわね。
No you material.
俺の番
よーやー。今だわみんな行くわよ。守りたいこのクロスベルを。
やれやれ。怖いもの知らずだな。
行くぞ。まだまだいける。
Oh, a big kitty stretch.
任せてくれ。
She just gave big kitty stretch. She's gonna turn around. She's gonna plop down on her other side. Guaranteed. A big kitty stretch. Turn around. Plop down on other side. Obviously you can't see that, but... Oh, I got my pre-order going on for the FFT re-release. It's more like a definitive edition. It's not a remaster. I mean, it's got some remaster properties, but they don't call it a remaster. If anything, it's more than likely an HD remaster. I think that actually works out pretty good. So the naming convention is that, like, if it's just called remaster, then it's a remaster. But it's a pure remaster, like straight up, no like added anything. It's a remaster through and through. If they call it something else like reforged or reinvented or, you know, HD remaster is also another one that's a pretty dead giveaway. It means that it's an HD remaster. And there's a big difference between a remaster and an HD remaster that not a lot of people know about. And that is that with an HD remaster, it's typically built from the ground up. It's not the same game engine with the same assets that have been upscaled or slightly improved and polished, and the fidelity is exactly the same. An HD remaster builds it from the ground up, and it's essentially a faithful remake, more or less. And there's oftentimes some small changes to like mechanics or designs or something to polish things out. They typically don't reprogram in the bugs since it's built from the ground up. That'd be kind of dumb, but it's usually like an attempt to sort of like create the same game, but just kind of fix the flaws that were inherent with the original release. You know, balance it out a little bit, make it a little bit more approachable and digestible by the current audience. So I would say that based off of the naming of the game and the content changes that we've seen, I would say it's safe to assume that FFT is an HD remaster and not an actual definitive edition or port or anything like that. But it's called Final Fantasy Tactics: The Evilise Chronicles or something like that. A hand holding a normal gun peeks up from inside the chest. The Elder King sends his regards. King Dragon sings his regards. Sends his regards. I see an item on the ground. Yeah, I mean, even if they had to recreate the game, even if they didn't have to recreate the game, that's what they did. They built it from the ground up in a new game engine. Probably the better choice to do anyway, because that allows them a little bit more freedom, you know? The Zemari metric system has a few obscure measurements that don't get talked about often. For example, salt is measured in grams. That's actually pretty clever. I like it. The priest guy that we met earlier yesterday is Kevin Graham. And I guess sometimes he can be a bit salty. Salty being like bitter. Upset. annoyed, bothered. Really like the team attack mechanic. I think it's one of the best additions because regular attacks are kind of bleh in this game, and team attack allows you to get an ambush and just really slam through the encounters really quickly, which I think is really important for a game like this, especially considering like how long these games can be. Having like the random encounters really be speedy. Honestly, like I talk about this a lot about how fast should random encounters be, and I always say fast. Like they should be really fast. Maybe not. I mean, the random encounters in this game could maybe be too fast sometimes. Almost feels like, why am I even bothering kind of thing. But I would rather they be too fast than too long. And a great example of way too long is Xenoblade Xenosaga 2 on the PS2, the PS2 one. There are a lot of other games that are guilty of this, but like it's like half-hour battles. Like it's just ridiculous. There's no reason for all your random encounters to just have such a large ramp-up time to be able to start doing any damage, you know? And it just forces you to utilize like all of the intricate mechanics of building up and doing damage. And not just like, you can't just get away. You know, like Bravely Default has like the whole Brave and Default system where you can just burn a bunch of Brave and then get like 4 turns in a row. And that's the design of the game, you know? So sometimes like you kind of need to burn turns in order to get damage out or whatever. And that's the mechanic of the game, right? But then, you know, like you run into the situation where if you burn all your Brave, then you have to sit there and wait for 4 turns before you can get another action in. Whatever, fine. Like, even then, in that kind of situation, like the battles still move really quickly, you know, despite the fact that you might be sitting there for 4 turns waiting for your turn to come around, because the game just moves at an accelerated rate, which makes it not boring, you know? So like you could definitely have like build-up mechanics where you build up your damage and still make random battles go quickly, you know? A bracer, an Erebonian, and a member of CPD walk into a bar. Shortly thereafter, they are each admitted to St. Ursula with mind concussions. Okay. That's just the walk into a bar joke with different... There's no it's just... They just arbitrarily change something in order to make the joke work in universe. But it just makes the joke confusing instead, because you're trying to determine the link between an Erebonian, a bracer, and a member of the CPD, instead of it just being like a guy walks into a bar and then is admitted to the hospital with a concussion, you know, which is the normal, well, the normal joke isn't even in that. It's a guy walks into a bar and says, ouch, you know. Oh, I get it, Matsi. I'm not overly critical of the boxes. I'm just gonna like shrug and move on from it, you know. Luck, nice. I was once Tower Gamer's chest, but the new Diet and Mayor had me renovated. Now I'm an upscale apartment for monster swarms. Oh. Oh, drop rate. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Uh-oh, it's Palm. Ooh, that worked. Team Crafts worked on killing palms. We're getting 3 palms killed right here. Hell yeah. Team Crafts. Okay, so we got almost 350 XP, which is pretty decent. I mean, we're probably just out leveling the content, so that's why, but 69, nice. Sepith of every color. 3 U materials, and I didn't see how much money. Seemed like a decent amount. All right, well, we figured out how to kill, palms in this game. The way is team attacks. At least, it might just be crafts in general, but I'm not gonna take any chances. I'm just gonna use team attacks. I killed 3. And this is the beginning of the game. So we have a lot of opportunity to get more palms. I mean, I've already found 2 encounters with palms in them, so, you know. I am Sharkman. Sharkman I be, pulling fish up from the depths of the sea. Loida? She just happens to be there right when I get out.
Cecil ね。いきなり会えたな。
おかえりなさい、ロイド。エリーさん、ランディ君やノエルさんもみんな元気にしてたかしら。ご無沙汰してます。
お久しぶりっす、セシルさん。
本当に久しぶりですね。私とは教団事件で病院が襲撃された時にお会いして以来でしたっけ。そうだったわね。
へえ、この人が噂のお姉さんかい？
あら、見かけない子もいるみたいだけど、もしかしてノエルさんとあなたが噂の新メンバーになるのかしら。
そういうことになるかな。僕は和ジヘミスフィア。今後ともよろしくお願いするよ。
よろしくね。それじゃあ私の方も改めて自己紹介させてもらおうかしら。
So much giggling and chuckling at the beginning of every fucking sentence.
このウルスラ病院に勤める看護師のセシル・ノイエスです。私の可愛い弟のロイドをどうかよろしくお願いしますね。
セシルねってば、厳密には兄弟じゃないだろ。子供の頃から何かとお世話になっている人なんだ。
もうロイドったら照れちゃって。
照れてるわけじゃないって。
それにしてもワジ君もノエルさんもロイド、そろそろお付き合いする相手は誰か決まったのかしら。お付き合い？
セシルね、前にも言ったけど支援家はそういうのじゃないから。
そうよね。私としたことが配慮が足りなかったわ。今この場にティオちゃんがいないのにそういう話をするのも不公平よね。
How many times do I have to say it? Tio is 14. Fuck's sake, video game. They're treating Tio as a valid like dating candidate.
ティオちゃんが帰ってきてくれる
からなんでそうなるんだよ。
なんだかセシルさんを見ると安心するわね。
おお、天然ぶりも健在みたいだしな。
突っ込む側の身にもなってくれ。
Guess they haven't grown up from that. Like in Trails in the Sky, that sort of thing was really bad, and it got better in Zero, but it's actually getting worse now in Azure because that's like the 5th occurrence of like ha 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 casual pedophilic tendencies in the writing. Ha 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 ha.
ちょうど私も休憩時間なの。一緒にお茶でもどうかしら。
それじゃあせっかくだし、みんなお言葉に甘えさせてもらおうか。
はい、ご一緒させていただきます。
それじゃあティオちゃんはもう少しの間帰ってこられないのね。
ああ、いろいろと忙しいみたいでさ、きっと今頃レマン自治州で頑張ってるんじゃないかな。
そっか、それじゃあ会えるのが楽しみね。帰ってきたらいろいろと土産話を聞かせてもらわないと。
そうだね。ティオもきっとセシル姉に会えたら喜ぶと思うよ。
I guess. I sure hope they weren't thinking that.
なんだよ二人とも。
Notice they didn't say that wasn't appropriate because Tio is 14. They just said, no, it's not like that. This isn't a singles club. Pay attention. Cause
なかなか間に入れなくてちょっと焼けるね。
あのな、
こいつはこれだからよ。普通こんなお姉さんと子供の頃から知り合いってだけでもとんだらき野郎だっつうのに。
ほんとその通りよね。それを当然だと思ってたらいつか罰が当たるわよ。
意味わかんないから。
そういえばつい話し込んじゃったけど、今日は何の用で病院に来たんだったかしら。
そうだった。実はセイランド教授っていう人から支援課に依頼が来てたんだ。
well, she was like almost a sister-in-law to me because she was with with Guy, his brother, before he died. So they had a lot of history together. I mean, not a whole lot of history because like probably she was around since he was like 14 or something like that. So about 5 or 6 years. It's not like somebody that's always been around all the time and they've grown up together as brother and sister kind of thing, despite not being blood related. It's really kind of forced in and sort of shoehorned in to create this character that plays off of the big sister little brother fetish that seems so prevalent in some animes, and also as a character to make all the vague sexual innuendo, etc., 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 playing the whole, oh, I'm so ignorant, I didn't know that, you know, I'm just blurting out stuff, silly me, ha ha ha, like head in the clouds in order to say the most ridiculous things. And because she's the big sister, it's okay for her to say those things, and so she gets a pass. Honestly, I get really annoyed every time Cecile is on screen because I'm just like, oh great, what horrible thing are they gonna casually say here, you know?
最近になってようやく患者さんの信頼を取り戻せてきたの。
そりゃ大変だったっすね。
It's okay, they're a health service provider. It's like basically required that people patronize the business because you can't exactly like not need healthcare, and so people will be forced to pay anyway. And when you realize that, you can just spike up prices. So it'll be cool. Everything will work out in the end. For everybody but the people.
その一環として
Where are they gonna go? To the other hospital that doesn't exist? Oh, that's a good one. Oh,
あの
man.
有名な医療機器メーカーセイランド社の関係者ですね。創業者の親戚筋にあたるはずよ。女性の方なんだけど雰囲気がリラックスしていてとってもかっこいいんだから。
おお、ジョイ先生っすか。こりゃ期待大だぜ。
雰囲気はともかく、なるほど。今度は身元もバッチリ保証されてるわけだね。
教授というからには腕も確かなのかな。
レミフィリアでも有名な薬学神経科の研究者みたい。ついこの間も重い病気で入院していたミハイル君の手術を見事に成功させたのよ。今はしずくちゃんの手術に向けてしずくちゃんの
Why does she need surgery? She's just blind.
そうか。確かにすごい先生みたいだね。
Do they have surgery that replaces eyes now?
そのセイランド教授だけど、今どこにいるかわかるかな。
Keep in mind this like technology in this world like ranges from like Stone Age to mecha robots. Like it's all over the place. It's kind of a clusterfuck in that regard. But in this like specific area, technology is basically like 1900s, except if the 1900s started in 2010. So it's kind of weird because it's like cars have only been around for 10 years, but like tanks have been around for 50 years, you know? So it's just really all over the place. But anyway, the hospital and like all of this technology in the hospital really has only been around for like 5 or 10 years. Shizuku's blind. That's her shtick. Yet she stays in the hospital forever, which is weird because she's not sick. She doesn't have some kind of illness or whatever where she needs constant attention. She's just blind. Plain and simple. That's it. There's no reason for her to be at the hospital day in, day out. What fucking surgery is she getting? She's blind. That's it. It's not some kind of neurological thing that's causing it or whatever. It's not some kind of disease that's made her blind. She's just run-of-the-mill, regular fucking blind. Or something, yeah, whatever. Just hand-wavy treatment thing or whatever. I'm not being insensitive to her blindness. I'm being realistic about why she would be in the hospital, which is there is no reason for that. Or have a surgery, you know? They don't even talk about like how it's like some revolutionary research that may get her sight back or anything like that. They're just like generic hand-wavy surgery thing, you know? Nothing to see here? Dude. Fucking hell, dude. Oh no. If blind people could see your message, they'd be so upset.
せっかくだからそこまで一緒に行きましょう。
ああ、助かるよ。
はい、はい、そうです。それではよろしくお願いします。
Yeah, truly, Mr. Jade. Hey, I hope Shizuku gets better and somehow regains her sight, but usually blindness is like it's not fixable, you know? Like severely bad vision, yes, that could be fixed. But blindness is usually like just straight up, like that's it. There's not really any technology. I mean, there is some experimental things here and there that can kind of sort of work, but like we don't really know exactly how they work because we can't actually take screen caps of what people are actually seeing. You know, perception is reality, as they say. And so like that's because everybody's perception is unique to themselves. You cannot see the world from somebody else's eyes. It's impossible, at least currently. So even the experimental surgeries or treatments that can potentially get people to see for the first time, we don't really know what's actually going on there.
すぐに研究棟の部屋に来るようにとのことです。
ありがとうセラさん。
助かります。
それじゃあみんな 休憩もそろそろ終わるし、私はこれで失礼するわね。
Yeah. Yeah.
いろいろありがとう。
But there certainly wasn't anything with this technology level that would allow people to see. But then again, it is a fantasy world. Not everything is the same. I get that fine. But just like, it's based off of our world. I mean, it's obviously very clearly based off of our world. So what they have done is they have portrayed this world as something that is relatable and then made it not relatable. You know, like it's just, they're lying to you with just vagaries and hand waviness.
あ、そっちもね。
The reason I make a comment. How is he lucky? It like. Anyway, so I understand what they were trying to do with Shizaku because Atreus is like the divine blade and he's like a bracer that works tirelessly because his sister is in the or his daughter is in the hospital. And it's supposed to be this like sad story. Oh, poor Atreus having to, you know, work so hard to pay for the medical bills for his daughter or whatever. But like, it's self-inflicted because she's not chronically ill. She doesn't need to be in the hospital day in, day out. They've given the character a condition that does not match the story. Do you understand what I mean? Like, if she had a chronic illness and they just had some vague, you know, chronic illness thing and they didn't have to, like, say whatever it was, fine. You know, rare chronic illness, okay, like, cool, whatever. Now she has to be in the hospital all the time, fine. But being blind does not mean, like, maybe she needs a handler so that, you know, she can get around because she's still only like 12 or 13 or something. So she needs a handler in order to like get around or whatever. Okay, that costs money or something like that. Fine, but she doesn't need to be in the hospital all day, every day and living in the hospital instead of living at home with the handler, right? So it's dumb. It's really fucking dumb. Like really just, it's like they threw a dart at a dartboard at whatever condition she would have, and it just landed on blindness, and they didn't even think twice about it. About how that makes no sense for them to be. Okay. Yeah, she said good luck to you. Damn, that's hot stuff.
そんなことを言って少し残念なんじゃないのかい？噂の熱いハグも今回は見られなかったみたいだし。
ああ、そういえば。そんなことを？
なあ、もういいからさっさと教授のところに行こう。
tiring conversation.
研究棟は病院の屋上から。薬学研究室は
やれやれ、勢いでごまかしちまってま。
これだからからかいがいがあるよね。
聞こえてるぞそこ。すみません、失礼します。
入りたまえ。
Damn, they didn't even refurnish?
ようやく来たようだな。予想していた時刻より約2分オーバーだが、まあ優秀と言って良さそうだ。
I hate the pedantic what's the phrase for being on time? Oh, God dang it. What's it called? Punctual. Like the pedantic punctual overly analyzing type, you know? I don't really. You are 1 minute and 26 seconds late. Shut the fuck up. No one is exactly on time. They're gonna be 1 or 2 minutes early or late or whatever. Like, shut your dumb face. Shut up. Shush. 2 minutes. And you're gonna spend half an hour talking about how that sours your mood and your opinion because of, like, the most irrelevant amount of time. Shush.
まあとりあえずこっちに来てくれ。この距離では話
そうですね。
あなたがセイラント教授ですね。グノーシスの成分の分析結果が出たとのことでしたが。
悪いが、その前に頼みたいことがあるのだ。
Get straight to the
君
point.
たちにはまずそちらを先に片付けてもらいたいのだが。
依頼に出されていた件だね。グノーシスの分析結果を渡してもらってからでは。
今回の分析結果にも関わるから先に片付けておきたいのだ。というのもグノーシスの被害に遭った患者たちに
Okay.
なるほど。
わかりました。先に
What do we have to do,
そちらを
though?
依頼内容をお聞かせ願えますか。
うん。君たちに頼みたいのは、例の教団事件の後、病院はグノーシス被害者のアフターケアに力を注いだ。ほとんどの患者の処置は一通り終わったのだが。
It was mostly mafia folks, though, right? So I doubt they
何名かの患者が
probably would have just gotten to prison right away.
なるほど。確かに分析結果にも関わりそうですね。
うん、迅速にお願いしたい。問診票が返ってきてない患者たちは、まずクロスベル市旧市街に住む少年 D の、次に劇団アルカンシェルのアーティストニコル、そしてクロスベル警備隊ベルガード門勤務
Oh, that's right. Some of the yeah.
以上の患者に事情を話し、問診
I
票を
don't
回収
remember
して
an
きてほしい。
Arkansas performer though.
知った名前ばかりみたい。旧市街とアルカンシェルの2人は街で探せばすぐ見つかるだろう。クレス先輩
This game would be 50 million times better if we got that one dancer girl in our party.
ああ、早速行ってみるとしよう。
では
Just automatically, it's just a multiplier.
回収が終わったらもう一度ここに報告に来てくれたまえ。その時グノーシスの分析結果について。
The doctor is in, as in fashionable. The doctor is fashionable. I was assured that things that go beep beep are in fact jeeps, but that was a bus. You can't exactly go beep beep, I'm a bus. That doesn't make any sense. Yes, they're busted. Ayo. I mean, isn't this performance long since over? Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Hold on. No, it does. Okay, because you go down into the seating. I guess it does. Okay. Who says that? Who says that to like casual acquaintances? Oh, it's nice seeing you and your thighs and your breasts. It's really enjoyable to look upon your very hot bodies. Good day to you. Who says that? Randy? I mean, even like some of the worst people in the world aren't that just like up front, you know? like it's not a bad thing to appreciate a pretty lady, especially one in skimpy outfit, but just like who fucking just goes up there and just be like, ah, yes, ladies, the value that you hold is directly in proportion to the hotness of your bodies. How do you do? You know what I mean? Okay, thank you. Sure they feel great about that. Fucking Randy. I keep on hitting the L2 button. The shoulder buttons on the PS5 controllers are like very, very tough. Look at that, barely push it in. Very, very touchy. So just kind of just, oops, it bumped my hand. Oops, it bumped my hand. You know, and it's the lightest little touch. And I think that's where a lot of like the drift is coming from with the newer controllers in general. They're so much more sensitive. Like, they're definitely much more well-constructed hardware, both the Joy-Cons and the PS5 controllers. But, like, games require so much more sensitivity in how the analogs work that I think, like, even though there might be, like, firmer analogs, the games require more sensitive touches, so it becomes a problem sooner, and it's kind of like one of those unexpected things. Because I've actually experienced drift in a PS5 controller even, and those are built like brick houses. Ow. Just hit my shoulder. But yeah, I guess they said the show was running for several months. Nope, never mind. It's getting a revival production, so they're not even going to take in the fact that they said it was in production for several months. They're just going to say, like, yeah, we didn't want to make new outfits and develop a new dance thing, so the same thing. Oh, no, okay, never mind. Generally speaking, when people try to take phenomenal performances and then try to improve them.
Isn't that a nice little tree? And he lives right here in this brush. All you have to do is sort of push him out.
Yeah. Thank you, Monty, for the 420 bits. That's like a nice little tree. But yeah, most of the time when people try to improve really perfected genius performances, they end up being really bad because they take these creative liberties that just don't make sense, that they're trying to like go over the top, and it just ends up being shit. But of course, it's this game, so everything the main characters or the good characters do is going to be the coolest, awesomest thing in the world with no struggles or any issues whatsoever, and everybody's going to love it, and it's going to be the best. The end. And that's that. I think they want to bring in that one kid from the side quest in the last game to the performance instead of just making a new performance. But that would require new models for the characters. Can't do that. Her down there.
おや、こんにちは、ニコルさん。ちょっとお尋ねしたい。ああ、あの問診票、最近練習が楽しくて持っていくのをちょっと待っててくれ。持ってくるからさ。
Thank you for your urine sample.
はい。
Well, we got his urine sample.
薬の影響もほとんど残ってないみたいですね。
We just grab it like full on. No gloves, no like towel. Just put it in our pocket.
ちゃんと治療してもらったしね。今思えばなんであんな薬なんかに手を出しちゃったんだろう。確かにあの時は自分の才能のなさに腐ってたりしたけどさ。
そういう心の隙間に狡猾につけ込んでくるのは
ま、それが自覚できたってことはもう
ああ、これからはアルカンシェルのために一層精進していくつもりさ。
舞台楽しみにしてますね。
Alright, where else? Oh yeah, the saber. The viper, rather. Hey, Dino! Oh, hey, is that... Yeah. I wonder if it's an intentional pun that Rice enjoys bread. What do you think? Her name is Rice, but it's spelled R-E-I-S, but rice is a grain, and she enjoys bread a lot. She goes to the store and buys a lot of bread. Bread is made from grains, a different kind of grain. So Rice eats bread. You don't think so? His name is Slash. Where's Dino? You don't think Rice enjoys bread? I mean, Rice does eat bread. You don't think they did it on purpose? Maybe Dino cleaned up his act. Bow 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 wow wow. I enjoy rice and bread. Oh, maybe that's Dino. Are you Dino? Hey, Dino! Yep, we're here to kick your ass. We're gonna kick your ass!
やれやれ。どうにも嫌われているね。
Hey, Motzi. Hey, Motzi. Somebody posted a thing in Discord in the games channel. You should go read it.
気持ちはわかるけど、ちょっと話をさせてくれ。
It pretty much confirms everything, but it's nice to see.
問診票ってああ、ウルスラ病院に通ってた頃に渡されたあれか。
なんだ、 忘れてたわけじゃないのか。
はっ、薬の影響なんかもう全然残ってないんだ。それなのにわざわざ病院に行くなんてかったるいしな。
ディーノ君、自己判断は良くないわ。
But he did his own research. It's
症
fine.
状が残ってたらバイパーのみんなにも迷惑をかけてしまうかもしれないし。
確かにそうだけど。ああ、もう分かったよ。どっかにしまってたから急いで書いて持ってくる。
なんとか回収できそうですね。
ああ、少し待ってるとするか。
I'm surprised there's even a pencil or a pen in there.
ああ、確かに受け取ったよ。
ありがとう。
俺を言われる筋合いなんかないだろ。
Whatever, it's not like I wanted you to help you out or anything. Baka.
マジを連れてどっかに行っちまえ。
邪魔したね。
The last one was Bellegarde Gate, which... Yep. Well, we haven't gone west yet, so... Let's see, I think this is the last road that I haven't gone down. We've gone East Bell, Crossbell Highway, Old America Road, Ursula Road all the way down to the college. We've gone Mains Road, we just haven't gone to the Moon Temple. So not a Bellegarde Gate, which means... Oh, we have gone down to the Police Academy, so this first half of the West Crossbell Highway. Dude, they made us go through literally every single dungeon and road of the previous game, all in the second chapter. And the second chapter's just started. So if you do any of the side quests, you pretty much just repeating old content. That part really bugs me. Like the people got mad when games like reuse assets, like Final Fantasy X2, you know, reuse basically almost all of the assets of FF10, and like that's annoying, right? That's like kind of a cheat, right? Dude, these games are literally like just direct copy pastas of one another. Talk about reusing assets, man. They're not even they're going beyond that, you know? And like they get apologies from the same people that would criticize Final Fantasy for doing the same fucking thing, you know? When realistically Final Fantasy only does that on like some like lower budget side game and none of the main Final Fantasies, right? Obviously you don't do that. But it's just like, it's so egregious. It's just really, like, the whole fucking game is just a copy pasta. Which is why I was bummed out when the game said this is the last time that you'll see anywhere out of Crossbell. Like, the game had a little fourth wall break when I opened the chest in Calvard. And they said, this is the last chest you'll open in that's not in Crossbell or something like that. And it's just like, guess we'll be going to all the old dungeons and places all over again. I mean, the budget for this game's got to be about $15 at that point, you know? No development, just Control-C, Control-V. And with that in mind, you would imagine that left them a lot of room to develop other things. So far, they haven't even made new music for the game. It's the same music, you know? Why is it 2 games? Why am I paying for 2 games? It should be 1 game with a lot of the bloat reduced, you know? I mean, I'm exaggerating with the whole Control-C, Control-V thing. I'll talk to her. It's just the point I'm getting at, Songbird, is that like 90% of what I've experienced so far out of like 15 hours of game is basically the exact same character models, exact same content with the exact same places, with the exact same assets and the exact same places. You know, like there's literally nothing new except for where some of the characters are placed and what their dialogue is. You know, like that's. You know? Mama warned me about people like you. You cozy up to a chest, get it to open up, and then leave it all empty inside. Damn. That's surprisingly dark. I thought I was supposed to talk to her. Noah has more portraits. When you realize that every character portrait is the exact same portrait with the eyes and mouth slightly different shaped, it doesn't become such a big deal after that. See, the portrait is the exact same. It's just their eyes are open, then their eyes are closed. The exact same lines otherwise. So it's just they create a portrait without a face, and then they just add an expression, which takes very little time. The hardest part is organizing. Like, it's much harder to organize the different expressions in the dialogue events than it is to actually draw them. Well, I will say I played Golden Sun games when I was far less critical, but I also remember really enjoying Golden Sun games because I thought they were just exceptionally crafted. However, I do feel like there's like this hole where the resolution of Golden Sun should be, you know, and it's just not there. It's weird because that came at a time where these like multi-game epics were really popular. You have the Xenosaga, you have Da Hack, you have Golden Sun. They were really trying to create these like, you know, play a game, get a full game experience, and then continue that in the next game. And most of them failed miserably at it. They were horrible at it. Like Da Hack is a miserable game. With virtually no story. And Xenosaga has its own issues, but they did a good job at the very least of making each game feel like its own cohesive piece that was part of the overall bigger picture. And each game had its own unique aesthetic and assets, as well as gameplay and systems involved in it. So it was actually pretty decent in that regard. But Golden Sun did not. It was the same game 3 times over, right? So it's kind of hard to say how I feel about Golden Sun because I was so much less critical about it, but I love the Golden Sun games as they were just because they were good games. But they also didn't overstay their welcome like Trails does. So it's like, did they do the same thing that Trails did? Yes. Did they do it as badly as Trails did? I don't remember. I just don't remember. I have to replay them. I just don't remember. That's all. I think that it's probably about equal in that regard. So it really boils down to how good the game is in general versus the other game. That's what I enjoy about these games is the quest system is really, really decent, and the combat is enjoyable, and the fact that the random battles are so fast, it makes me want to fight battles. I think it's a really solid system in that regard. I've always said since even the first game that the best part about these games is the gameplay. It's really competent. It's got a unique system that you can't really see a lot of other places. It's almost like turn-based Grandia in a way. You know, without the what you call it gauge that you can interrupt and everything. It's like FF10, but like with lunar grid. You know, it's just a neat system. And the Sepith quartz system adds a little bit of depth for customization. However, I will say it feels a little bit overly tuned to the point where they were really trying to prevent you from like getting spells too soon, kind of thing. And it just feels like too like pushed down to try and prevent you from moving up and taking advantage of the system. Like, it's overly balanced a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's not that big of a deal because there's plenty of tools that you can use, so. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I enjoy that aspect of it too. I've really started to get attached to the world and a lot of the interconnectivity of it, and I kind of get excited about name drops of different things and everything. For sure, I definitely feel that way, which is actually probably why I'm so critical of the writing of this game. And I've said several times in the past that the problem with this game's story is not the story, it's the writing. The writing is what sucks. The story is actually pretty decent. It's got a lot of neat features and concepts behind it. It just needs a more competent person penning the words on screen, you know? Now, I will say that it's a possibility that it's the localization, but judging by a lot of like little clues here and there, I think it's more writing than localization. Or both, actually, would be more accurate. At the end of the day, though, it's really important to note that this is a video game that costs money, right? And when you get a game, there's a certain expectation, especially considering how expensive games are. And that trust can be kind of muddied when you don't deliver on a package that feels like something that they put effort into. You know what I mean? Like when you just Control-C, Control-V on all the zones and all the areas, and then just deliver it with slightly different dialogue back to the player, it can feel like they didn't really have their hearts in mind. They just had their wallets in mind. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm getting at. And it's really important to note that you can sense the amount of effort that developers have put into a game, and that shows in all of the things. And not just like, oh yeah, they put a lot of effort into the music, so you have a good OST. When you have a lot of effort put into the music, and you have a lot of effort put into visuals, and you have a lot of effort put into the gameplay, it shines forth in all of those aspects. They all mingle and mix together to create a more cohesive experience, because a video game is not just its soundtrack, or just its gameplay, or just its story, or just its visual fidelity. It's all of the things coming together to create a comprehensive experience that has them all mingling and intertwining. You know, when you have music that lifts you up during a hero's moment, like that's intentional, right? It's working together with the narrative, that kind of thing. And when you get low effort in the development, you get low effort experience. And I don't think it's controversial to say that a game with more effort is better, usually. Ephemeral Fantasia has developer testimonials in the back of the manual. Like, they really thought that they had something special. They're like, oh, you know, we've put our heart and soul into this game. We really hope you enjoy it, kind of thing. And that game is ass. So just because you put an effort to something does not mean it'll be good. But I will say that if you don't put effort into something, chances are it's not going to be good as well. You know, like you have to give it effort, but effort is not a guarantee, you know? What am I going for? Kless. Well, right now I'm Klessless. What up? He says, yo, class senpai. Senpai means superior, and yo is very informal. So to call him, so like say yo, class senpai is definitely like 2 tones at the same time. It's like very informal and very formal all at once. It's like saying teach. What up, teach?
リハビリ訓練は終わったってのに何しに来たんだ？実は
Instead of teacher.
問診票。ああ、すっかり
What up, teach, sir?
ちょっと待ってくれ。ほい、これだろ。はい。いやー、悪いね。
Wow, I can't believe he took it down to the mess hall with him. That's weird. He's just been walking around with that thing forever.
忘れちゃっててな。
幸せって
そう、つまり俺とステラちゃんのラブラブな。
よしロイド、そろそろ行くとするか。
ま、目的もだな。長くなりそうだし。
おい、こら、聞いてくれないのか。
No, I actually don't really care about your romantic exploits.
すみません。
これで全ての早速セイランド教授に届けに行くとしよう。
What up, BGG Sama? Nice. Alright, well, I can just take the car everywhere now. I don't need to worry about going through any of the zones anymore because I've now... Oh. 86. Does that show up on the map still? It does. Okay, so they do show up on the map. There's some 80 ones and some hundreds ones, so... Already? I've heard that Arkansas's new Shadow Puppet performance will make 1 to 2 billion mirror, but I guess these are only projected figures. I'm already one-shotting those things? Okay. So it does have the mechanic. I guess I may have missed some stuff here still. Puppets are projected figures sometimes, by the way. That's the joke. Ha 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 ha. You may laugh now. The chest contains a flyer for an underground hotel. No matter the hour, get a good night's rest with us. Geofront ZZZ sector. Sector Z. Sector ZZZ. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Huh, I'm really surprised that I'm already able to do... Maybe they buffed the whole auto shoot to win thing. Cause like, what level am I? 62, so they're only really like 7 levels lower than me. Cause I want to say, I started, well, I think I started the game at 45 and I got here at about level 50. So maybe they're more like 12 levels lower. Maybe it's a 10 level difference then. Well, that's new. Cool. It's almost like a treasure box thing, but like not as drastic and not as good of a reward, but still decent. keep an eye out. In the Geofront fan translation group, there are those who hang in voice chat and just doze off mid-call. They end up being called members of the ZZZ sector. Oh. That's funny. Also, interesting though, because there are localizations now for all the games, right? Official ones, even. Well, some of our fan translations made official, but yeah. Oh, right, I gotta go. Okay. Okay. So let's go here, rest, and then we'll take our car. Okay.
あ、乗りますか？目的地を選んでください。お安いご用です。はい、到着しました。
Do 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 do. Wow, your powers of observation are off the charts. No wonder you're a doctor.
予想時刻より約5分オーバーだが。
やっぱりおっかね。
The fact that you would even be able to even remotely predict how much time it would take to go and get these things with all the variables at play, completely ridiculous, especially within a minute. Like, just there's no way anybody's predicting that ever.
問診票の回収が終わりました。こちらです。
何か問題がありましたか？
いや、逆だ。問診票を見た限りでは後遺症などもないようだ。これでひとまず
How could you be so bold and so accurate at the same time?
完了したことになる。ご苦労だったな。
そうですか。
よかったですね。
なかなか手間だったけど、お役に立てて光栄だね。
では早速だが、グノーシスの分析結果を君たちに報告しよう。少々付き合ってもらおうか。
はい、お願いします。
グノーシスを徹底的に。
I'm sorry, doctor. I would have preferred to have these results approximately 2 minutes and 67 seconds earlier, so I'm just gonna have to go ahead and cut you off and just say, just give me the paper and we'll be out of your hair.
まず第一に、グノーシスには脳のリミッターを強制的に外す効果があることが分かる。
脳のリミッターというと、
そもそも人間
Can you actually get the results in advance?
身体能力の半分も使えないとされている。体への負担を減らすため、脳が引き出せる能力に無意識の制限をかけ、このリミッターを意図的に解除することがもし可能なら、理論上その個人が持つ限界までの能力を発揮できるようになるはずだ。
There is a somewhat truth to this. It's basically what the difference that adrenaline makes. Like you hear stories about like a mother who lifted up an entire car to save her kid from being trapped underneath it and stuff, you know? Because adrenaline just like, but the thing is that like if you pull too hard on a muscle group, you will tear the muscles and you will, you know, do severe damage to yourself.
つまりグノーシスとは単に筋力を強化する薬ではなく、普段は使われていない潜在能力を
I mean, it kind of makes it turn into like more of a science fiction type of thing when it says draw out a person's latent abilities. If you're just removing, if it's just basically the same as adrenaline, you're not really drawing out latent abilities. You're just basically saying the body can self-destruct itself in the event of overstraining itself with the use of this drug, you know, because it doesn't have like pain receptors or a signal telling you no, that's too much.
無論無意識にかかっていたリミッターを外せば体への負担は相当なものだがな。
確かに教団事件の後警備隊のやつらは相当疲弊してたみたいだからな。しばらくは指一本動かすのもきついありさまだったようだし、みっちりリハビリ訓練をやったおかげでようやく勘を取り戻せたみてえだが。
はい、そうみたいですね。勘といえば高まった月と勘を頼りにギャンブルで連勝していた人もいましたね。それと同時に性格や言動が表変したようでしたが、それらもグノーシスが脳のリミッターを外している。
I would imagine it's like a inhibitor reducer. The person probably already had those like tendencies to be rude already. You ever hear the expression drunk actions are sober thoughts? If you do something when you're drunk and your excuse is, oh, sorry, I was drunk, I wasn't being myself, that's a complete fucking lie. Because those are thoughts that your sober mind is restricting you from doing. So drunk actions are sober thoughts. You would not, like, all alcohol does is like it deludes your perceptions enough to prevent you from stopping yourself from doing something that you would already do. Like, for instance, they call it social lubricant. Because generally speaking, most people want to be social. They want to talk. They want to engage. They want to participate. And alcohol loosens that up because your inhibitors are limited, and you're kind of freed from your social anxieties to express yourself and talk. And sometimes that can be for a negative, but I mean, that's what it does. It removes the inhibition.
この薬には五感の働きを飛躍的に高める作用も確認されているからな。副作用として神経質になり情緒不安定な状態になることも分かっている。それが凶暴な性格への変化につながるのだろ
う。なるほど。
確かに一通り説明がつきそうですね。
だがあくまで生化学的に説明できるのはここまでだ。いくつかの効能については非科学的としか言いようがない。具体的には先ほども話に出た月を呼び込むという効能、そして君たちも何度か目撃したというデモナイズという肉体変異現象だ。
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because your inhibitions are removed, so you're more willing to kind of go out on a limb and do something you wouldn't normally do. Yeah, exactly. I'm pressing the button.
確かに。
魔人化を引き起こすのは赤いタイプのグノーシス。やはり青いタイプのものとは異なる成分だったわけですか。
それなんだが、実は青いタイプのグノーシスも赤いタイプのグノーシスも成分的には何ら変わりはない。
Is it about like concentration of the catalyst drug or something?
生化学的にはな。
She is being very cute. Oh, big kitty meow.
ああ、あの色の違いは生成時の処理の差によるものだ。主成分に何ら違いはないし、分子構造もほぼ一致しているにもかかわらず、赤いタイプは肉体変異などという説明不可能な現象を引き起こしている。
Off she goes.
正直、魔人化というのが君たちが恐怖のあまり見た幻覚と考えるのが一番しっくりくるくらいだ。
I mean, if it's nearly identical, it's not identical. And collective hallucination is is kind of hard to like. Saying it's a collective hallucination when everybody hallucinated the same thing without corroborating stories is a bit of a stretch.
いや、そいつはさすがに。
アーネスト秘書の魔人化は私も目撃していますし。
分かっている。だからここまでが限界なんだ。
Oh, I see. She's saying that based on the research, that's the conclusion that we can draw, not what actually occurs. That's just based off of what we have been able to determine based on our investigation. That makes more sense.
グノーシスという薬物の正体を
But she did say specifically that it's nearly identical, not identical.
なるほど。最先端の近代医療の担い手にしては。
But yeah, we do live in a world where dragons exist and also mecha exists and also people jumping 40 feet in the air.
こと心と魂の問題についてはな。そしてグノーシスはおそらくそれらと肉体を共鳴させるような何らかの働きを秘めているんだろう。
That was a weird
ヨアヒ
pain.
ムもグノーシスの全貌はつかめていなかったに違いあるまい。教団に伝わっていた秘技をもとに試行錯誤しながら完成させ。
That's true. That's true. Like, he didn't really need to understand the drug. He just needed to know that it worked in a certain way. Because when you had like the experimentation going on at such a drastic level that he did, it was just alter it slightly, experiment, alter it slightly, experiment, alter it slightly, experiment until you get it right. It doesn't matter. It's like throwing darts at a dartboard, except the dartboard are the heads of children, you know, until you get it right.
確かにそのようなことを本人も認めていたような。
ああ、各地で行われた儀式のデータをもとに試行錯誤しながら完成させたと言っていた。
うん、やはりそうか。
I don't think that's the case. No, I mean the cult has been around for a while, but the whole Gnosis thing has not been around for a while. So the 500 years was how old what's her name was, Kia. Or rather, she's from a civilization 500 years ago and then put into stasis. I think Gnosis has only like been worked on for like the last several years, kind of thing, maybe a decade or two.
それが悪い方に出てしまったか。
ひょっとして
あのヨアヒムと個人的な知り合いだったりするんすか？
ああ。 奴がレミフェリアの医科大学で学んでいた頃の卒業してからは会っていなかったが、たまに最新の研究成果などについて手紙でやり取りはしていた。だがまさかこのような形で医の技術を悪用し自らの身まで滅ぼすことになるとは。
教授、お察しします。
いや、せんないことを言った。いずれにせよ、私から報告できるのはここまでだ。グノーシスの真相に迫るには別のアプローチが必要になるだろう。これは完全に私の勘だが、グノーシスの原料であるというプレロマソウなる植物の特質が。
プレロマソ？
教団のデータベースに記されていた名前ですね。
しかし、
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't been studying that this whole time.
どこから手に入れていたのかも分かってねえんだよな。
ああ、私も知り合いの植物学者などに当たってみたが、該当するものは見つからなかった。教団にのみ伝わっていた新種か、それとも。
But the thing is if they raided all of those like cultist hideaways, they would have absolutely come into contact with rare ingredients, including the Palmyra grass or whatever it's called. And maybe even some of the areas that were actually growing it and cultivating it themselves. So I feel like that's something that's not elaborated on.
いずれにせよ、薬の効能を考えると、その植物もありえない性質を持っているのではないかと推測できる。
ありえない性質。
なんだかオカルティックで面白くなってきたじゃないか。
セイランド教授、どうもありがとうございました。 おかげで今まで漠然としていたことが。
そうか。
You can't exactly produce the drug without the materials, right? So it's not like, I mean, they may say, oh, we didn't actually produce it, we just were handed shipments of it. That makes no sense for a research lab. They would also produce it because they would need to alter it as needed in order to do a new test. So they would of course be producing it, refining it there on site so they can make small alterations to each batch.
また何か分かったことがあれば遠慮なく尋ねてくるがいい。あくまで医者の立場からでよければ意見くらいは言わせてもらおう。
Otherwise, they'd have to write down results, send the results to the production facility. Production facility decides to alter it, send it out. I mean, it's just, that's a huge, way inconvenient way of doing it.
いろいろ分かったような謎が増えたような気分だぜ。
なんだか歯がゆいですね。ええ、ヨアヒム先生が亡くなった今、あまりに手がかりが少なすぎる。せめて教団のデータベースの解析が進めば何かわかるかもしれないけど。
ま、そのあたりは今後の課題ってやつかな。
ああ、俺たちの方でもとりあえず今回の依頼はこれで達成だ。帰りにセシル姉のところに寄ってもいいかもしれないな。
お、そうすっか。
Ooh. Oh. Oh. It returns the card to Crossbell. Well, how is that useful? I guess if I'm in Crossbell, it returns the card to Crossbell. Ring, 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 plot phone. Ring, 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 plot phone. Every time you almost finish your request, the phone rings. You'd figured they'd introduce story elements, you know, uniquely by now.
ミシェルさん、どうしたんですか？
I don't know what that is.
一発でわかるなんてなかなか冴えてるじゃない。それとも愛のなせる技かしら。
いえ、ミシェルさん以外に該当者が思いつかなかっただけで、ひょっとしてそちらに伺ってるキアのことですか？
Oh, that guy. That guy's alright. And we let them unsupervised at 11 years old because why not? Oh, never mind. Then it is fine.
ああ、ザイトが一緒なら何の心配もいらないと思います。
あら、やっぱり話は聞いていたけど、彼すっごく貫禄があるわね。さすが伝説の神童と言われてるだけはあるじゃない。
さすがに伝説の狼とは別物だとは思いますけど。あ、わざわざそのことを知らせてくれたんですか？
問題なんだけど、実はアリオスがあなたたちと情報交換がしたいらしいのよ。夕方くらいに戻ってくるんだけど。
夕方ですか？情報交換ということは。
それもあるけど、ヘイユエと赤い星座に関してね。
一通り用事を済ませたらそちらに伺います。
ええ、待ってるわ。
遊撃士協会の
何かあったのかよ。
いや、情報交換の申し出さ。
ヘイユエと赤い星座か。確かにアリオスのおっさんなら
渡りに船かもしれないね。それじゃあ今から。
いや、アリオスさんが戻ってくるのはそれまではこちらの用事を済ませていても大丈夫。
赤い星座の情報もそれせっかく車があるからいろいろ回ってみてもよさ
But
そう。
we already did everything.
用事を済ませたら東通りのギルドに行きます。
Well, we did everything from the computer. Beep beep. Which, as far as I'm concerned, that's everything. There's no way I'm going to go talk to every NPC. It's just not going to happen.
それでは大変でしたね。では
Darn. Oh, they actually gave him an actual full portrait. Dude is absolutely ripped.
まだアリオスは戻ってないけど。
He's even got a butt
よ
chin.
かったら2階で待っている？
Oh, I have hair on my chin. I can't make it look like a butt.
なんだったら用事を済ませてから来てくれてもいいけど。
あ、そうなんですか。そろそろ夕方だし。
それじゃあ2階に上がって適当にくつろいでてちょうだい。お茶とコーヒーの用意があるから勝手に入れちゃっていいわよ。
わかりました。
それではお邪魔します。
He got promoted to having face.
Na るほどな。クリムゾン商会というのにそんな裏があったとは。
最近テイト方面の情報が入りにくくなってたものね。ありがとう。おかげで助かったわ。
いえ、お役に立てたら幸いです。
しかし赤い星座の情報はそっちの方でも掴んでないわけ。ギルドって両兵団と小競り合いをすることが多いって聞くけど。
確かに多いが、赤い星座クラスの大物とことを構える機会はめったにない。下手をすればお互い全面戦争になりかねないからな。
そこまでちょっとした小国の軍隊レベルみたいですね。
数ある両兵団の中でも赤い星座は別格と言えるわね。大陸全土にコネクションを持ち、紛争の兆しあらば即座に介入して自分たちを高く売り込む。同じ両兵団で匹敵しそうなのは西風の旅団くらいかしら。
確かルバーチェの若頭の
あっちもあっちで歴戦の猛者どもが集まる両兵団だ。特に両兵王と呼ばれたトップは化け物みたい。半年前に投資、俺の親父と相打ちになったらしい。
いろいろあるみたいだな。
一応その情報についてはギルドの方でも把握しているわ。ちなみに現在西風の旅団は活動を休止しているそうだけど、赤い星座の方は相変わらず精力的に活動しているみたいね。
おじきが残っているからな。赤い星座の副団長、東進と両兵王に匹敵するほどの化け物だ。
その3人は特に有名だろう。話を聞く限りでは俺ですら太刀打ちできるかどうか。
そんな。
Well, you're only level 60 in our party, so you're kind of wimpy. I mean, power scaling in the game is always really awkward because, like, he's supposed to be a divine blade at level 60. We're almost level 60, by the way. I think we're actually level 62 now, I want to say. But more than that, like, Estelle ended up being like 130 by the end of Sky. So...
風の牽制が太刀打ちできない。
私の見る限りじゃ五分五分。
We're already more powerful than our Arios, I guess, at this point. I mean, technically, by like raw measurement standards.
剣士と両兵じゃ戦闘スタイルも得意とする場合も。
Yeah, I mean, I'm the first one to say, like, look, you know, in-game like levels and mechanics and everything do not dictate a character's actual power. Like what you experience in the story matters. But I'd also like to say that there is a direct correlation, so there is something there that you should be taking from. But yeah, it's not a one-for-one thing. It's not like, oh, I'm level 62, so I'm more powerful than you. You know, 60 and 62 are pretty close. Not only that, but like, you know, your coefficients and your scaling and your stats and your gear and all that play a role in how powerful your character is as well. So I mean, it doesn't really have a one-for-one application like a lot of people would argue. That being said, I'm roughly as powerful as Arios at this point, based on what the game has told me and conveyed to me through the in-game mechanics.
あんたは確かに強いが、おじきも正真正銘の化け物だ。やり合えばお互い、ただじゃ済まねえだろ。
ああ、分かっている。だが必要とあらば、敵対することもあり得るだろう。問題は、彼らが何の目的でクロスベル入りをしたかだが。
Well, this ought to be good.
そこですよね。これだけ情報を集めても、そこがわからないんじゃ
Oh,
ない
I thought it was that we have
帝
determined.
国政府が絡んでいるってことくらい。
それなんだけど、一つ気になる情報があるのよ。共和国方面でアリオスが掴んできてくれたんだけど。
どんな情報ですか？
ああ、ヘイユエについてだ。どうやら現在、共和国政府がヘイユエの長老たちと何かの取引を行っているらしい。
本当ですか？
Do we know who the syndicate is?
ヘイユエの長老ということは、
Oh,
中
I
枢
see.
の人物たちですよね。
The council, the syndicate is Heiyu.
それでね、もう一つのポイントなんだけど、その取引を主導したのがキリカ・ローランって女性なの。
それって
Uh,
あのキリカさん？
slow your roll there, Ellie. We barely met Kilika. You don't really know her all that well, so I think you should just relax on that. That's 100% the writer reacting or telling the player how they should react, but through the character that shouldn't react that way. You know what I mean? Like, I as the player should be like, "What, Kilika?" But she's on the level, you know. She's one of the bracers, and it was a good character and everything. So that doesn't make any sense. Why would she be on the syndicate? My guess is she's working undercover. But anyway, Ellie shouldn't react that way. She should just be like, "Oh, we've met her before. Interesting. Well, that I guess she was putting on quite the front for us then, you know, kind of thing." Like, yeah.
へえ、オークションの時に見かけた黒髪のお姉さんか。
実は彼女は遊撃士協会ともリベールのツァイス支部で受付をしていた経験もある。だが1年ほど前に引退し、
Yeah, she's almost 100% working undercover, which begs the question of how did we find the information that Kilika is working with them? If she's with the intelligence agency and more than likely working undercover? Not very good intelligence agency, is it?
その情報機関の名前をロックスミス機関という。
そうだったんですか。
ロックスミス、共和国の大統領の名前ですね。
大統領主導で新たな情報機関が設立された話は聞きま。ちょっと待ってください。赤い星座とヘイユエは以前構想しているんですよね。その2つに2大国の諜報関係者がそれぞれ接触しているということは
見事な対立構図が出来上がりつつあるというわけだ。
まさかクロスベルの地で帝国と共和国の代理戦争を。
Well, so much for the non-aggression pact.
当然その可能性も考えられるわね。特に明日からの通商会議ではエレボニアからは最小に応じ、お互い機に乗じて相手のトップを抹殺するつもりかもしれない。
So that's why the trade conference is important, because leaders from multiple countries will be there, and if anything is gonna happen, it would cause war to ignite. So my take is that somebody wants war to happen and is going to use that trade conference as an opportunity to ignite something, you know? Off one of the leaders, blame it on the other one, off both of them in the middle of Crossbell where they were supposed to be protected. Crossbell suddenly enters the crosshairs. and then, you know, alliances have to be formed, lines in the sand have to be drawn, and before you know it, you're at war.
だが、それにしてはお互い接触を隠していないのは不自然だ。仮にヘイユエや赤い星座が動けば、そうした背景が明るみに出て。
So Heiyu, represented by Calvert, and Red Constellation, represented by Erebonium. But they're both like basically gangs. They're gangsters. They're mafias, more or less. So I don't see how they represent their politicians. I mean, they did say that Heiyu and the Calvert president had a link or something like that. So.
帝国にしても共和国にしてもそれだけのリスクを負うとは思えん。
確かに短絡的な攻撃を仕掛ける状況ではありません。
I suppose it's not unreasonable that a very powerful organized criminal organization has not only infiltrated politics but is in direct control of them. So that's not. I mean, we've seen that happen in history and our current history around the world all over the place, where the politicians are basically the lawless ones, you know?
でもそれならどうして。
くそ、おじきども、一体何を考えてやがるんだ。
But across multiple governments at once and them colluding, or well, maybe not colluding, but yeah. I mean, it does represent a perfect storm kind of situation when you have two governments that are both run by criminals that are opposing one another. Criminals tend to be aggressive, and when they have power, they want to throw that power out, and they have less restraint and less intelligence usually as well.
多分俺たちが手に入れていないそれを掴む必要
And
があ
that
る
less intelligence usually results in more violence, by the way. Dumb people tend to solve their problems through violence, is what I'm saying.
なるほどね。
さすがロイド君、先回りされちゃったわね。
実は我々も同じ見解でな。その欠けたピースについてはギルドの情報網を駆使して現在当たりをつけているさ。
そうだったんですか。
そんじゃ何か分かったらこっちにも教えてくれんのか。
Yeah. She just shows up unannounced. Yeah. Without any coercion or force or anything. Just she's like, hey, I'm here.
ええ、新たな事実が判明次第、警察本部にも連絡するわ。
お前たちの方でも何か掴んだら知らせてくれ。明日からの3日間を何事もなく乗り切るためにな。
了解しました。
何か判明したらすぐにお知らせします。
Afterward, Kia and Shizaku returned to the guild with Zeit. Lloyd and his team said their goodbyes to Arios and Shizaku, who planned to go out for dinner. The SSS then returned home. Well, it doesn't look like we've returned home. Still looks like we're not at home. Oh, there we go.
So, 明日はしずくちゃんとデパートの屋上に行くんだな。
除幕式だっけ？一緒に見ようって約束したの。そうなんだ。あら、でもしずくちゃん、除幕式の様子を見るのは。
Look at that, see? If you don't charge your PS5 controller through the PS5, then your controller lasts all day. That's 8 hours right there. 7.5 hours technically, but it's got another hour or so on it. Whenever it says low battery, it's usually got about an hour left or more. And this is my original PS5 controller, like the one that came with the PS5, so battery of the PS5 controller is fine. It just charges horribly on the PS5 itself.
そっか。
元気ないね。
そんなことねえって。シャキーン。 俺いつも通りクールでハンサムなナイスガイだろ。
ナイスガイ？先輩、ナイスガイはさすがに死後なんじゃ。
から元気も元気のうちってことかな。
混ぜ返すな後輩ども。
でもランディ、あまり一人で思い詰めないでくれよな。
そうね、こういう時のために私たちがいるんだから、くれぐれも自分だけで何とかしようと思わないでね。
I have a couple PS5 controllers myself for the for similar reasons, because if I have my PC on and I unplug this one and then I plug it back in, it's gonna start detecting it as my default audio device and everything, and it gets all fucky. So as long as I keep it plugged in forever, then it's my PC controller.
ただまあ一応俺の身内でもある連中だ。一度腹を割って話してみようとは思ってる。
それは
危険じゃないのか。
まあ勝手知ったるってやつだ。しかしおじきのやつ話があるとか抜かしながら全然音沙汰がねえんだよ。ルバーチャートを訪ねてもイルスを使ってるみてえだし。
そうなのか。
さすがに腹が減ったな。
Seems like every chapter consists of like 2 parts. Basically, the intro to the chapter and then the resolution of the chapter. And what I mean by that is like the intro, you get a series of quests, you build up to something, and then the second chapter you get another series of quests and you have the resolution to that something. And I've been feeling that pattern across like the entirety of the last game, and now we have 2 chapters under our belt where it's doing the same thing.
今日は外食で済ませるのもいいかもしれないわね。たまにはいいですね。
すると
Structure is all right to have. You know, you need a measure of structure, but sometimes that structure, if it's adhered to too religiously, it can feel monotonous. So that's why I bring it. That's why I bring it up. That's part of what made Final Fantasy VII so popular and so well loved, is it broke that monotony. I've talked about this before, like the mini games that are constantly thrown into the story. And one of the reasons why Rebirth having a lot of mini games, required or otherwise, was a really, really smart move, and I think it was excellent to do that, because part of what made FF7 so well loved was the mini games. Not because the mini games themselves were amazing, but it allowed the player to break the monotony of like story battle, story battle, story battle, story battle. You know, it's story battle, minigame battle, minigame story. You know, it breaks it up and it kind of gives you a new little element of gameplay to sort of like wake your brain up.
サイト
どうしたの？なんかお客さんが来てるって言ってるよ。
Well, it's not going to be Ren, because he wouldn't growl at Ren, because even though she's like horribly evil, the game tries to paint her as this like pure Snow White kid that's just misunderstood. And it's like, yes, I get it, she had a horrible childhood and that's what drove her to be those things and everything like that, but still, it's just, she always defaults back to it, unlike Joshua, who was taken out of it pretty easily.
Landy.
Yep. Called it. Definitely not Ren.
ランディのいとこの。どうもどうも、シャーリー・オルランドです。遅かったね。待ちくたびれちゃったよ。
お前、一体何しに来やがった？
あ、釣れないな、ランディには。2年ぶりの可愛いいとこにそっけなさすぎるんじゃないの？
いいから答えろ。何しに来や？いや、ここで何をしていた？
ぬるいね、ランディに。対人トラップを仕掛けてたら、入った瞬間にひき肉になってたよ。いつからそんなにふぬけになっちゃったのさ。あなた、いきなり何を？心配しなくてもトラップとかは仕掛けてないよ。ランディに一人だったらそんなお遊びもありだったけど、戦争中でもない限り一般人は巻き込みたくないからね。
こりゃまた過激な子だね。
君シャーリーと言ったか。改めて支援家のロイド・バニングスだ。
あ、どうもどうも。こないだはごめんね。つい耳たぶ噛んじゃってさ。
それはともかく、ここはクロスベル警察の分室で、君の座っているそのソファーもトラップだの巻き込むだの、子供の前で不用意な発言は控えてもらおうか。
ごめんごめん。つい懐かしかったからお兄にじゃれつきたくってさ。
お前が俺に懐く玉か。大方おじきの使いで俺を呼びに来たんだろう。
それって正解。
True, true. Non-named name tag bad guys just die.
パパが言ってたでしょ。いずれ話があるって。明日から忙しくなりそうだし、今晩あたりはどうかだってさ。あ、別に断ってもいいけど。
断った場合は手段を選ばねえってんだろ。お見通しなんだよ、お前らのやり方。
調子が戻ってきたみたいだね。パパはノイエブランで先にやってるけど、どうする？
いいだろう。みんな悪いが夕食は俺抜きで。
ねえねえ、このお姉ちゃんひょっとして悪い人？
キア
ちゃん下がって。悪い人はひどいな。っていうか何その子、めちゃくちゃ可愛くない？
うちで預かってる子でな。手を出したら殺すぞ。
わかった。少なくともこのビルを爆破するのはやめておくよ。もちろん冗談だからね。なんて会話。
こりゃ心臓に悪いね。
まあそういうことだから、おじきんとこに顔を出してくる。今夜中には戻るから、あんま心配しないでくれや。
さすがに危ないんじゃ。
なあランディ、だったら俺も挨拶に伺っていいかな。
お？
ロイドさん。
一応支援家のリーダーとして同僚の身内に挨拶するのは礼儀だろうからな。
Actually, no, it wouldn't be rude to not involve yourself in the private affairs of a coworker. It would be rude to actually involve yourself in the private affairs of a coworker.
それに高級クラブなんていい社会勉強になりそうだし。
へえ、面白いね、お兄さん。いいじゃんいいじゃん。せっかくだからついてきなよ。
だったら僕もご一緒させてもらおうかな。
Yeah, true, true. Fucking Mario, right? Always gotta make it his
高
business.
級クラブノイエブラン、一度遊んでみたかったんだよね。
綺麗なお兄さんもどうぞ。
It's like, hey man, we're gonna go race Mario. We're gonna go race karts and everything. And then Mario's like, I'm gonna go get a car and race karts too. All right, Mario. Hey, we're having a party. You're playing some video games, you know, just Bowser and Yoshi and Toad and everything. Mario's like, I'm playing with the party games too. Okay, fine. Nobody invited you, but fine, you can come along.
あれ、ひょっとしてお姉さ
ん？一応お兄さんってことになっているみたいだけど。
何考えてんだお前ら。シャーリー、お前も勝手に話を進めんじゃねえ。
まあまあ、車で送り迎えするからさ。
Nah, Luigi's invited. Luigi's invited.
そうだ、お姉さんたちも来る？あ、でもその子と狼はさすがに連れて行けないな。
エリー、ノエル、夕食はキーヤと済ませてくれ。それと課長に一応サイトは課長が戻るまで。
でも分かった。留守の方は任せて。
But okay. Boy, that was just like shoom, around real fast, man.
気をつけてください。ねえねえロイド、どこかに出かけるの？
ああ、ランディたちとちょっと出かけてくるよ。遅くなるかもしれないから夜更かししないで寝るんだぞ。
うん、いってらっしゃい。
くそ、どうしてこんなことに。
まあ腹をくくるしかないんじゃない？ これは確かラインフォルト社の防弾リムジンだっけ。
Is it the latest model as well?
早速こんな代物まで買ったのか。さすがに景気がいいじゃねえか。
おかげさまでがっぽり稼いでるからね。
シャーリー様、お疲れ様です。それと若
ガレス、久しぶりだな。それはともかくさすがに若ってのはよせ。
バルデル様の件お聞きになったかと思います。本当に欲しい方。
I think it's more of a gain actually, so we're good.
締めっぽい話はなしなし。ささ乗ってお兄さんたちも早く早く。
ああ、それじゃあ
お邪魔するよ。さすが豪華だね。両兵団ってのはそんなに儲かるのかい？
The inside of it is so wide that it's like an actual mobile home.
うちは特別かな。資産家や大貴族のお得意。
Object scaling is awkward because it's tile based. You know, it's an old PSP game, which basically makes it a PlayStation game, which means that it's based on size of tiles. So each thing has to be X amount of pixels wide, more or less.
そんなにトップクラスの傭兵を抱えたらそれなりに維持費もかかるし、当然武装は最新のものばかり。そろそろ飛行船でも手に入れたかよ。
それはまだ。やっぱり頑丈さだとリベールの軍用艇がいいんだけど、なかなか裏に流れないからね。ま、いざとなったら潜入して奪っちゃうって手もあるんだけど。
冗談だよ
な。まあそういうことにしとけ。
そうですか。そんなことに。
ええ、ごめんなさい。せっかくティオちゃんがまた連絡してくれたのに。いえ、
話が聞けてよかったです。とりあえず今日はこれで。
ええ、わかったわ。
ティオ、またね。
あんまり心配しないでね。
はい、失礼します。
ロイドたち、本当に大丈夫なのかしら。
相手が相手だけにさすがに心配ですね。
ああ、帰っ。
課長だ。
課長、お疲れ様です。
遅くなった。状況は変わっていないか。
Everything's fucked, actually.
先ほど連絡した時のまま。
Oh, they already updated them.
店の近くで待機した方がいいんでしょうか。
ま、そう心配すんな。
Yeah, like just because they're known bad guys, they're not gonna sit there and just like off some cops randomly, especially considering that they're foreign, so they don't exactly have a lot of like they don't have a lot of leeway to do just whatever they want, you know? They want to stay in the city, and if they just like start killing cops and everything, they're gonna get removed from the city real fast.
ノイエブラン周辺には一家の監視も入ってるからな。
そうだったんですか。
ただ連中がその気になれば監視の目も潰されるかもしれない。とにかく今夜はあいつらの帰りを待つしかねえだろう。
You think their goal is to make them do things, or they want us to do things for them? I think they're just bringing Randy out because they're going to offer him a position again.
繁華街でも超一等地だな。
僕が顔を出してるホストクラブも近くにあるよ。そういえばこの店、前は議員先生の御用達だったけど。
ああ、そうみたいだね。ちなみに今日は貸し切りだから遠慮なくくつろいじゃっていいよ。さあ、入った入った。
おい、自由気ままな子だね。
ガレス。
とん
Thanks for looking after her and turning her into more of a murderous savage than she might have been 2 years ago. Thanks. God damn, she's chowing down on that ice cream.
ずいぶん唐突じゃねえか。前に会ってから2週間、何の音沙汰もなかったくせによ。
こちらもいろいろやることがあってな。しかし、お前がこの場に連れを連れてくるとは2年前のお前じゃ考えられんな。
うちのリーダーは義理がたいんでね。
はじめまして、クロスベル警察特務支援課。
同じく支援課の準メンバー。
クリムゾン商会代表シグムント・オルランドだ。迷惑をかけた貸しもある。ゆっくりと飲んでいくがいい。
ではお言葉に甘えて。
ところで迷惑をかけたっていうのは急鉱山の一件でいいのかな。
さてな、腹も減ってるんだろう。すぐに料理を持ってこさせよう。
あ、パフェもう一つ追加ね。
さて、積もる話もあるが、まずは客人。お前らからの質問に答えよう。
Yes, first question. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
はい。話が早くて助かります。率直に言って、クロスベル警察は
Oh, I guess we can ask that question instead.
特にどのような目的でクロスベルに滞在しているか。
Yes, but I need a number, right?
直球だな。俺たちがここにいる理由はいくつかあるが、もちろん最大の目的は契約を結んだからだ。
それは帝国政府との
ノーコメントだ。うちの業界にとっちゃ守秘義務に抵触するんだな。
There are commands in certain channels. You can do a slash. What is it, like slash roll or slash roll number to number kind of thing? I think you can do with the bot in here. And there's also the BGG luck emote, which always has the best roll you can possibly get on a D20, which is 0. That's the only one I've ever experienced, so as far as I'm concerned, 0 is the best roll you can get on a D20. That's the best roll on a D20, right?
それじゃあ、エレボニアのレクター隊との関係はルバーチ跡地の買収でお世話になったそうじゃない。
あのザレ言使いか。鉄血の懐刀だけあってなかなか面白い小僧だ。案外サオあたりともいい勝負をするかもしれんな。
チキ、あのメガネ野郎も知ってんのか。
去年連中の縄張りをかき回した時にやり合った。正直ぬるい仕事だったが、奴の手勢には食い下がられてな。まさかこの町でも顔を合わせるとは思わなかったが。
噂のインケのには結局会えなかったんだよね。別の仕事をしてたらしくてニアミスだったみたいでさ。確かちょっと前までクロスベルにいたんでしょ。
ああ、ルバーチェが消えてから音沙汰はねえらしいが。ってごまかすな。あのレクターってやつとの関係を聞いてんだろうが。
つまりはノーコメントというわけだ。それ以上は察しろ。
いいさ、ランディ。ちなみに差し支えなければでいいんですが、今回の契約というの
は。お兄さん、目の付けどころがいいね。
なるほど。そんな反応が出てくるくらいの額なんだ。1億ミラくらい出てるのかな。
ノーコメントだとはぐらかしてもいいが。
The interesting thing here, and there's actually a maturity in this conversation that I appreciate, and that is when he says no comment, it actually means something. It means like if you can't say, it's like do you have a connection with the government or whatever? And he says no comment. It's obviously a yes, but like at what level we won't know. You know, we don't know what his connections are, who's on, you know, whose payroll he's on, etc., 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 who he's got in his back pocket, whatever the situation might be. We don't know that, but we do know that it's being orchestrated by the Erebonian government. I think it was Erebonian, or was it Calvard? Erebonian government. Anyway, the point is that like there is a level of maturity to this conversation, which is kind of nice that is absent in so many of the other exchanges in these games that I'm kind of appreciating. But yeah, like sometimes a non-answer is an answer, and it's a clever question because it doesn't matter what they answer. Silence is an answer in itself. No comment is an answer in itself. So you get information no matter what the reaction is, because they're going to react a certain way, and that gives you information.
今回の契約に関しては
1億ミラ相当の契約。
豪気だね。
ろくでもねえことをやろうとしてるみてえだな。
サービスはここまでだ。それじゃあそろそろ本題に入るとしよう。ランドルフ、前も言ったが、
Yeah, I told you. He's trying to bring him back into the fold.
貴様には近いうちに。
I told you. That part was pretty predictable.
闘神。親父さんの異名だっけ。
ふざけんな！何を口走ってやがる。まさか酒に酔ったとか抜かすんじゃねえだ。
簡単な話だ。赤い星座を率いるのは闘神でなくてはな。そしてそれを継ぐのは兄貴の息子である貴様の義務だ。
なんで俺が闘神が必要ってんならあんたが継ぎゃいいだろう。なんならシャーリーでもいい。女じゃいけない理由はねえはずだ。
俺はあくまで戦機。戦場を蹂躙するだけの兄貴みたいにはなれんし、またなりたいと思うわ。それはこいつも同じ。いや、ある意味俺以上だろう。
シャーリーも闘神なんて柄じゃないな。
ランドルフ、貴様には分かっているはずだ。兄貴がなぜ長年の宿敵と決着をつける気になったのか。かつて兄貴は貴様に試練を与えた。そして貴様はそれを乗り越え見事闘神を継ぐ器を示した。お前も気づいているはずだ。もう他の者にはなれん。
闘神を継ぐ試練。
今はへたれてるけど昔のランディ兄はすごかったよね。何せ西風の大部隊を撃破するためにあの村を。
黙れ、頼むから。それ以上喋る。
ランディ。
ださ。ちょっとショックだな。これでも昔はランディ兄に憧れてたこともあったの。
そのくらいにしておけ。今夜は帰るぞ、シャーリー。
分かった。
その姿、兄貴が見たらどう思うかよく考えてみろ。それ以上無様を晒す前に従うか逃げるか抗うか決めるがいい。
Yeah, if you don't just like brutally beat the shit out of everybody you meet, then you're a coward, obviously.
さもなくば死ね。
おやすみ、ランディ。お兄さんたちもまた。
お嬢たちを連れてこなくてよかったぜ。さすがに格好悪すぎだろう。
ランディ。
すまねえな。無様なところを見せちまったみたいだ。
そんな風に言うな。どう考えてもおかしいのは彼らの方だろ。
でもそこまでへこんでるところを見ると意外と図星だったみたいだね。
マジ？
They were pegging him? Whoa.
嫌な野郎だ。
That got spicy.
この上もなく図星で
The group proceeds to walk their way back home, having turned down the car the club managers prepared for them. They were then met with the girls and Sergei, all of whom had been worried about them. After putting a half-asleep kid to bed, Lloyd and the team delivered their report. What a gloss over for a game that typically is so, like, gung-ho about obnoxious detail, you know?
本当にとんでもない連中みたいですね。
ま、お前が刀身ってのを継ぐって話はともかく、いろいろ収穫はあったみたいだな。
It also just seemed like quite a bit of detail for a narration of they went back to base, you know?
連中が今受けてるのは1億ミラ相当の契約相手は流れからして帝国政府なのは間違いねえだろ。
それと
Well, and just like meeting up with Kia and having dinner, and they were worried about them, yada yada yada. Just it seemed like a lot of detail for a narration of, and then morning came, basically the equivalent kind of thing, you know?
やっぱり通商会議の期間中に何かし
They didn't even need any text. They could have just faded out, faded in, and it would have been fine.
そうなると、その1億の契約の内容だが。
It just kind of feels a little odd, awkward, head tilty kind of thing.
はい。
I talked about this whole like how like 80% of the dialogue in these games could be taken out from the games and it would be better. You know, it's kind of situation like that where it's like it was so unnecessary and like an elaborate kind of detail about like how everybody interacted and everything, and usually they're so gung-ho about having whole scenes regarding all that stuff with like just so much exchange that it seemed weird that they would like do it in a narration style when all they really needed to do is just be like fade out, fade in, done, you know, and then they're talking to Sergei and talking about the situation. They don't need to talk about where everybody is at every given time and what their feelings are and how much they really like eating Hot Pockets at 6 p.m. exactly because it reminds them of, you know what I mean? It's just like, get on with it. What was the purpose of the Red Constellation 100 million contract? I don't know. All of these seem plausible, and yet none of them seem realistic. You know, this seems the least likely. They're not protectors. They're bulls in a China shop, right? So like, they're not here to like be shields and, you know, and suits and sunglasses. They're here to take somebody out. So this seems like the most likely. But the thing that bothers me is if they were here to just assassinate a president and then leave, why buy the house? Why buy the property? Why establish roots, right? So this seems like the more likely one because of that. Why would they establish roots in the city if they were just here to one and done, right? So I'm gonna go with this one, even though it seems like the least likely.
兵ゆえの相当。いや、通商会議の期間中はさすがにタイミングが悪いか。
その通りだ。この時点で考えられるとすれば、鉄血宰相の安全確保くらいだろう。
The least likely one. I would have picked that one the last out of all of them.
オズボーン宰相は帝国内にかなりの敵対勢力を持っていると言われていますし、
そいつはありそうだな。
でもそれだと逆に1億ミラは少し
Yeah,
多すぎないか。
that's another factor. Yeah, that's a lot of mirror for something so simple.
最初だって
That they would probably have, like, you know, professional guards already on that, like, Secret Service kind of thing. Personal detail. There you go.
帝国にしても共和国にしてもかなりの
Assassination seems more likely for that kind of contract. It would be my, like, it was pretty tied. If it wasn't for the fact that they established roots, I would have picked assassination.
もちろん、そういう表向きの護衛とは違うだろう。ただ、彼らの動向を見る限り、様々な形で、それこそ俺たちや遊撃士と同じく、何かあっても即座に対応できるように。
確かにそんな風には感じられたわね。
ま、 現時点で推測できるのは、明日は各国首脳が来訪し、オルキスタワーの除幕式がある。ああ、ちなみにお前らにも現場に出てもらうぞ。
現場ということは、
どうやら赤い星座の方に目を奪われているみたいだからな。傍聴やテロ対策なんてのは本来お前らの仕事じゃない。ここらで気分を切り替えて、もうちょっと状況を俯瞰してみろ。
We made the exact comparisons earlier when they were talking about the tower. It really felt like it was going to be the culminating point for the finale at the top of the tower, much like Yakuza 1. And everything just felt like it was drawing itself towards that. However, we're pretty early in the game, so like it might still be that, but it's definitely not going to be at the unveiling, because that's only going to be chapter 3 at most. More than likely, it's going to be the conclusion of chapter 2. I will say, there's one big thing about this plot and this story that I'm really appreciating so far. They are not dicking around with feeding the plot to the player. We're in interesting waters right away, where the actions going on feel like they have a direct a place in the main narrative. You know what I mean? The last game, it was like generic side story. Yeah, we meet some characters here and there, whatever. It just all felt like, you know, day in the life of police officer Lloyd Bannings kind of thing, until like chapter 4 or maybe the end of 3, when things actually started happening. It didn't feel like a 3-act play. It just felt like the beginning of Act 1 only. You know what I mean? So, and then a 60-hour prologue to preface it. But this feels like we're getting right into the meat and potatoes right away, and it feels like there's substantial plot elements being unfolded. So that's nice.
除幕式ということは警備に参加するということですか？
名目上はそうだが、それよりも除幕式の様子を観察することに専念しておけ。通商会議が始まる時の空気、首脳どものオーラなんかをな、また違った視野が持てるはずだ。
了解しました。それじゃ特等席から鑑賞させてもらおうかな。
まだ起きていたのか。
Oh wow. Didn't expect to see these guys.
明日の出発は早い。
ああ、うん。一応こちらの報告にも目を通しておきたいからね。
Yeah, because it's basically one game split into 2 or 3 games. That's why. I get it. Like, the first game had, like, basically only Act 1, you know? And since Act 1 is a lot of build-up and startup and everything like that, character introductions, it can move really slow, which it did significantly. And since we're in Act 2 now with the second game, it doesn't make sense that way, but whatever. I have my misgivings about that kind of idea. We can hop right into like the new major plot, you know. But yeah, that's Olivier from Sky.
あくまで名目上の理事でしかないけどね。あの子たちも頑張ってるみたいだし、このくらいはさせてもらわないと。
まあいいだろう。しかしどうやら例の話は確かなようだな。海援校の手の者が密かに手を回しているようだ。
あの人か。そんなところじゃないかと思ったけど。
Oh, okay. I think it's attaching the names to who they are working for here. It's kind of unfortunate because, like, I don't know, the vagueness, like the trying to figure out whether or not Olivier was part of it, you know, if he was party to it or not, was kind of one of those like things that sort of made you wonder what was going on. And I feel like there's a better way to introduce that he's not, rather than just like having a meanwhile at the Fortress of Doom kind of moment where it's like, hey, we're actually not at the Fortress of Doom. We're still cool and everything's happy and go lucky and we're not the bad guys. Okay, bye. It's almost like they're just like, you know, clearing Olivier's name as a scene, but maybe it's setting up that he might have a presence. Maybe he'll be there tomorrow. Who knows?
自業自得とはいえ、最小殿も災難だね。
That's because it's a hard thing to do, and it can feel a little cheaty to like turn one game into multiple games, which is why I respect Remake as a project, because it is not one game turned into multiple games. Each game is very much it's a full narrative experience contained within that, where you get like a satisfactory amount of story within them, you know, because the production value of the Remake project is exceptionally high. So that's one of the things that's really nice about that. And I think that's what like kind of the scary thing about Remake was when it first came out. Like, oh gosh, you know, are they really going to stretch out one game into 3 games, or are they going to actually deliver on something really substantial? And I think video game budgets weren't really quite there yet when they tried to do things like Xenosaga or Golden Sun, or this for that matter, because I mean Falcom has very low budget games. It's just the way they're made. So like having that kind of high production value across multiple games is a risk, because if it flops, you've invested all of this into this like multi-game epic that may not make it. So only Square could really do it, because they're like the juggernaut of the RPG industry, and no other game developer is making RPGs at that level, so they're not gonna care about an RPG storyline across multiple games. And so it's Square is literally the only developer that could do it. They have the budget, they have the ability, they have the know-how, they have the teams, they have the presence in the market, they have the name. Literally the only developer that could actually create a high production value multi-game story that actually has each game feel like a whole game, that also is part of an overall arching plot. Because it's like the 3-act kind of thing in each of the games, while also being a first act in the major trilogy. It's honestly, it's genius. The whole fucking project is absolutely genius, but they gotta stick the landing. They gotta stick the landing. Probably next year, I think we'll hear about the 3rd game. There's even a really small chance that we hear about it by the end of this year, but I'm not gonna hold my breath on that. It's only been, what, 2 years since Rebirth, so my guess is 3 to 4 years for the 3rd game. But they might release something, you know, saying, hey.
シャレになっていないぞ。やはり第7師団からの護衛を増員した方がいいのではないか。今からねじ込むことも可能だろう。
いや、それには及ばない。最小殿ならともかく。
It's okay, Olivier is like a level 130 as well. He's more powerful than the Divine Blade of Wind, or any of the Divine Blades, according to the power scaling that the game has given me.
それに僕には君がいるからね。
Oh, that's unfortunate. I was just gonna say, I wonder if the VA for Olivier can actually deliver on Olivier's quirks. And that was like the most deadpan line of something that should have a lot more oomph and energy to it.
君の腕の中で守ってもらえれば、もうそれだけで十分さ。
さて、俺も早く寝るか。
すみません、調子に乗りました。いずれにしても明日のうちに。
Yeah, this is I don't even speak fluent Japanese. I can tell this is a very unfortunate performance, which is whatever.
そちらの段取りはどうだい?
I was actually the most excited to hear Olivier's VA of all of them, but I mean the next games are in English, so if Olivier is part of it, then we'll get to see a potentially better performance in the English VA next game. Potentially. I don't know who's going to be in those games. Like, it makes sense to bring in the Sky characters in these games because they're still yet to have like proven themselves to their fan base, and so they need to draw on the names of the previous games in order to give it some oomph. So it makes sense that they'd be characters that participate in the story. But now, like with Cold Steel, they don't need to do that, so we'll see exactly how much they draw on those older characters to tell their story. Not to mention, as far as I understand it, Trails of Cold Steel takes place in like a military academy or something. Don't elaborate, please. Don't tell me anything. And so that means that there's, you know, a really strong possibility of them not having a lot of influence and interaction with like local police force or Bracers Guild or something like that. Although I am seeing a pattern of like them trying to make the later games not just be about Bracers, because it's like Estelle Bracer, Lloyd Cop, and then the third active action force is the military, because you have Bracers, police, military. Those are the three forces that are often binding together to do stuff. So they clearly did not want to like make the same game again, and yet here we are with fifth game that's exactly the same. Oh, that makes sense, Locke. That makes sense. I can't wait to like hang out with Tails and stuff.
君と巡査殿の合いびきを邪魔するつもりはないから安心してくれたまえ。なんだったら噂のテーマパークでデートしてきたらどうだい？
余計なお世話だ、アホ。しかしいつも以上にくだらんざれ事が多いようだが、まさかよからぬことを考えてるんじゃないだろうな。
ギク。あははは、やだな。そんなわけないじゃないか。
Yeah, I mean, I will say there is something to be said about guaranteed 600,000 sales, pretty much, you know, kind of thing about with every game. Let's see what they got going on actually. I mean, the Trails series has sold 8.5 million copies worldwide. But I mean, is that from Trails in the Sky onward? Because that's Sky 1, 2, 3, and then the 3 Crossbell games, and then 4 Cold Steel games, and then 2 Daybreak games. That's 12 games. That means on average, that's like what, 600 to 800,000 copies sold per game. I wonder if that includes Horizon. It's like 750,000 copies sold on average per game. So not exactly super popular. Like anything under 1 million is pretty low sales, even for an established franchise, especially for an established franchise. Usually companies celebrate once they've hit 1 million in sales, unless they're like a major developer.
明日は首に縄でもつけておくか。
まあ多分これが最後の外遊になるだろう。最小殿の狙いを探りつつ、
But yeah, with a cult following that the franchise has, you're pretty much guaranteed to get at least 600,000 sales for every game, no matter what, because the Legend of Heroes fans will just buy it.
親友。
無論だ。
For better or for worse. Well, looks like we're going to see Chloe. Yep, there's Chloe.
いい風。この雲の流れ具合だと向こうの方も晴れなのかしら。
They actually used actual like sound effects instead of somebody going ah 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 ah.
やっぱり共和国方面でも火種がくすぶっているみたい。そして兵員の存在と大陸有数の両兵団の介入、やはり鉄血宰相の配下として動いているのは。
I'm guessing it's synthetic. It's a crafted sound effect. I want to say there's like something about like how Japan doesn't use animals to voice act animals because like animals can't consent. So like it's not like they consider it disrespectful for them to force animals to like produce sounds for things. That's why all the animals are voiced by people or they're a synthetic sound effect.
いくらあなたでも外国までついていくのは大変でしょうから。
殿下、こちらにいらっしゃいましたか。
風に当たりたくなって、どうやら明日からの会議に少し緊張しているみたいです。
ご冗談を。ああ、ジーク、戻ってきていたのか。
これを R&A リサーチからの報告を届けてくれました。
リシャール殿からの拝見させていただきます。急進的な民族主義者、それに共和国政府の動きですか。
A radical nationalist is, well, just think 1930s Germany.
どうやら想定外の事態が各方面で進行しているようですね。
ええ、王子とお会いしたらそのあたりもご相談しないと。それとちょっとしたつてを頼らせてもらうかもしれません。
つてですか。
ええ、本当に頼っていいのか見極める必要があります。もしかしたら私たちの助けになってくれるかもしれません。
ああ、エステル君たちが言っていたという。なるほど。ギルド方面とは別に当たってみる価値はありそうですね。
ええ、おばあ様が主導された不戦条約が結ばれて2年。戦争は回避できましたが、大陸全土で目に見えない圧力が高まりつつあるようです。なんとか不戦条約に代わる新たな枠組みを模索しないと。
I mean, the non-aggression pact was always just a temporary measure. It was always just like a, yo, hey, let's not go to war. I want you guys to sign this thing. You know, it didn't mean anything, right? A non-aggression pact is basically, you know, pinky promising that you won't go to war against each other. Like, it doesn't mean anything, but it makes you look bad against your peers if you break it, right? It makes you look like you can't, your word can't be kept. So getting everybody to sign it, and this is actually a really smart thing that they did with the non-aggression pact. Like, if you get 2 or 3 of like the 4 or 5 different countries to sign the non-aggression pact, it makes the other 2 look bad. So they're kind of pressured into it. Even if they do want to go to war, they're more than likely going to sign it, and it's going to stifle their efforts of going to war because now their people have seen them sign a non-aggression pact. It's going to make them look bad if they break it. So they would not be happy with it, and you need the will of the people in order to run your country. It doesn't matter what the fuck you're doing if the people are not behind you en masse, and I mean like by and large, you know, like as long as like a good chunk of them are for it, it's fine. But you need like, you need at least moderate standing, right? You can't just be like, everybody hates me and I'm just gonna go do what I want. Like, you're gonna get overthrown real fast. But anyway, the point I'm making is that it was a really smart like plot element, and I think they treated it very accurately in that regard. But it was always meant as a temporary measure, and I'm sure after 2 years, the people that want to go to war are gonna find ways to go to war, you know. And that's sort of what is going on right now. I think it's they're taking that whole premise from Sky, which was more of a subplot of the main story. The main plot was the floating island and the towers and the ancient technology and the space-time continuum and whatever the fuck was going on with all that shit. Honestly, the concept of the artifacts is sort of taking a back seat, which I think is a really important aspect that's sort of being ignored so far in these games. Like, Where's the artifacts? These things have tremendous power. I'm not saying that we shouldn't just need another floating continent with a supercomputer, but like something's got to be there. Maybe the Gnosis is derived from an artifact, and that's how they're able to make it, because that seems to be the primary focal point on the major antagonizing force in this plot line. But anyway, I think they're treating it very, very accurately, in so much that this not aggression pact would start to dissolve around this time, and especially with like a culminating event with a lot of dignitaries and leaders being all congregated into a single area. It's a powder keg, you know. You could just have a thing happen. It doesn't even have to be an assassination, as long as there's like fireworks, you know, from the trying to kill you type of fireworks. Doesn't matter. That's all that's needed. Even just an assassination attempt is all that's needed to start things up. It allows, what it does is it allows for people to play that want to go to war to play blame games, and it doesn't matter whether there's any truth to it. They can feign truth, and it'll at the very least prevent the people from being too upset at them, because there isn't like how are the people back home gonna know, right? There's not cameras on it or anything like that. Though nobody's really gonna know the absolute truth of it unless it's like completely accurate video evidence of it, right? Obviously that's not gonna happen. Point is that they can tell the people whatever they want, you know, and then they choose to go to war, and voila, they get what they want, you know. So obviously there's more to it than just they go to war, you know, because each government has usually checks and balances that prevent just one person that wants to go to war from going to war. How long are we gonna go before we can actually save the fucking game?
財団切手の天才 SE ヨナ・セイクリッド少年か旧式のネットワークとはいえここまでの環境を構築するとはねレンが
Obsolete? A network as obsolete as this? It's like brand new. They're testing the whole like orbital network existing. Like the whole orbital network is brand new by itself. There is no obsolete. It's the only one. That's like saying the day cell phones were invented, they were obsolete. Ouroboros, by the way.
それじゃあ位相空間にアクセスどうし
That was just mumbo jumbo.
サーチ開始複数ルートからの侵入経路を確保
Oh god, I hate it when they talk about the things that they're doing when they're hacking or doing computer stuff. It's the dumbest ass shit ever. And they do it so often in anime all the time. It's so stupid.
ロジックキーの解析に成功メイン端末への最終防御
They treat it so seriously too, like it's actually like how hacking is done. There's this what's that one like parody YouTube film movie thing? I forget, where they like surf on the keyboard through time and everything like that. It's like literally that, but they're treating it seriously, and it's so stupid.
さすが博士が自慢するだけはあるかも。さてと、お楽しみは取っておくとして。おっと、こっちで踏んじゃったか。やるね、そばかすくん。でも、この仕掛けだと明日くらいまでバレないかな。せっかくだからいろいろ楽しませてもらおうっと。
Interesting that they put his name there, because they actually haven't said his name at any point in this game. They always said like Mysterious Kid or whatever, but they put his name as Campanella there, which is weird, because I've noticed this a lot too. Usually what happens is like you have an exchange and the person is always labeled as mysterious person or soft-spoken lady or whatever, and then once their name is said, then the nameplate changes to their actual name. And I've noticed that they'll say their name and the nameplate doesn't change. And then I've noticed that they don't say their name and the nameplate does change. There's a lot of inconsistency with that. Late August 1204 of the Septian calendar. Is that the West Zemurian Trade Conference proposed by it? I did say it was probably August, so I was right on that one. Trade conference proposed by the newly elected mayor of Crossbell and CEO of the IBC, Dieter Croy, is about to commence. The thing is that, like, Kia was at school and it was getting dark, and in August it gets dark around like 9 p.m. So why was she at school that late? Representing the major power of the West, the Empire of the Arabonia, are Blood and Iron Chancellor Goliath Osborne and Man About Town Prince Orlevert Rice and Arnor. From the major power to the east, the Republic of Calvert, comes President Samuel Rocksmith, carrying with him the support of the masses. Representing the northern principality of Ramiferia is its young ruler, Prince Albert von Bartholomew. These are a lot of dumb names, but Prince Albert is particularly hilarious. I wonder if he's got his head together or not. Violate from the Liberal Kingdom of the Southwest comes Crown Princess Claudia von Auslies on behalf of Queen Alicia II. At this very moment, prominent dignitaries from across the continent are beginning to gather together on Crossbellian soil. Kung Fury, I do believe that's the one, yeah. But they treat hacking like it's a parody of how hacking is treated in movies a lot. Well, it's a parody action film, but they do this hacking thing scene, and they parody how hacking is handled in movies and media, where it's like this whole thing, and he like hops on the keyboard and surfs through time because he's hacking away all the time to go into past to fix things, and it's fucking hilarious. But like that feels like that hacking scene, except like actually taken serious instead of it being a parody. Oh shit, Impact! The playing cards are here to play. Thank you for 52. Yeah, Hackermans. Representative of the Imperial Government, Blood and Iron Chancellor Goliath Osborne. Kind of looks like a swole Ozzy Osbourne, to be perfectly honest, so it does not surprise me that he looks somewhat like Ozzy Osbourne and his name is Osborne, probably a reference on purpose. Representative by proxy of the Emperor of the Airborne Armor, Prince Oilevert Reesernor. They don't need to introduce these characters that much. Like they can just introduce them organically, but also some of them we kind of know already. I always get bothered when games do that unless they're really like a really lighthearted kind of production. You know, where they have like little nameplates to introduce the characters when they appear on screen for the first time. A Killica? Representative of the Calvert Republic, President Samuel Rocksmith. This is the first time that we're seeing some of these like major names in the politics of the and governments of different countries, so that is kind of interesting. We have not seen Osborne or Rocksmith ever yet in the series, and they've talked about a lot across a lot of the different games. Representative for the Liberal Kingdom, Princess Claudia von Auslies. She's also level 130, so she could kick everybody's ass here. Ah, okay. I didn't avoid the doors, but they became such a hassle that I started bypassing them. Like if I had the thing and I came across the door, fine, I'd do it, but it was just like, ugh. kind of experience. That's a kill zone right there. There's no way in or out. Kill box. Co-representative Crossbell State, Speaker Henry McDowell. Oh, that's why the mayor position was opened. Co-representative for Crossbell State, Mayor Dieter Croy. So he became the speaker when he was the mayor because this previous speaker was the bad guy. I was wondering why the mayoral position was opened.
しかし鉄血宰相かなりガタイがいいじゃねえか
共和国の大統領の方はひょうひょうとしたタヌキって感じだね。
リベールのクローディア王大女も素敵ですね。それにあのユリア巡査をこんなところで見られるなんて。
Yeah, but that was like the that was a whole like if I kill the mayor then there'll be an election and then I'll try to become the mayor kind of thing. That was what that was about.
各国首脳の皆様、ようこそ遠路はるばるクロスベルへいらっしゃいました。クロスベル市の市長ディーター・クロイスであります。この度は西ゼムリア通商会議に参加していただき誠にありがとうございます。通例ならばこの場で歓迎の意とともに開会宣言をさせていただくところですが
However, instead, I'm going to hold you all captive and destroy every one of you.
その前にこの記念すべき日にことを寄せて
Oh, okay. Allow us to drop this several ton cloth cover on a 45-story building that will have a high probability of killing anybody it lands on or near.
クロスベル市の新市庁舎として貿易・金融都市クロスベルを象徴する新たなるランドマークとして何よりも大陸全土の平和と発展に貢献する国際交流センターとして皆様にお披露目させていただく大陸史上初の
they refer to skyscrapers as if like it's a known thing. You know, it's like, oh yeah, everybody knows about skyscrapers that don't exist, but we got the first one now. Instead of it just being like, we dubbed this a scraper of the sky or something like that. Don't drop the cloth. The air displacement alone and the weight of that thing would cause a lot of damage. Okay, I guess that's acceptable. Imagine if our first skyscrapers were that advanced. Technology in this world is wild. It's all over the place.
まるでリベルアークを思い出してしまいますね。
ええ、さす
すがにアクシスピラーほどの高さだ。
Like how they're just not even impressed.
なんとも豪気じゃないか。君の報告は受けていたが、まさかここまでとはな。
ええ、私も実物がここまでとは思いませんでした。さすがは IBC の資本力といったところでしょうか。
実際大したものだ。この因縁の地にこれほどの大伽藍を築くとは。
とりあえず一度屋上に登ってみたいね。市長さんに頼んでみたら登らせてくれっかな。
それでは改めまして、首脳の方々およびこの場にいるすべての関係者の立ち会いのもと、西ゼムリア通商会議の開催を宣言させていただきます。
大したものですね。
素晴らしい。この光景を
Dude, I started this cutscene an hour and a half ago.
来た甲斐があったというものです。
I just wanna save it.
まあいい、私は行くぞ。どうも奇妙なネズミどもが入り込んでいるようだからな。
ええ、そちらはお任せします。それと明日のイベントにはぜひとも協力をお願いしますよ。あなたが来てくださるだけで相当な箔がつきますからね。
まあいいだろう。さらばだ。
相変わらず神出鬼没ですね。あの気まぐれさえなければこちらも助かるのですが。
どうやら気まぐれというわけではなさそう。彼がこちらに協力してくれるタイミングにはそれを見極めておけばめったに断られたりしませんか。
そうなのですか。
Maybe an hour or two. No!
まだ秘密です。
It doesn't seem like it's gonna end any minute, that's for sure, because knowing this game, there's all sorts of blah 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 that's gotta go before they can resolve the scene and give you control again.
うわー、あのビルとんでもないね。ねえねえ、シャーリーたちでぶっ壊せたりしないかな。
気持ちはわかるがやめとけ。いずれあのビルにも役立ってもらうつもりだからな。
そんな。まあいいや、街の方をぶらついてくるね。あのビルのせいですごく賑わってるみたいだし。
ああ、行ってくる
がいい。さすがお嬢だぜ。よっぽどあのビルが気に入ったんすかね。
それもある。だがそれよりも血の予感に酔ってるんだろうさ。
なるほど。シャーリー様らしいか。
さすがは俺の娘。どうやら明日はたっぷりと楽しませてやれそうだ。
Well, I've heard of foreshadowing, but this is just kind of like Thor without the shadowing.
螺旋を描いてゆく。ブルブランがいかにも好きそうなシーンだな。まあこれだけのイベント、彼なら勝手に見に来てそうだけど。おっとあとは彼らに渡すだけか。それじゃあせっかくだからお楽しみの準備もしとこうかな。
すごいわ。
あのビル IBC のテコ入れでやっ
Yeah,
と完成
pretty
したんだっ
much,
け。
Mr. J.
まさかあんな綺麗なビルが建てられていたなんて。
やっぱディーター市長はやることがでかすぎるぜ。
すっげー。なあなあアンディ、短期
また怒られるってば。まあ気持ちはわからなくもないけど。
すごいな。確かにすごいビルだな。カルバードじゃ考えられないぞ。
They only have like one word for cool or awesome or surprise. It's just like, oh, it's sugoi, 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 sugoi. There's not like cool, whoa, awesome, oh my god, what? This is just only the one word they ever use. I'm not legitimate. It's not a criticism. It's a legitimate question. Shizuka's like, wow, I'm blind. I don't know what everybody's like. Why is she invited to this? Hey Shizuka, you want to go see the unveiling of the big tower? Shizuka, why are you quiet, Shizuka? I mean, yeah, it's about not letting her feel left out. I get it, but it's just kind of like almost feels like a slap with a face to her.
Naruhodo. なるほど。通商会議の本番は明日ですか。
ああ、今日のところは昼食会に各種懇談会ってところだな。夜には晩餐会に加えてアルカンシェルの感激があるらしい。ちなみに首脳たちは全員ミシュラムの迎賓館に泊まる予定だ。
迎賓館というとハルトマン元議長の屋敷ですね。
へえ、あのバカでかい屋敷、そんな風に使われてんの？
ま、ハルトマンについては汚職や違法取引に関する罰金がその代償として没収され、迎賓館として使われたってわけだ。
まあ自業自得でしょうね。
それじゃあ当然ミシュラム方面は封鎖ってわけかい？
ああ、通商会議の期間中はホテルやテーマパークも臨時休業だ。
I imagine they're probably charging the government like full max capacity levels of fees for doing that because they can't operate their business. So they're probably like, sure, shut it down for a month. I don't know, as far as I care.
わかりました。俺たちの方は昨日に続いて支援。
Whatever happened to Key B anyway?
それで構わんだろう。招待客の中には昼食会の後クロスベル各地を訪れる者もいるようだ。何か問題が起きるかもしれんからお前らでフォローしとくといいだろ
う。了解しました。
しかしさすが招待客どもは特に鉄血宰相、ありゃただもんじゃねえぞ。
Come on, let me draw my own fucking conclusions. Fuck's sake. Stop trying to tell me what to feel about different characters.
最小本人はそれ以上に圧倒的な雰囲気の持ち主だったな。共和国のロックスミス大統領は親しみの持てる雰囲気だったけど、でもすぐ近くにあのキリカさんが控えていたな。
カルバードの諜報組織。
Like there's no subtlety in the storytelling. They just straight up tell you who's the bad guy and who's the good guy.
庶民派で知られる大統領だけど、やっぱり一筋縄ではいかなさそうね。
でもリベールのクローディア姫はさすがに気品がありましたよね。
Well, there's the Mary Sue complex. Previous major character of the last game series. So she's the coolest and the awesomest, and she's the bestest and awesomest, coolest one ever.
ああ、リベール王国の何でもその筋じゃ熱狂的なファンがいるらしいけど。
そうだけど。
私もちょっとファンだったりして。
Of course you are, because she's main character Chan, and she's the coolest ever, awesomest cool lady ever.
へえ、そうなのか。
なんだお嬢、そういう趣味だったのかよ。
別に趣味ってわけじゃないけど、その前にリベールに滞在した時、王室親衛隊のパレードを写真集なんかも出ていたから思わず買っちゃったのよね。
なるほど。
それ後で見せてください。うん、いいわよ。
やれやれ、嘆かわしいね。
断層の霊人は一種のロマンだからね。
Imagine going to like a political procession or announcement, and like some general had like snapshots taken, like glamour photos taken, and like there was just a table of people lining up to buy pictures of the glamour photos of some military commander. Man or woman or whatever. Feels a little dystopian, doesn't it? Feels a little awkward, right? Like worshiping military officials. I think it's a little nationalistic.
僕としては帝国の王子伝説も結構気になったけどね。
オリバルト王子か。最近割と聞く名前だけど。
リベールの異変の解決に一役買ったことで有名な方ね。それからいろいろな催しに出席して評判になっているみたいだけど、確か王位継承権は持っていらっしゃらないのよね。
そうなのか。
Hey bud.
あれ、リベールの異変の解決、エステルやヨシアたちと知り合いだったりするのかな。
あ、そういえば。
Well, Arnold Schwarzenegger is already a celebrity, you know. He has fame from his acting days and his pumping muscle thing, you know. So I don't think that's the same situation, but it's possible.
Kia, Saito.
Wolf. Called it.
あら、しずくちゃんは一緒じゃなかったの？
Oh, she went home by herself. And then it just pans to Shizuku just like trying to find her way around the town. Whoops!
すっごかったね。ロイドたちは近くで見たんでしょ？
はあ、正直大きすぎてよくわからないくらいだったよ。
If you've ever been like in a metropolis type city where there are skyscrapers around you, it's pretty surreal. Like you can look at a picture of a skyscraper and be like, ooh, that's big. But when you're standing underneath it, it's like, oh shit, that's big. You know, like it's like when you go to the Grand Canyon, you can hear about how grand it is all day long, but seeing it is a totally different experience. It really puts it into perspective.
バッチリ見えたかもしれないね。
Fireworks are overrated. Fireworks are majorly overrated. They create so much smoke that you don't really actually get to see much of the celebration, you know, of the display, you know? And then you gotta crane your head up the whole time, and it's overrated. They're very loud, way more loud than you might realize until you get there.
課長の方はどうですか？
今日は俺はここで待機だ。何かあったら連絡するから、遠慮なく出かけてこい。
Coconut, what the fuck, bro?
はい、お言葉に甘えて。
端末をチェックしてから出かけましょうか。
Oh my god, I get to fucking move around finally. Good lord. What should have been like a 15-minute cutscene was a 2-hour cutscene. Good lord. All right. too short. It's one of my gripes with the game. It is what it is. I mean, at the very least, we got a little bit of extra time in the game, which will, you know, hopefully shorten up one of the later nights later on if we get towards the end of the game and we want to finish it out. Now we know we'll be 1 hour closer to that. So 2 hours closer to that. But yeah, that's it for tonight. We are well past our normal stream time. I'm quite tired, and so I'm gonna go veg on the couch for a bit. Yes, my throat is very happy that there's VA for these two games, and I'm a lot more excited for the English VA in the next games. Yay! But yeah, it's been a good night. I'm enjoying myself. I'm enjoying the game a lot more. There's definitely a lot more meat and potatoes to this story, so it's a lot more impactful and engaging. And I'm looking forward to seeing what happens supposedly tomorrow. I think it's going to be some big stuff. And I don't mean like tomorrow on our stream. I do mean tomorrow on our stream, but I mean tomorrow in the game especially, which we will almost positively get to tomorrow in the stream. So very likely some big stuff happening tomorrow, and we'll see how that all unfolds. I'm actually pretty excited to see what actually happens. Again, I like elements of the story. I just think the writing is trite and horrible and generic. So the concepts and the pacing and the moving are, well, the pacing sucks, but the movement of the pieces on the board are fun. I think there's a lot there to enjoy. So I hope to see you guys tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, with more Trails to Azure as we get deeper into chapter 2, probably chapter 3 as well, and we'll see how far that is in the game and what happens. So yeah, thanks for all the love and support, bits and donations, subs and resubs and sub gifts. Good night. See you tomorrow.